Oh, jeez, Louise. Hey there. Just kind of messing around with it. Can you tell I'm excited for this marathon, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, it's Devil May Cry. How cool is that, right? You know, back in the PlayStation 2 era, there was nothing more action-packed. Believe it or not, Devil May Cry started out as a prototype for Resident Evil 4, but eventually the producers decided that it was a bit too action-oriented and decided to go their own way, which is funny looking at it now because Resident Evil 4 ended up being more action-packed and kind of more inspired by Devil May Cry, oddly enough. What can you do, though? Devil May Cry. Let's get this started, shall we? So, my own personal history begins with Devil May Cry when my now fiancée decided to try and get me into the series. She made me play the first one, second one, third one. We had the Devil May Cry HD collection for the PlayStation 3 at the time, but little did she know I actually ended up playing the game beforehand. See, the problem is that she kind of felt bad that she's been playing the first game for the longest time, and yeah, she wanted me to be stuck on it just like she did. And unfortunately, the part that she's stuck at, I blew past because, oops, I had a friend also need help with that part, and I figured it out for him. So, yeah, it didn't take me long. But, yeah, this is all going to be on the PlayStation 4, guys, because for some reason, every Devil May Cry game known to man is on the PlayStation 4. Either through the HD collection for the original 3 Devil May Cry, or the new and improved Devil May Cry 4, or DMC, which also got ported over to the PlayStation 4. With all the DLC, no less. So, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing, and I'm going to play through all the games, including the DMC remake. Might take a pit stop to talk about the anime too, I'm not quite sure, but in the meantime, let's take on Mundus! So, let's get into the plot. The plot starts out with Dante chilling in his mercenary/demon hunting store, Devil May Cry. Okay, haha, very funny. Seriously though, Dante's just relaxing in his shop when Trish just comes out of nowhere and bursts through the doors. It turns out Dante is one of the twin sons of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta. No, not Batman, Sparta. Yeah, he's a demon who decided to turn on the other demons and save the world. And Dante is his half-demon kid. Dante's also half human, in case you were wondering. Trish hires Dante to stop the demon who actually killed his mother, Mundus. A few red flags, though, here. Why does Trish know that Mundus killed Dante's mom? I mean, she doesn't necessarily say it, he does, but what are the odds, right? And why does she look just like his mom? Okay, look. Yeah, the game doesn't hide that this is an obvious trap. From what I can tell, Mundus is stuck in hell, or the underworld, or wherever, and only Dante's necklace can free him. Of course, they need both parts, so they need, Virgil's necklace as well. I'll get into that in a sec. They lure him into a trap to either kill him and take his necklace, or just straight up have him set Mundus free while Dante tries and kills him. Either way, the only person who apparently doesn't see this is Dante. Still, the overall plot isn't bad. Lots of details shown but not told, which is nice. Again, I'm going to go with Virgil here, but I'm also going to talk about Mallet Island. Mundus is sending demons there, and, there's a lot of character development, if you will, taking place on this particular island. You can kind of look back and see what the island was going through before Mundus just had everyone killed. And the drama between Dante and Virgil is definitely nice. You can kind of see the brotherly bond that they have, but you can also see that they've been kind of at odds in the past too. But Dante does reminisce, and he reminisces about his mother a lot. This is almost like a tale of a kid accepting his mother's death, or a
teenager, I guess you could say. But, you know, Dante's just completely over the top and action-packed. Trish actually looking like Dante's mother kind of affects him that way too. See? Love is blind. And that's the reason Dante walks into an obvious trap, I'm sure. But speaking of character development, let's talk about that for a second, shall we? While talking about characters, let's start with Dante. I know it doesn't show pizza in this game, but he's known for eating it in a lot of the future games and in the anime. I guess he ate so damn much by this point, he just became the cheese. I mean, listen to this line towards the end of the game.
I should have saved you. I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
All cheese aside, there is a foundation, or a crust, if you will, to this character. Thinking of his mother a lot, since, well, Mundus killed her in the past, and finding out his twin brother is alive, and here as well, Dante does have a great connection to some of the characters, particularly Trish, whom Dante wants to trust due to her resemblance of his mother. And Mundus totally did this on purpose. Due to this, Trish actually feels guilty for tricking Dante, since after she tries to kill him in a boss fight, he literally saves her life. She eventually does the same and straight up betrays Mundus and joins Dante in Devil May Cry, now named Devil's Never Cry, because you can't have a pizza without melted freaking cheese. Though maybe you can, we will see in the next game. You know what? I'm hungry. Give me just a second here.
Alright, let's get back to it.
Yeah, so Dante and Trish are definitely main components of the characterization in the story. But, you know, Nello Angelo, or as he's known later on, Virgil, because I spoiled that right away, yeah, he gets kind of some character development too. He has feelings and sentiments here for Dante and their mother. So it's not just a one-sided pony on that one either. And Mundus likes to talk with his serious god complex. Reference to the devil and some demons being fallen angels, I suppose. Also, there are two other boss fights that really like to talk to you. There's this giant bird and... Spider! Kill it! Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it! Thank goodness I get paid for every demon I kill. Whew! That's kind of terrifying. Anyway, the bosses usually mostly mock Dante about whether they think he feels like Sparta, or is Sparta, or is just not living up to Sparta's expectations. You know, world building. That's what it is. But speaking of gathering orbs after you kill demons, let's talk about the gameplay real quick, because that's a big part of it. So, as I stated before, in gameplay you can slay demons for red orbs, which you can use to buy upgrades for certain weapons, or items to help with Devil Trigger. Think God of War, Bayonetta, though Devil May Cry actually predates these other games. It's a third-person action-adventure game. Dante has different fighting styles depending on the weapon equipped, though Alistair, the first sword you find, is easily the best weapon in the game, bar none. But more on that in a sec. The first sword you actually have is the one that you are just start out with, which is called Force Edge. And it's an alright starting sword. It's a bit slow and a bit weak, but it gets the job done. Your final sword, which is what Force Edge turns into, called Sparta, just named after Dante's dad himself, this sword is quicker and stronger than any sword in the game. But there's a problem. Both of these weapons, as far as I know, lack Devil Trigger, Dante's demonic transformation. Sparta's great in the vanilla sense of it, but without Devil Trigger or some of the movement upgrades, it just lacks in the compared to the other swords. Now, that being said, there is an actual Devil Trigger for Sparta, but you only get it at the last final boss fight of the game. That's it, really. And by that point in time, you're probably decked out in one of the other weapons. Take Ifrit, a pair of fighting boxing gloves, or fire boxing gloves, I guess. You need it to light one torch in the game to open a frickin' door. They're powerful and strong, but the windup is so damn slow and even more close range than normal, outside of a fireball attack you get in Devil Trigger, that I didn't bother with. Honestly, I didn't use this much since I already had Alistair. Alistair is the best weapon in the game, and it's the first weapon you find, not counting the sword that you just start out with. The way you get it's kind of cool too, although... gooey. Anyway, you get great movement upgrades from Alistair, which includes a double jump you don't need a wall for, flight from Devil Trigger, and honestly, the sword itself attacks really fast. It doesn't do as much damage as, say, Ifrit or even Sparta on a single attack, but it does so much damage per strike, and you do so many strikes per second, I suppose, that, yeah, eventually you just end up doing more damage with Alistair regardless. This weapon is so good they actually have enemies specifically designed to restrain the damn thing. The only issue I have with the gameplay is actually the camera, or lack thereof camera movement, but that's only in specific locations, so I guess we're heading right into level design with this one. And oh boy, do I have some things to say here. So, since I brought it up, let's start with the bad. Each level has a fixed camera. Now, a fixed camera is not necessarily the worst thing in the world by any means, but, yeah. Most of the time it's pretty good during particular boss fights, especially the spider named Phantom and Griffin the bird. This relic of Resident Evil can go to hell. You only fight Phantom twice, not counting the hallways where he chases you. And in that first fight, the camera just sucks ass. It changes so often it's disorienting the player, and hell, even Dante himself can get turned around pretty easily with this crap. The problem is that you need to see the spider in order to avoid his attacks or even know what attacks are coming. And when the camera angle just randomly changes because you don't want to be too close to the damn thing, not just because he's a big creepy spider, but because close range combat with this thing is never a good idea, unless you know you can get a hit off on him. Guess what? Get too far away, the camera changes. Well, then you can't see his attacks at all. So, yeah, it becomes a pain unless the game decides that the spider needs to get stuck on one of the columns, in which case, yeah, then you can beat him. Griffin sucks too. He is hard to keep track of since he flies, and I swear the game glitched up here. I mean, come on, that was the second boss fight with him. And the other ones aren't all that great either. Unless you have him eat a crap ton of ammunition, this fight sucks. This also happens a tiny bit with the final fight with Nello Angelo. And while we're talking boss fights for a second, Nightmare can suck too since you need to combo light switches while he attacks you. And Dante kind of auto-targets the boss sometimes, rather than the walls that you need to attack just to be able to hurt the dang thing. Other than the final boss fight, most of these boss fights kind of suck. Nello Angelo isn't too bad. And the final fight with Phantom is fun for sure, but yeah, other than that, the bosses are the weakest part of this game. Before I go into too much detail with the final boss, however, let me talk about the enemies and stage layout. Other than a few cutscenes causing pot shots that you can't avoid because the enemy is right on you already attacking by the time you get out of the freaking cutscene, normally the regular enemies are fun to deal with and fight. They range from different abilities and attacks, making them really fun to face off with. And each uses a different strategy to deal with, meaning you have to change up the way you play, which is nice. It kind of challenges you to think outside the box. However, it's very odd that missions just kind of abruptly end. You know, like, you could just be walking through a door only to have the mission end. Like, oh yeah, by the way, that door was the mission. Congratulations. It isn't like you can't visit previous areas some of the times, but it's just kind of an odd pace breaker. It's just like sudden, very sudden. And it isn't a bad thing per se because, you know, oh hey, now you can save the game. Now you can go buy some upgrades, you know. But yeah, it's weird, especially since 2 missions later, you're going back to the same freaking area in the first place with a new key. It's bizarre. But let's get into the final boss for a second. I'm not sure what the hell to think about this. It isn't a bad boss fight, but it kind of shifts gameplay where you suddenly end up in a 3D bullet hell. Something akin to Sin and Punishment. Not that I've ever played it, but I've seen enough. Honestly, this never shows up until the final boss fight, and maybe a segment afterwards, but that's it. And it's kind of jarring to say the least. Heck, sometimes it's kind of hard to figure out what the heck to do during the final boss fight, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, you know, pattern recognition and all. It's kind of akin to a Super NES boss, but, you know, 3D. But, yeah, as long as you keep using Devil Trigger, there you go. Although, this is when Sparta actually has a Devil Trigger, and it's basically Alistair's Devil Trigger. Now wait a minute here. You get all of Alistair's abilities all of a sudden, but with Sparta, the better weapon? Proving Alistair is once again the definitive weapon of the game. Bar none. There you go. There's your proof. It's not bad level design. But it kind of can get dull because most of the levels you come across, and even most of the missions, take place within the castle. The garden and the Colosseum are a nice change of scenery, and the underworld looks okay, but again, most of it is just new forms of the main castle, which can get kind of old. Matched with all the other issues, the level design is easily the low point of the first game. But hey, that means secrets and side quests is really good, right? Yeah, totally! Actually, despite my earlier sarcasm, there's a lot to do in this game. It's not all stuff that I prefer to do, no, but there's a decent chunk here. There's plenty to find and do in Devil May Cry. For starters, while killing demons gives you red orbs, you can also get yellow and blue orbs for exploration. Or you can buy them, but you know. Yellow orbs are like lives, more or less. If you have them, you don't have to restart the entire mission just to get to a certain point. You can just start at the last checkpoint. Blue orbs actually add health, although most of the time you're fighting blue orb fragments and not full-on blue orb. You can buy both of these in the upgrades menu with red orbs, using your red orbs, but they get expensive quick, so it's nice to find them when you can. You can also upgrade how long your Devil Trigger lasts with purple orbs. Again, something you can buy, but also gets really expensive. Not only can you find orbs, but you can find guns. See, swords you have to have in the main story, but guns are completely optional. Thankfully, they're not all that hard to spot. You start out with pistols, ebony, and ivory, and while they're fast, that's about all they got going for them in this game. You can get a shotgun for close-range combat, a nightmare prototype which bounces off walls to hit enemies multiple times, but costs some Devil Trigger power, or magic, to use, making it less worthwhile, but definitely fun. And then you have the grenade launcher, which you actually get before the nightmare prototype, but it's just a better gun in general. It hits for high amounts of damage, it is definitely long range, and every time you make a successful hit with the dang thing, it builds your Devil Trigger meter or magic meter. So yeah, you get enough pot shots with this dang thing, and you can just spam Devil Trigger if you're low on health and low on healing items. See, the game's not all that hard. Honestly, the grenade launcher is amazing. It hits harder, it's slightly slow, but that's still a far cry. I mean, it does enough damage to where it actually builds up your combo. Oh, there's also the needle gun, which... yeah, that's right. There's swimming sections in this game. They're brief. There's a little underwater cavern that you end up in, and a boat that you kind of find. You fight Griffin on the dang thing, and you know how I feel about that bird. But, yeah, swimming isn't great. It's very forgettable. You don't do it often, thank goodness. Also, another thing that you get is when you beat the game in normal mode, you unlock hard mode. Which beating hard mode gives you a really cool costume, a new sword to work with, and Dante Must Die mode, in which I hear enemies have devil triggers, and beating that game mode gives you a costume with unlimited devil trigger to mess around with. I didn't necessarily do this, but it's nice that the game actually rewards you for actually playing the harder versions of the game. Also, hard mode enemy placement is completely different, making the game feel a bit more unique. So it's not just the same thing, but with, you know, less health for you and more health for your enemies or some crap like that. It's a nice touch that makes it feel a bit more unique. It's nice. So let's wrap this up, shall we? So, after talking about what makes the game, can I recommend Devil May Cry to, you know, regular people? Or maybe even fans of the series who just haven't gotten around to playing the first game yet? Honestly, I think the game is great. I don't think the camera holds up well, and the game likes to make moments where you can't avoid taking damage, but overall there's plenty to find, explore, kill. Though I do think the bosses are some of the low points of the game. The rest of the enemies, the pot shots, I can ignore them. They're not too awfully numerous moments in the game. If you're the type of guy who just really loves boss fights, or the type of girl, you know, I don't judge, this game might not be for you. I would honestly try some of the other games in the series. Still, if you like hack and slash games and action games, but you haven't played this, then I highly recommend you check it out. Gameplay is solid, as you can pick and choose how you play. The enemies are varied enough to challenge you and keep things interesting. Upgrades and guns are fun to find and collect, and hell, even the character development is interesting since you get to talk to the bosses, and yeah, it kind of puts a personality on crap that you need to kill. Plus, the main characters, yeah, you get a little bit of a light taste of mozzarella after some of their lines, but they're still pretty good. They develop. World building's great. I think the game is worth a look, even now. For those of you who are wondering if I'm going to talk about difficulty, however, well, I hate to tell you, I actually didn't find the game all that tough. Even with the issues I had, I didn't find the game was just a ball buster on normal mode. I'm not saying normal mode is super easy, mind you, but as long as you know kind of the basics of hack and slash third-person games, then it's pretty manageable. But it can be annoying at times when learning patterns, like Mega Man X, another Capcom series. But super hard? Nah. That's where the harder modes come into play. If you want ball-busting challenge, Devil May Cry won't appease you at first. But you have hard and Dante Must Die modes. That might be what you're looking for most. And you get stuff for it, so I mean, it is worth looking into those modes. Overall, I think most people will like the game. The difficulty varies, especially if you were spoiled with better camera system, but I think outside of the bosses, the difficulty progresses just fine for newcomers to the series. Try it out when you get a chance, maybe on the HD collection for the PlayStation 4, which is where I'm playing it at, actually. You can get it along with Devil May Cry 2 and, honestly, Devil May Cry 3. I'm looking at Devil May Cry 2 next, of course, but you know, that's beside the point. I think I pulled your ear long enough, though. Mundus is dead, and it is time to find a new target. I'll see everyone when, assuming you subscribed and hit the bell button, I get to my next adventure.
Frustration!
Getting bigger. Bang, bang, bang. Pull my devil trigger. But we're not talking about Devil May Cry 5 quite yet. No, today we're going to be talking about Devil May Cry 2. You remember my last review that I talked about getting the HD collection if you haven't played the first Devil May Cry game yet. And, you know, while I recommend the HD collection still, I don't necessarily think the first game is worth the $40 price tag alone. So, maybe you guys would like to hear some more. Does Devil May Cry 2 fit the bill? Does that justify the $40?
No. From what I can tell, the director of the original Devil May Cry was placed in other projects, and despite the original success, a new director was placed in charge. His name? Unknown. Capcom didn't like him well enough and actually replaced him with a new director in the last 4 months of development. Doesn't sound like a good recipe, does it? Devil May Cry 2 is considered the black sheep of the original trilogy, and while the DMC reboot is far more polarizing, most people agree that this game is one of the worst in the series. I remember enjoying the game for the most part, but I don't remember much about the game, honestly, which isn't good since there are 2 campaigns in it. I do remember the name villain that Dante is hired to kill, though. Let's take on Arius! So the plot starts out with a red-headed character named Lucia fighting in a museum for some coin. Wait, why the fuck is Mundus here? Anyway, Dante shows up and helps kill some harpy-looking demons, and then off to an island country, the setting of the game. Dante is tasked with killing Arceus and his master, later known as Argosax, a powerful demon that Sparta sealed here. And that's it. There's something about Arcania that comes up later in the story, well, in Dante's story anyway. The game won't shut up about them after like 3/4 of the way through the game. But in Lucia's missions, they're certainly more addressed. Lucia's story is actually a bit different. They have her hunting Arcania and certainly addresses them a bit more. They don't just show up out of fucking nowhere. But yeah, it turns out that these Arcania are artifacts used to seal away the demon Argosax, the same one Arius is trying to gain power from. Also, Lucia's story is a bit more fleshed out than Dante. She thinks she's a member of a tribe that helped Sparta way back when, but she's actually a creation of Arius himself. This doesn't develop well, but in the meantime, eventually Dante and Lucia gather the Arcania. Dante gives it to Arius with a fake piece. They leave the tower, get back to the tower, then Dante decides to shoot Arius a few times, then goes into hell to kill Argosax, while Lucia decides to kill Arius again, because now he's back and part demon. Yay! I'm not gonna lie though, this running around padding crap does actually happen a few times. Like, Lucia is supposed to be looking for the last Arcania, but when she randomly sees a helicopter, she decides to take a side trip to try and kill Arius. And right before she can do so, he reveals all of this information that, oh hey, you're just a puppet of mine, and then teleports her into a fight. And then after the fight, she's teleported into the middle of the temple with the Arcania? What the hell? Isn't Arius looking for these damn things? This story goes all over the place, honestly. Even Dante sees Arius' chopper in the middle of the city and decides to go to the same damn oil rig Lucia was just at. And then Arius just summons some random-ass demon and leaves. The whole oil rig level for both Lucia and Dante is damn near pointless because it does nothing for the plot whatsoever. The story sucks this time around. It's all over the place, it has no place being this long, and is honestly still a short story. Most things have no point to the plot, and the entire game feels like almost padding just to extend it out. It doesn't work. And Lucia, oh my gosh. So, Lucia, she finds out that she's a demonic creation of Arius. I hate to say it, but this kind of comes out to me as a bit melodrama. It's not horrible, but I don't think it's executed well is the problem. She finds out on the oil rig after chasing Arius' chopper there, I guess beating Dante there. And he does the big reveal, and, she's supposed to be getting the Arcania, but, had to make sure that this stuff happens, so, it isn't bad. Honestly, she thinks she's a devil on her own right, and then Dante tells her that devils never cry, and her reaction isn't horrible, but, I've seen better. Example? Trish. She's kind of a knockoff version of Trish. Sure, Trish knew she was a bad guy, but, it was just done so much better in the first game, and I hate to compare this to the first game to death, but honestly, the first game is just a better example of everything here. The acting was a little cheesy, sure, but it wasn't disjointed. I really think Lucy is a lesser version of Trish, and her dialogue seems kind of only half there. I'm not sure how to describe it. Arius is the only other character that talks a lot. He clearly is looking for demonic power to replace a specific character from Tekken, but unlike that character, Arius is annoying. Seriously, why is everyone a knockoff in this freaking game? Arius' voice is just annoying, he's bizarre, but he's taken so damn seriously, it takes me out of the game whenever he shows up. On the flip side, you have Dante, who barely says anything. He goes from goofy but kind of cool protagonist to more stoic than Batman, which isn't bad, but if you played the first game, it makes no sense for Dante. Actually, if you played any of the other games, it makes absolutely no sense with Dante. Heck, the reboot. At least he had a personality, right? I'll be playing that in a bit. Don't worry. We'll see how that goes. But for now, this game, Dante barely says like 10 words in the whole freaking game, and it's crazy. Honestly, I just feel that the whole game has bad writing. The characters literally repeat their lines almost word for word, what they say earlier. The dialogue feels disjointed. The voice acting is not the greatest. But maybe you don't need any of this to enjoy the game, right? Yeah, sure, we're here for the gameplay. Well, let's go take a look at that. Okay, so thankfully moving into the gameplay section, there's some actual good here. It is a heck of a lot easier to dodge foes, and, the double jump is unlocked from the start, which is nice, and you don't have to necessarily lose it while changing weapons. And if there's a wall there, it makes them go higher, just like the first game. Dodging, however, is kind of hit and miss, but the inclusion is great. Honestly, easily the best inclusion from first game to second game. And yeah, sometimes he's trying to be too flashy. Like if there's a wall nearby, he'll just dodge up the wall. The problem is that this can actually mess you up more if you aren't expecting it. Everything else is pretty much the same for the first game though. You kill demons, find red orbs, buy upgrades, though you can now upgrade swords and guns, but this doesn't add new moves to your arsenal. It's just damage output, which can make the combat stale, unfortunately. Lucy isn't too different. She's slightly faster than Dante and has more aerial combat moves, but that doesn't mean too much overall. Her guns are replaced with throwing knives, and they're a bit slower, but just as strong. Honestly, guns are way stronger in this game too, which seems odd. You can combo with just guns if you wanted to, if you shoot at something long enough and dodge well enough. It seems like an odd design choice, but the lack of new moves is definitely distracting. The gameplay is solid and expands on what works in the last game, other than just the pistols and guns are much stronger. Oh, that's really weird. Let me see if I can find out a reason as to... Oh no. There's a lot of aerial foes here. Oh man, some foes that can just be on the ground stay up in the air for way longer too. Oh man. Lucia, it's not bad with her because she can just jump up and hit them, but Dante only has a downward slash from the air. Oh, they replaced new combos and new attacks for stronger guns because of this, didn't they? Oh no. Okay, enemy designs are nice, but reused very often. Levels get repetitive quickly. At least they don't repeat level. No, never mind. Yep, that's the same level as before. Crap. Well, Lucia has a few different levels, but mostly repeats Dante's. Oh no, this isn't good. Boss fights. Surely, maybe they've improved on the boss fights. Okay, all right. Let's take a look here. Camera isn't too bad. We've got a gorilla and a boss from returning from the first game. Oh, cool. What is spider? Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Oh. Huh. That was a bit lackluster.
God, Phantom again? It's like I'm surrounded by giant spiders. Ugh, ugh.
Honestly, though, no fanfare for killing bosses, they just dissolve? And the designs are okay. I mean, some of these bosses do look really cool, but most of them are just... Most of these boss fights are boring. What the hell? Is this guy even fighting back? Oh no, he's actually shooting the building across the street. What are the odds that building's going to attack? Seriously, come on! Okay, fine, it did attack, and I guess this boss isn't too horrible. The final boss is okay too, but still a lot of shooting on both of them. In his first form, as all the previous bosses, I guess he was absorbing their power while they were dying, which is why he revives anyway, despite Dante switching out one of the Arcana pieces. And Griffin? He wasn't even in this game. Why is he suddenly here? What the hell? At least Phantom has some type of excuse, even though he was revived out of nowhere. But Griffin? What the hell? None of this changes in hard mode either. Shocking, I know, right? I actually played hard mode. Well, there's a specific reason I wanted to play hard mode. And, yeah, let's just show you guys right now, because, I mean, we're not doing anything here. This is boring. So, yeah, the reward of hard mode that I wanted to try out. Believe it or not, the only problem that I have with hard mode is that you have to beat Dante's and Lucia's normal mode to unlock it. That means that I played through 3 campaigns of this game. And it steadily declined the more I played it. Oh, believe me, you do not want to play this game 3 times in a row. Playing it once is iffy at best, but God, 3 times? At least the other Devil May Cry had something fun. Hard mode was different. It had different enemy placement. This? Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I started noticing the flaws a lot the more I beat the game. And unfortunately, I started noticing the flaws a lot after picking the game up after, you know, a few years, which isn't all that good to begin with either. But the nice thing is that when you do beat the game, you do get a level selector, which is nice for wanting to upgrade the characters. I mean, blue orbs are back. You know, you can go find them and get them and increase your health. Also, you unlock something called Bloody Palace mode after beating the game, which is neat for harvesting red orbs if you wanted to upgrade. I played this with Trish. Yeah, the main reason I beat hard mode with Dante was because it unlocks Trish. She's slightly different and the better version of both Dante and Lucia, but mostly plays like Dante, but better. Also, she's using Sparta, but this time around Sparta has devil triggers, so yeah, for once Sparta is actually the best weapon in the game, period. Speaking of weapons, both swords and guns are hidden this time around. Alongside blue orbs, they don't change much, they just have a few different stats. It's not like picking up one of these weapons changes Dante's fighting style. He stays the same, more or less. It's just weapons are shorter, stronger, faster, longer, you know, things like that. it's not like Alistair and Ifrit where, you know, it changes up the fighting style completely. So, yeah. The guns are kind of the same way. They're nice to have. At least, you know, the submachine guns are really, really, really weak, but, you know, at least they fire really, really fast. So, it's just small things like that, which is kind of a shame, honestly. Again, makes combat a little stale. Devil Triggers, however, do have their own upgrades. You don't necessarily need to rely on one weapon's Devil Trigger to get all the upgrades that you really want. So, that's kind of nice, I guess. You can get different elemental abilities, super speed or flight, healing or, you know, strength, which is nice. I also especially like the look of Lucia's Devil Trigger. Yeah, that's about all I got on that one. This gives the swords lesser meaning, this gives weapons lesser meaning, and this definitely gives more emphasis on Devil Trigger. But, you know, honestly though, getting hard mode, level select, Bloody Palace, and being able to unlock Trish, as well as, you know, really nice costumes, this, you know, there's some decent secrets to have here and there, and the weapons are definitely better than your everyday standard weapon, so that's nice too. It just would be nice if the swords had some more significance than just, you know, being slightly upgraded versions of Rebellion. That's all I'm saying. Alright, let's wrap this up. I think I've been ranting long enough. So I mentioned before that the first game, while good, and definitely recommended to try out, doesn't necessarily warrant a purchase for the HD collection. This game doesn't help. You're not buying the HD collection for this. Believe me. Honestly, the story, the way the characters act, this game doesn't have the same feeling as the first Devil May Cry. And let me tell you, it doesn't necessarily have the same feeling as any other Devil May Cry either. Honestly, I don't believe there's a such thing as a bad game. And I know there are people out there who truly, actually enjoy this game. But who can I seriously recommend this to? The gameplay improved and takes away at the same time. There are cool secrets, but for the good ones, you have to play the game multiple times, and honestly, good luck with that. If you want to try this game out of curiosity, that's fine. It's probably cheap to get anyway, or if you get the HD collection, this game happens to be there with the first and the third game. The first game is way better, and the third game is often considered the best in the series, though I'll get to that in a bit.
Look, I know the production was rushed. I know that it was kind of a rush job and everything like that, but I gotta review the final product here, and there's not many people I can recommend this game to. Sorry. I know there's people who genuinely enjoy the game, but there's certainly fewer and far between, that's for sure. But in the meantime, we gotta go back to Devil May Cry 3 now. It's a prequel, and considered to be the best game in the series, so this is going to be fun to look back into that. And then I can finally play Devil May Cry 4.
Alright, I know this is a day late and
Until
$1
then,
short.
we'll
Don't
catch
be
you- Ah,
scared.
God!
Why? Because I'm reviewing Devil May Cry 3 today. I know. This isn't my usual regular upload time. It's on a Friday. In my defense, I had a lot going on this week. And I'm filming this on Halloween. Yeah, that's why I'm dressed up like this. Like Joker! So, guess what we get to do? We are going to throw in as many Bat puns and Batman jokes and references and cameos as we possibly can. All throughout the video.
So, despite the lukewarm reception, Devil May Cry 2 made plenty of money. So, in Capcom's mind, that justified a sequel. Although this time around, Capcom wanted to make what worked in the first game and improve upon it. So they grabbed the director that kinda saved the second game from complete and utter crap, and decided to put him in charge day one this time around, asking him to make a better Devil May Cry game. That being said, not everything was great for the American audiences, as due to an issue while localizing, Devil May Cry 3's US release caused easy mode to be as difficult as the Japanese normal mode, and normal mode to be like the Japanese hard mode. I've heard of increasing the difficulty, but geez, they made the game harder than George Clooney's bat nipples. However, Capcom realized the issue and opted to release a special edition, with the difficulty level to be the same everywhere and added a few new bells and whistles, including a new difficulty to match up with North America's original hard mode, since difficulty spike created something completely new. But with introductions out of the way, this time we are dealing with a prequel to the first game of Devil May Cry. Virgil has not only been retconned to have been living until his teenage years, but he is also the main antagonist along with his new buddy Arkham. You know, like the Asylum. Without further stalling, let's take on Virgil! So, Dante is trying to open up a store. This entire game is literally just him trying to pick a name for his store. He just has to fight a horde of demons, sort through some family drama, stop his brother from taking over complete power. Yeah, just what you'd think. You know, you have Adam West at the start, and then you end up with Christopher Nolan. Well, it kind of mixes to be more of a step up from Tim Burton, if you will. Dante is invited to a party by Arkham, Virgil's companion in all of this. Dante's shop is destroyed, and Dante fights a large amount of demons in and outside his shop, while Virgil erects his very own Wayne's Tower right in the middle of the city, probably killing millions. Dante fights his way to the tower, and he meets Lady, a human looking to kill Arkham Origins. Turns out he is her father, and he slaughtered his own wife, Lady's mother. Probably cut a smile into her face and everything. Anyway, Dante meets his brother on the top of the tower. After realizing their father's power, Sparta, the Dark Knight, has been sealed in the tower, Virgil looks to claim it for himself because power is like Virgil's venom addiction. After Inuyasha and Shishomaru fight... What? What? Does every reference have to be Batman? Anyway, Virgil breaks the bat, defeats Dante with Dante's side of their mother's necklace. He can now open up the underworld, a plot thread from the first issue, or game. In the basement, Virgil tries to kill Arkham City, and then him, Lady, and Dante meet and have a lovely fight again, but then Jester, who is a more annoying version of the Joker himself, shows up. He has been helping Dante move forward in the game, and turns out to be a stupid alter ego of Amadeus Arkham over there. After revealing himself to be alive, the wannabe clown prince of crime uses Virgil, Lady's, and Dante's blood, as well as their necklaces, to break open the Batcave and open up Black Gate of Hell. It changes the tower. Nobody got those references. Yeah, anyway. Dante goes to stop Arkham, fights with Lady along the way, and jumps into hell as Arkham Knight gains the power of Sparta. Currently called Forced Edge. And if you guys don't know where that comes from, that's also in the first issue. And honestly, it's probably not even as good as Alistair. And if you want to know more about that, that's in my issue 20 of Sauron Takes On. Yeah! Anyway, Dante encounters Arkham Asylum one last time, and he fights him despite Arkham having the power of the legendary Dark Knight Rises. Suddenly, Virgil, coming back from the grave like Ra's al Ghul, shows up and helps Dante kill the Scarecrow hallucination-looking monster in front of them. Arkham is sent back to the human world where Lady shoots him like she's Joe Chill. Dante and Virgil fight one last time for the power of Sparta. Dante manages to defeat Virgil fair and square this time, and Virgil sacrifices himself in respect to his twin brother. Dante escapes, and Virgil is captured by Mundus. Dante then names his shop after a line Lady says, "Devil May Cry." Oh my gosh, could you imagine having a plot all that time just to figure out what a shop is named? I mean, goodness gracious, that's a lot of plot. Seriously though, there's a ton of plot here for a game that's primarily running around killing monsters and demons. Each mission showcases a little bit of the plot, so even though you're running around the large tower again, it feels like the plot is progressing at least a little bit each mission. making every mission interesting to the plot for that reason, and leaving an excellent plot versus gameplay pacing. Honestly, it's a fantastic plot for a video game. I love it, frankly. Just saying. So, obviously, Dante is the main character. He's a teenager who really seems to not care about anything but a good fight. When Arkham invites him to come fight, naturally Dante joins in, but he doesn't seem to have any focus other than he just kind of wants to fight Virgil. However, Dante learns more and more about his humanity and why his father decided to save the humans, like Bruce Wayne seeing his parents die and dealing with the trauma dressed as a bat. At the end of the game, Dante is more of a heroic type, but still as arrogant as ever, just like Nightwing. It's great to see so much growth in Dante, and honestly, he isn't even more stoic than Batman like he is in the second game. Lady is also an interesting character. She hates demons due to the death of her mother, which is probably to draw some comparison to Dante's story in the first game. Lady, whose real name is Mary, is here for revenge, plain and simple. Her father, Arkham, went Professor Pig on her mother, and now he has demonic powers, so she wants him dead. She thinks Dante's a demon, and she is kind of half right, so she ends up shooting him in the head, tells her to get out of her family business, and then fights him. After everything is done, though, she finds out Dante has a personal stake in all this too, so she kills her dad in cold blood and becomes the Batgirl of the story. Probably Cassandra Cain version. As for Arkham, he is literally the main bad guy this time around alongside Virgil. He is Lady's father, killed the mom, and now he's trying to collect the power of Sparta, using Virgil to get both him and Dante to open the doors and collect the full necklace the boys have, since that's pretty much the key to the underworld and the key to unlocking Force Edge's full power. Arkham shows everything he has for him to be a great villain. A monster beyond compare. Despite starting out human, he manipulates Virgil and Lady and uses his Joker face paint to continue Dante on his path as well. He's a great villain, but Virgil is far better. Being a darker reflection of Dante, I mean, he is literally his twin. This makes Virgil the Owlman of this game. He simply wants power, and while he is far more powerful than Dante at first, eventually Dante is able to best him in the end. Virgil also shows some worry and concern for Dante when the portal to the underworld is closing. This makes Virgil's demise more meaningful, and his eventual revival into Azrael-like armor of Nello Angelo far more impactful in the end. So this game makes the first game even better. Now that's a weird one. I never thought I'd be saying that, but this game has that power. Even the boss fights have some characterization here and there. This game is oozing with charm, dark heavy metal type settings, and Dante's over-the-top nature. Seriously, at one point in time he fights off demons with a motorcycle. Probably a precursor to the 5th game in the series. This whole thing is just fantastic. So, Devil May Cry 3 plays really well. You have multiple fighting styles for Dante to use if you wish it, all changed by which weapon you have on your person. You can have 2 close-range weapons and 2 long-range weapons, and you can switch between the 2. The weapons change actions based on the fighting style as well. For example, Swordmaster adds new sword abilities to each weapon, upping your combo meter easier, while Trickmaster allows you to dodge more freely. You can also buy upgrades with that sweet red orb currency you collect for killing each demon. Getting paid to kill demons is nice, because some of these moves are really cool too. My favorite weapon this time around is Rebellion and Beowulf, but the other weapons are really nice too. Rebellion is the standard sword, no special powers to note, but you can get some good mobility out of the thing after buying all the moves. Cerberus is a nunchuck-like weapon, which is fast, but, close range attacks, and it also has ice powers. Agni and Ruda are dual long swords that are faster than Rebellion, but are certainly slower than Cerberus, but they do kind of hit a little harder too. They also have cool fire and wind type powers, so that's nice. Neven I think that I'm pronouncing that right, is a kick-ass guitar that shoots long-distance electric attacks. While it has some decent close-range special attacks, it's definitely better at the distance. And then there is Beowulf. It is the close-range weapon like Ifrit from the first game, but without the fire abilities. However, Beowulf has cool light-based abilities. It's slightly faster, and not quite as slow as Ifrit, but just as powerful as well, and it can also be upgraded. All the weapons are awesome and can be very useful in most situations, depending on the other weapon they're paired up with. The fighting style also works well, and you can unlock some brand new ones, like one that alters time and one that can bring out your shadow. All of this is unlocked by fighting boss fights. Be like if Batman could shapeshift after beating up Clayface. All in all, Dante is a very versatile fighter in this game. He of course can also unlock guns as well, which kind of works similarly to swords. There's also a gunslinger fighting style. Ebony and Ivory are the fast guns, the shotgun is close range, Artemis is a crossbow-like laser gun which has good range and can target more than one target if upgraded. Spiral, which is a large military-like gun, it's powerful but it's really slow. And Kalina Ann, which is originally Lady's gun, is a missile launcher, the slowest in the game but easily the strongest in the game as well. Can also hit multiple targets with one shot. Too bad Batman never uses guns. They're pretty cool in this game, but not so powerful they drown out the swords. Gameplay is awesome. There's tons of options. If we assume the level design isn't absolutely, positively terrible, the only way you'd get bored is if you just decided to use one fighting style with two particular weapons and continued on with it. Like, seriously, there's so much variety in Dante's fighting style in this game alone that, like, yeah, the level design would have to be just as bland as humanly possible, because there are so many different variety and options. Although, speaking of the level design, let's go take a look at that real quick, shall we? So, the level design here is a bit similar to the first game, with less backtracking. The tower is the main hub, but since the thing changes more than the Batmobile, it looks different every now and again, changing up the entire level design. You have to climb the tower, then go through the basement, which is very different. Then you have to climb the tower again, but since the tower has a giant screw through it, like... let's see, Two-Face, because of the face of the towers. Hush? Plastic surgery? Black Mask? That might work. Wait, are we filming this? We're not supposed to be filming while I'm trying to figure out a reference. Nah, forget it. I'll edit it out later. Let's just go. Come on. Back to the review. Come on, let's go. Point being, the main level changes. And honestly, it kind of stays interesting. The enemies are kind of interesting too this time around. While most of them are different versions of this Reaper thing, they all do different things. There's actually a mini-boss version of the Reapers too. There are also other enemies this time around, like these demonic chess pieces, or these, oh man. I'm trying not to yell about it, but these are the worst spiders in the series. Holy crud. Jeez Louise, they're ugly and scary looking. You know, I had a funny skit with George, my little rubbery spider, but I've seen him misplace him, so yeah, spiders suck. They're terrifying. I wonder if he's wet. You never decided if his name is George or Bob, but he kind of disappeared on me. Oh well, I'll find him eventually, I'm sure. Let's talk about the bosses, because honestly, they're all awesome here. They don't stalk you around a level, and they are one-offs, but they talk to you, which is nice. Cerberus is just a guard dog who ate Mr. Freeze. Thank goodness he didn't eat the one that was from Batman and Robin. That fight with Agni and Ruda is both humorous and difficult, as you have two foals like Tweedledum and Tweedledee. But even the swords talk to you when you defeat the boss and gain them as a weapon. Hence why all the weapons are named after boss fights. They are the souls of the bosses themselves. Nevan is a great fight. She shoots bats at you and has red hair like Catherine Kane. It can get annoying at the end, though, of this fight. For some odd reason, I just don't know what to do here. Beowulf has a messed up eye and is a hulking, powerful demon with angel wings and light attacks like Dr. Light. You also have to fight a fire horse with time-stopping abilities and a doppelganger. And you also have to kill a giant beast from the inside with his heart as a boss fight. A really cool level between the top of the tower and the basement. Honestly, the levels are awesome and the boss fights are fantastic. The enemies are pretty good. The only bad thing so far is the aesthetics kind of look the same in some places. Small price to pay, but what about the final boss? Well, after a quick fight with Lady and a demonic chessboard, you end up in a boss rush, fighting most of the previous bosses like a Mega Man game or walking through Arkham Asylum. The only ones missing here are Lady and the chessboard themselves. Speaking of Arkham, you end up fighting him with the powers of Sparta, but he looks all gross as stated earlier. The boss fight changes your fighting style halfway through the fight, which also takes away Devil Trigger, which makes this my personal least favorite boss fight in the game. But you get to team up with Virgil, which almost makes up for it if you have spare healing items too, since I can no longer dodge. Got too used to the trickster fighting style, I suppose. Speaking of Virgil, you fight him 3 times in this game, but his fighting style changes like yours does. First fight, he uses his katana. The second fight, Beowulf. Yeah, he kills the actual demon after your boss fight with the dang thing, and then steals the weapon. Plus, he switches between Beowulf and his katana here, so watch out. Then in the final fight, he uses a mix between Force Edge and his katana in one style, making him fast and dangerous. He is truly the Slade Wilson of this game. Honestly, he is so fun to fight. It's an awesome death stroke of a final boss fight. So far, the game is hitting all of its targets like Deadshot. Are the secrets and side quests also something worth the wait, or do they disappoint like Ben Affleck? Let's go find out, shall we? So, while the original game only had a few costumes in Bloody Palace mode returning from the second game, we're playing Special Edition here. After beating the game, it gives you a few costumes, of course, like the suit from Devil May Cry 1, and harder difficulties, including very hard mode, as well as Heaven or Hell mode, where things kill you in one shot, but you can kill them in one shot too. So, yeah, actually, that's a pretty decent reward for beating some of the harder difficulties, I think. Still, there are some hidden boss fights this time around too, like the Jester. There's one fight with him you have to do, but the other 2 are hidden and optional. You also get to play as Virgil when you beat the game, as well as all the hidden guns.
Wait, you get to play as who?
Yes, the final boss is an actual unlockable character in this version of the game. He fights with all his weapons that he uses in the game, and honestly, that gives you 3 styles to pick from, as well as a new fighting style in general. Not all his special moves are there, but this is still awesome and gives him a new starting and closing cutscene. Easily one of the best rewards for beating a game, bar none. It's fantastic. It's so damn good. It's Dark Knight good, alright? But, let's wrap this up, shall we? So I feel that the story and characters are really good, especially for the PlayStation 2 era. Not that I'm incredibly familiar with PlayStation 2 games, but that's beside the point. The pacing is great, character growth is just everywhere, the gameplay is varied and awesome, the levels work well, and honestly, they're all a bit different despite sharing the same gothic castle look, which is probably the only issue I have with this game. The enemies and bosses are all fantastic. The secrets, I mean, you get to play as the final boss of the game. If it isn't obvious, I can easily recommend this game to almost anyone out there looking for something with a third-person hack and slash genre. Like God of War? Like Skyrim but don't like that open world crap? Not that you can't go back and explore in Devil May Cry 3, but there is a certain linearity of this game, and the gameplay is a bit more precise and action-heavy. Sure, there are a few areas that are annoying and haven't aged well, but they didn't hurt the overall experience of the game. Blue orbs are just as fun as to collect and find. Everything that worked in the first game works here, just better. I would almost say Devil May Cry 3 is worth the $40 price tag of the HD collection alone, since they use the special edition here too. But the game has aged, and if you have a PlayStation 2, you can find this game pretty cheap. Hell, you can find the HD collection pretty cheap on the PlayStation 3, honestly, but $40? Bundled with the first game, and kind of having a bonus of the lackluster second game, I can justify $40 for the HD collection on the PlayStation 4. Either way, I do recommend playing Devil May Cry 3 if you haven't. Just make sure to use the special edition, which is thankfully easier to find, as the original version is far harder and far less rewarding. Next time, however, I finally get to look at Devil May Cry 4. It's about time. This time I'm looking at the special edition of this game too, out for the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4. That seemed too cheesy of an ad almost. Well, anyway. Seems you can get the entire series for both modern day consoles, which makes this marathon a lot easier for me. Either way, we're going to be taking a look into this Nero character. Meanwhile, we didn't get all the Batman references we probably could. We may have missed Catwoman, Mad Hatter, and the Riddler, but I think we did plenty. Happy Halloween, even though it's like a day after that. And take care, my minions!
Well, it's November. The blade. Okay, just kidding. It's November. And November usually means Zelda month. Peanut Butter Gamer started that trend, and yeah, this has definitely seen better days, for sure. It's a little prop sword. I think we had a real sword laying on it, so it's been severely damaged, but, you know, realistically, this isn't a Zelda video. I just kind of wanted to make the reference to Zelda month. No, wearing green and talking about Baldi, you're probably expecting this. It's hard to make that sound that Baldi does, but, you know. This game is a free-to-download game, at least last I heard it was free to download. It came out at the Blood in March this year, 2018. And while there's a real game, a full-fledged game coming out that I think you can, you know, kind of pre-order, at the moment you can still download all these basics for free. So I will be addressing it as such, a free game that's kind of based off of Slender. But, you know, Baldi kind of hit the big time, honestly. Right when the game came out, it was very popularized. And, yeah, I didn't really get into it until October. That's when I started really looking into the videos and trying to figure out who this Baldi character was that kept cropping up on all my YouTube feeds. I kind of wanted to do this video for October because this is a horror game, but didn't really have the time for it.
For those of you wondering about the Devil May Cry 4 review, unfortunately, I'm a tad bit busy with the Devil May Cry anime. Oh yes, the Devil May Cry anime is actually canon to the rest of the series. So, guess what? Gotta deal with that. But in the meantime, I figure, what the hey, why not? There's a couple of individual reviews I've been dying to do. Things that, while I could maybe marathon them, I'm not going to. And things that I would love to marathon, but there's only one game in the series, so yeah. So, here we go. At least one or two small games before I get to that Devil May Cry 4 review that everyone's been waiting for, I'm sure. My whopping 20 followers at the moment. Anyway, one of the two games is Baldi's Basics. It's a small indie horror game heavily based on the indie game Slender, or the Slenderman game, which is also for free, similarly to this one. But this one's got a few more mechanics in it, so, yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it. It's not gonna be a serious review, because it is free, but, you know, just a quick look. see what everyone's fussing about. So, let's get down to it. Let's take on Baldi! So the plot is that you need to go to a school where mutant rejects chase you around. They love you. You have to go back to get 7 notebooks. Also, your teacher's homicidal. Once you've collected them, the teacher tells you to get the hell out, and when you do, the game ends. So, obviously, being more arcade-like, the plot isn't as important as the characters and gameplay. There's definitely a higher margin to gameplay here than there are the characterization or plot or other details like this. Some of the characters are 4-year-old drawings, while others are 3D sprites compressed like Donkey Kong. With that out of the way, let's get into the gameplay, shall we? So you run, walk, grab items and notebooks, and answer math questions. Running is obvious since Baldi is always chasing you, but the principal will stop you from running in the halls. You can hold on to 3 items, which is nice: a chocolate bar to give you more running energy, a soda to back up Baldi and other characters, and possibly coins to buy more soda. You can also get scissors and a cassette tape. The scissors are used for playtime, one of the many characters roaming the halls. Playtime stops you to play jump rope. Instead of pushing her down, your character is forced to play. However, scissors cuts her rope, but she will be returning soon. You can also get items taken away from you by the bully. He is more or less a roadblock. There is also a sock puppet that will attack you when you have all 7 notebooks, but normally just kind of leaves you alone. And then there is a block robot that is absolutely in love with you. You can use this robot to speed across the halls, but he can also be a roadblock as well. A sweeper sometimes blasts through the halls as well, picking up all the characters with him, including you. Better hope he doesn't have Baldi on that. Math quizzes happen before each notebook, which is simple, but getting the wrong answers will make Baldi angry. Think you can just avoid wrong answers and ease Baldi's rage? Guess again. The first quiz machine works fine, but the 6 others always have their last question glitched, leaving no correct answer, which forces Baldi to come after you quicker and quicker. You can lose Baldi in the halls, but he hears every door you may open. For the level design, there's only one real place you get to play around in. You have the school, which is pretty much bleak in color palette. It's very difficult to tell where you are, mostly due to all the hallways looking the same. The only number of doors and basic directional remembrance is your only key to actually coming out ahead in any of this. There also isn't any map or any way to find Baldi. You have to keep track of him speeding up and ahead of your location, or behind you, wherever you're going. Baldi does get more difficult to avoid the more notebooks you collect, but you'll find that even without the notebooks, the other characters are far more dangerous than Baldi is by himself. The final level, while I never actually reached it, this is a free game after all, so I didn't push too awfully hard. The final area of the game turns everything red and leaves you trying to get to the last 3 exits without Baldi getting too close to you. This is hard, this is difficult, from what I can tell anyway, and yeah, then the game ends. There is, however, a secret ending to the game. Honestly, if the secret ending is that much more difficult, there's no way in hell I'm gonna go after that. I could barely get the original ending. Hell, I couldn't get the original ending. Basically, the only way to do this is to get every question wrong, making Baldi really fast. The secret is another odd event in the game and only exists for bragging rights, really. It's one of those games where it's almost better to watch somebody else play it than actually play it yourself. So basically this is one of those games. You know, the games that are fun to play, but you have to love them to actually beat them. I didn't beat this game. I don't love this type of game. The characters are unsettling, but also slightly goofy in design, and while the game can be high stress, it isn't scary in a way. The game is difficult and hard to map in your own mind. Honestly, it's one of those super hard horror games that you only play when you have an audience, or you decide you hate yourself, or if you have a friend that you really want to troll and has never heard of the game before. Overall, if you want something to mess around with, or to mess with your friends with, or just don't have any new games from the Slender Man series, then maybe this is for you. If not, it's free anyway at the moment, so feel free to try it if you're curious on finding it online. As a bonus, however, I'm going to go over the demo of Baldi's Field Trip real quick. It's a demo created from a Kickstarter to make a fully fleshed out Baldi game. You can currently pre-order the game, but the original build and the demo are still found for free online. Anyway, besides some glitches and secrets that you can find that are somewhat humorous, there isn't much here. Basically, you are on a field trip with Baldi. You need to find sticks to keep a fire going. The bully, disguised as a tree, takes your sticks sometimes. There's also a large cloud that'll blow out the fire. If the fire dies, Baldi comes to kill you. Winning results in the demo ending, so finding weird secrets is actually more entertaining. Oh look! Baldi found me in the forest. Oh boy.
What? It's not like they're gonna find his body anyway. But, yeah, that's the whole Baldi thing that everyone's been talking about for this past year. It's not my thing, honestly. I can't recommend it personally, and I can't really recommend the demo either, but they are free, so if anything seemed kind of interesting, go for it. Like I said earlier, once you get past the unease that the characters may create with how crudely drawn they are, it's not really that scary of a game. But, so, this is where I'm going to wrap up the Baldi video today. If you liked the video, leave a like, subscribe, comment, bell notification. Helps us YouTubers out. Not that I'm all that big of a YouTuber yet, but I'm getting there. Come on. But yeah, hopefully next week, if everything goes according to plan, which it never does, but just in case, there will probably be a continuation of the Devil May Cry marathon next week with the Devil May Cry anime review.
Well,
I look forward to seeing you all there.
November, the end of Zelda month, and I'm actually finally playing a game with Link in it. Now let's play as somebody other than Link.
So, yeah. For all of those who don't actually know, Smash Bros. Started out as a platformer fighting game, but actually had weird polygon-like characters. I'm not showing them here, I know. While the well-known Sakurai was working on the game, the late Iwata was also working on the game in production. And eventually, after a while, it was decided to use Nintendo mascots because there were no original characters being made for the game at this point in time. However, Miyamoto had originally said no to the idea. Iwata didn't tell Sakurai that and told him, hey, let's make a demo with 4 Nintendo characters. And this demo got Miyamoto to change his mind, as well as Nintendo to back up the project. HAL Laboratories, the creators of Kirby, were actually making the game. But that's neither here nor there. So with all that out of the way, what is my personal history with Smash Brothers? Look, I know it's kind of cliche, but I was hooked on the first commercial. I know everyone mentions the commercial, but I can't help it. It's so good. Anyway, I got the game soon after it came out, and while I only knew part of the roster, I was hooked right away because I love Mario, Link, Donkey Kong, Fox, Kirby, and Yoshi, and they're all in this game. However, this game would also be the first introduction into the Pokemon, Metroid, F-Zero, and Earthbound series, which is nice. I only play Pokemon from that series, but, you know, I at least knew who Samus and Captain Falcon were, right? Anyway, I love the idea of Smash Brothers, and I played the crap out of this game during the N64 era. So, is this still the game I love? I suppose we're going to take a look. And yes, I'm doing this because Smash Ultimate's coming out soon. It's a pointless plug. I wanted to at least play one of the Smash Brothers games, and this just felt appropriate. Regardless, I'm celebrating by going back and defeating the big boss for this older game, so without further delay, let's take on Master Hand! Ha ha ha! So, this being the first Smash Brothers game, there aren't many modes to toy around with. Huh? Plot? No, there's really no plot in this game at all outside of your imagination. The characters are toys brought to life by Master Hand, and they defeat Master Hand and turn back into toys. That's it. Did you want me to go in depth on it? It's all speculation, really. So, no. I'm going to talk about modes instead of, an actual plot, because there isn't any. Anyway, all there is in this game is 2-player and single-player. In single-player, you have the main mode, which would later become known as Classic Mode, which is an arcade-like fighter. The characters you fight are the same order every time, but it can be pretty fun. You can also do break the targets and board the platforms here as well, but those do show up in the main Classic Mode, as well as mini-games to break up possible monotony. 2-player mode is more of the same, and it's not just 2-player mode, you can play with 4 players. Regardless, it's all fighting, but you can decide if you want to do it in a timed match or a stock match. Time match, the winner is based on how many points or kills you get within a selected amount of time. Stock matches give you a certain amount of lives and plays roughly similar to time, but you can only die a certain amount of times before losing. Well, it seems like there isn't much here, honestly, for the N64. This isn't too bad. However, compared to other modern-day fighting games, or fighting games from that era, at all, there isn't much here regardless. Honestly, I played each mode well enough in, like, a day. It isn't horrible, but it isn't great compared to any other fighting game from this series either. There's just not much to do other than multiplayer. It can be good as a party game, and, that's great. But that's about it, too. Alright, there are about 12 characters in this game. I'm going to talk about the main 8 that you start out with. The other 4 will come later. There are plenty of fighters in this game, but in most fighting games roughly the same age, there's plenty more fighters. But this is the first time you got to see Link take on Mario or Fox McCloud fight against Samus Aran. What Smash Bros. Was lacking due to time constraints, it made up for in charm. Mario felt like Mario and Donkey Kong felt like Donkey Kong. Even characters like Fox, who have never stepped foot outside a vehicle in his game, had to come up with an original moveset, but it felt like Fox regardless. The rest of the cast had plenty of games to work with, however. The only character I can think of that maybe didn't fit in with the whole Smash Brothers thing is probably Link. He's never been known for aerial combat. But, he does use his sword in a few other games in the air, particularly Zelda 2, so you got that as well. Honestly, the charming characters are brought in well enough, and in far more detail than I can probably give here, like all the movesets and their origins, but it's easy to say that things worked out. The only real issue is that all of this works for the sequels too. But I'm trying not to compare this with the sequels. This is the first game of its kind. So, let's jump into gameplay and see what everything else has to offer, shall we? So, Smash Brothers is basically a platform fighter. What that translates into is basically this. You have a stage that looked like it could be cut from a Mario game or another platforming game. Two-dimensional, of course. You have characters jumping around, and if they fall off, they lose a life, or a point, whatever you want to call it. Being able to function in the air as well as on land is important. If you sustain damage, it doesn't lower a traditional health bar, rather it means you'll fly further the next time you take a hit. Damage racks up percentages, and the higher the number, the more likely you aren't coming back to the main platform if you get hit by a strong attack. Speaking of attacks, there are regular and special attacks. Regular attacks work with the A button on the N64 and are normal punches and kicks, or in Link's case, a sword swing. Special buttons use the B button, It are things like Mario's Fireball attack or Samus's Charge Beam, which can be charged up and saved for a later attack. Each character has jump attacks which damage the standard attacks, but leave special attacks alone. Basically, special attacks in the air are going to be the same, while a regular standard attack is going to be different when in the air. I don't know if I translated that well enough, so just kind of explaining that a bit more, because I kind of jumbled that a little bit. Yeah. Anyway, from what I can tell, there isn't a way to change up configurations, which isn't too bad, as the N64 was a simple beast. However, this sucks using a modern controller like I have been, as the only controller I can use for this is currently the Wii Classic controller. It sucks. I don't know if it's the controller's fault or what, but it just really sucks. Also, when jumping, pressing up on the control stick will make you jump. I hate this crap. I move the control stick around so quickly, I accidentally jump constantly, which is kind of a drag. It can mess me up pretty easily when trying to attack from above, or attack from the ground, or, you know, attack somebody above your head, more or less. It did cause a few issues here and there, but it was nothing too major. Still, I'm not sure why this is the default setting ever in a video game. It sucks. Oh, there are also smash attacks in this game, which is something I didn't actually know as a kid. Huh. I didn't remember because I wasn't really good back then, but hitting a direction and the attack button at the same time does a more powerful smash attack. What this means is that it makes opponents fly further towards the edge of the screen. Remember, it's not just falling off the platform that can kill you, but getting hit towards the edge of the screen. If you get hit too far, past the edge of the screen, more or less, you can die from that too, and being hit straight up will do it as well. You can also press the Z button and grapple opponents, allowing you to throw them. You can also dodge and shield with the L and R buttons. Most of the staples of Smash Bros. Games are here. I didn't find the setup with the Wii U's Virtual Console to be as responsive as I remember it being, but I'm not sure if that's the classic controller being crap, or nostalgia and me being a better gamer at this point, blinding me to how clunky the game used to be. I'm not sure. Either way, there's some control issues, but it works fine overall for something that can still be a fun time. So, now that we've talked about the major gameplay aspects of the game, let's talk about how the stages stack up. They're pretty basic in this game. The Mario stage, which is one of the more complex stages, has moving platforms on the bottom level and blocks, making side deaths a little harder. Sector Z from Star Fox is just the top of the Great Fox, basically being one large platform and smaller R-wings coming down and blasting fighters. Kirby's stage is really simple and is just 3 small platforms with a bigger platform on the bottom, and Wispy Woods blows foes away from the background. It's not that difficult to deal with the blowing wind, just saying. The Pokemon stage, Saffron City, has Pokemon coming out of the middle of the stage, and the Metroid stage has lava coming up and damaging fighters from below. Congo Jungle is again simple, with a blast barrel down below, and rotating platforms. Right in the middle of the stage, just rotating there. Because you don't need physics in this game, right? Yoshi Story stage is again simple, but with 3 larger platforms up above the main ground, with a few clouds on the distant far side that dissolve pretty quickly, if you're standing on them anyway. Lastly, Hyrule Castle is a bit more of a complex stage, again with tornadoes forming in the stage. A large tower in the middle you can climb up, and a smaller tower towards the right. Honestly, I love Hyrule Castle. It's amazing. Easily the best stage in the game. Link, why do you get such good stages? Oh well. When it comes to breaking targets and boarding platforms, these are all simple and built around each character pretty well, though I had some head-scratching moments at times. And finally, there are some single-player exclusive stages and characters. First is a minigame race to the finish, which pits you in a stage avoiding hazards and polygon characters. Yeah, it sounds weirder than it actually is, I promise you. You may also end up fighting 30 fighting polygon characters, copies of playable characters, and while easy to KO, like the previous Yoshi team and Kirby team in the single player, The Polygon team are a bit more intelligent. You also have a fight with Metal Mario if you want to beat single-player run. He is heavy, much like Giant Donkey Kong beforehand, but you're taking Metal Mario on yourself, and this unique stage is not unlockable. Honestly, the only place you can play this stage is here, or while hacking the game. Lastly, you have the final fight with Master Hand. He's the final boss, of course. He has plenty of unique moves, and you KO him like a regular fighting game where he has a health bar of sorts. It's kind of weird. So, let's move on to secrets and secret characters. There's actually 4 secret characters in this game. I know, a huge amount, right? But, yeah, there's not too much here. Firstly, you can unlock Jigglypuff as a character if you beat a one-player or classic mode game. Do this and Jigglypuff appears in Saffron City. Defeat him, or her, and you can play as the balloon Pokemon. It's kind of funny thinking back on it because Jigglypuff was recently trending on Twitter due to the Detective Pikachu trailer. A lot of people are complaining because Jigglypuff has fur, but I mean, what else did you think it was going to look like? It doesn't matter, Jigglypuff's going to look terrifying regardless, but at least fur kind of makes sense. Anyway. If you beat a classic mode run in under 20 minutes with no continues, something else that's pretty easy to do, you can unlock Captain Falcon. In fact, sometimes you can unlock Captain Falcon before you actually unlock Jigglypuff. This is where F-Zero entered into my radar. You can fight Falcon on planet Zebes, Samus' stage, and like Fox, his moveset is completely original, borrowing actually heavily from Samus. Next, if you beat normal run or higher on classic mode, with only 3 lives and no continues, Ness from the Mother or Earthbound series will show up and fight you on Dreamland stage. It's one of the most difficult characters to use in the game, but pretty decent. This is also where I first learned about Earthbound and had to go look that up too. Last but not least, if you beat Target Test with the original 8 characters, you can unlock a Luigi after beating him in Peach's Castle stage. This shouldn't be shocking since you can actually fight Luigi in classic mode alongside Mario. He plays like Mario 2, so this is the first Smash Bros. Echo Fighter? Yeah. After all that, if you beat classic mode as every character and play every stage in multiplayer, you will also unlock a hidden stage, Mushroom Kingdom. It is based on the first Mario Bros. Game and has pipes you can enter as well as a few piranha plants that pop out of them, and a POW block and platforms that can cause you to fall into a void. And honestly, it's kind of funny how Piranha Plant was here the entire time and will soon be a playable character. Ridley, from Metroid, is also a background character in Planet Zebes, and King Dedede is floating around Dreamland stage. Although King Dedede would become a character a lot sooner than the other two. In fact, he was almost a character in this game, and Melee too. Alright, let's wrap this up. Unless you're good enough with Nass, Kirby, or Pikachu in competitive play, you're probably not going to pick this game back up anytime soon. The gameplay is solid and there's plenty of charm in the characters, but everything, and I mean everything, is done better in most of the sequels. I can't help it, I'm trying to pin this for the modern day gamer. If you happen to have a Wii and downloaded Super Smash Bros. Before the shop channel died, and you have literally never played a Smash Bros. Game, then by all means, try it out. Outside of that, nostalgia and sense of history is your only reason for going back to this. The only way to play this game is to play it on the N64 if you don't already have it on the Nintendo Wii. This was never made available on the Nintendo Wii U's Virtual Console, and it was on the Wii Shop, but like I said, that's dead. Also, playing it on the classic controller kind of sucks for the Wii anyway.
That's how I'm playing the game. Now, I have it for nostalgic purposes, however...
Look, guys, this was my first Smash Brothers experience, don't get me wrong, but I can't heavily recommend this game. It can be fun to go back and, take a look at what us fossils used to play for Smash Brothers purposes, but with the limited options, it pales in comparison to the other fighting games and sequels in the series. It does plenty good, don't get me wrong. The charm, the gameplay, very unique and solid for the time. But options were limiting even when this game came out. There are other fighters from this era with more options. To be fair, this game was amazing when it came out. There weren't other fighting games with this type of gameplay readily available, and with all the Nintendo characters in one place, that made this game incredibly appealing. But it was aged in 3 years when Melee hit the scene. I'll go into Melee at a different time, but for now, I'm certain it is time to head back into Devil May Cry. I'm already well on my way to recording Devil May Cry 4, and I have a few movies and anime to talk about in the meantime. It may be a slower process after I get a hold of Smash Ultimate, but hey, people can't stop smashing. Wait, that didn't sound right. Never mind. Until next time, my minions, take care. And like I said, hopefully soon I will have that Devil May Cry 4 video up and ready to go. Also, if you like the video, please leave a like. It helps me out a lot. Feel free to comment, because I would love to get a discussion going. That's the whole reason I'm making these videos. It's not for money purposes, obviously, because I don't get enough viewers for that. But yeah, feel free to comment. If you like the video and you've never seen my stuff before, feel free to subscribe too. If Devil May Cry interests you, it's coming up soon. Devil May Cry 4, I've got some videos way back when, and I'll do Smash Brothers again eventually. And, if you're already subscribed, feel free to hit that bell notification, because if you don't hit the bell notification, YouTube will probably not update you when my videos actually come out, which is usually Thursdays of each week. So, yeah, if you get all that done, take care, adios, good luck, my minions. Because in a week's time, Smash Ultimate should be pretty close to being here.
Eventually, Capcom decided to make
get on
Devil May
it.
Cry
Bye-bye.
4. And, yeah, bit of an interesting development on some of these. That's my, you start out as him. But yeah, as you can tell, I got my nice Devil May Cry 4 sword. It's really cool. Fairly heavy, not as heavy as this beast of burden back over here. But, yeah, still pretty cool. But what's my experience with Devil May Cry 4? What's the production history? There's not really much interesting production-wise. It's made by the same guys who made Devil May Cry 3, and it certainly does show that it's made by the same guys as Devil May Cry 3, so I mean, there's not really much to say. As for my personal experience with it, as I stated in the last review, this is the first time I'm playing it, and I'm playing the Special Edition, mind you, that was created for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One users to have access to Devil May Cry 4 with some new features. And, yeah, I haven't really gotten much into Devil May Cry 4. I've seen it here and there, and I've seen other people play it for sure, but I've never really did it myself until this review. However, obviously, I like Queen's Guard enough to, well, as you can see, it's quite real. But, yeah, I've got 2 Devil May Cry swords, not just one. Given these aren't mine, they're my fiance's, because she got me into Devil May Cry, but, yeah, I got both of these for her. And, you know, it'd be nice if I had some myself, like, I don't know, Alistair, or, I'd mostly just want Alistair. Yep, Alistair. Or maybe Yamato. Yamato shows up in this game. Let's talk about Yamato. That's all I got. I don't know why I'm even still recording this. It's getting pointless. Smash Brothers is out. I just want to play Smash Brothers, dang it. Come on!
Anyway, this time we're playing as Nero, and his first mission as a devil hunter is hunting down Dante. Sauron takes on Dante himself, huh? Interesting. but this game has been out for a while. Nero works for the Order of the Sword, and since Dante clearly is after them, this is probably safe to assume they're the main bad guys here. So without further stalling, let's take on the Order of the Sword! So the plot starts and Dante drops into church that worships his dad Sparta. Well, this is a weird start to the game. Apparently Dante wants to clearly one-up his dad and ends up shooting the local priest in the head. What? Nero has an issue with this since Dante looks all scary towards his girlfriend. Nero fights Dante, and after punching him repeatedly, Dante leaves and Nero gets the order to go after him. From the Order of the Sword, obviously. Nero's girlfriend, Kyrie, grabs a gift that Nero left for her that was stepped on, but wait, does that necklace look oddly familiar to anybody? Nope, not gonna think about it. I'll get to that game when I can. I need to focus right now. Anyway, Nero takes off and heads to Order of the Sword HQ after Dante, but after finding a secret lab and a researcher named Agnes, things get a little detoured. Agnes doesn't like Nero and sends demons after him, but Nero, wondering why the Order of the Sword needs demons summoning alchemists, smashes through the window. Agnes tries to have Nero killed, but Nero reveals his demonic powers. Agnes realizes the same power as Sparta, and with Nero repairing and fusing Virgil's old sword, Agnes runs off, showing his demonic form. I guess he has a demonic form too. Just demonic powers passed out to everyone. Jeez Louise. Anyway, soon Nero fights his way to HQ, battling demons along the way, brought from hell through smaller hell gates, and Kyrie's brother shows up. Turns out the Order now wants to capture Nero. They send Kyrie's brother, Credo, to fight Nero. Credo did train Nero to fight after all, but Nero wins in the end. Credo flies off in his demonic form because, yeah, of course he's got one too, and Nero gives chase. After a quick fight with Dante again, and a fight with Agnes because he captured Kyrie and he's using her to manipulate Nero, Nero himself finds the priest Sanctus to be alive, and now has demonic magic power. What the hell's up with everyone getting demonic powers? Seriously, come on. Am I going to get demonic powers? I don't think so. I hope not. Anyway, Nero ends up getting absorbed into this giant demonic statue named the Savior, and with Nero and the power of Sparta, the sword, not the actual, demon, Sanctus takes over this powerful demon. Now in control of Dante. Wait, what? Oh yeah, now Dante's playable. Great. Alright, so Dante has to go back to town where all this started, finishing off the demons that Nero accidentally left alive. Eventually, Dante destroys the small gates, kills Agnes, gains back Yamato, which... Wait, since when was Yamato opening the gates of hell and not Dante's necklace? Then Dante faces off against the Savior statue. After beating it up, it's far crazier than it may sound. Dante throws Yamato into the heart-like cocoon Nero is trapped in the beast. Nero cuts himself out, runs deeper into the statue-like creature, finds Sanctus, all demonic-like now and Diablo-like now. Nero fights the old man and saves Kyrie, which ends up dealing a fatal blow to the old man, not Kyrie. There's an odd script error there. Might want to proofread next time. Anyway, he gets Kyrie out of the statue, but Sanctus fuses with the damn thing. But turns out Sanctus isn't actually enough to get the statue's original strength back, so Nero easily destroys the thing. After all that, Nero and Kyrie celebrate while Dante sort of gets paid and goes on his next mission. So is the story any good? Sure! I don't think this is a bad story at all. Humans open the Hell Gates, gaining demonic powers. It's an interesting premise. Hell, the part where they worshipped Sparta and thought he was a feudal lord that ruled the land is kind of an interesting tale to begin with anyway. But, there's some problems here that aren't necessarily cleared up. And a lot of this goes into the characterization as well. But, yeah, a lot of these characters, their intentions aren't fully realized or fully explained either. And this kind of goes into the mystery of Nero's father, too. But the villains don't really seem all to have the same goal. Look, let me just talk about it in the characterization, because if we don't start that soon, I'm going to be here all day, huh? So, there are a ton of characters in this game, but since I brought them up, I'm going to start with the villains. As stated, each member of the Order of the Sword seems to have different reasons for being here. Kratos seems to think Sanctus will bring a utopia to the world by using Savior to wipe out the demon race. Agnes seems to want humans wiped out or ruled because they are weak and only goes to their gods when they need something. So maybe making them more religious? Kind of a weird thing. Meanwhile, Sanctus just seems to want power and relates more to Agnes than Kratos. He is evil for sure and will kill anything just to meet his goals. While their goals don't seem to match up 100% and leaves the plot a little, well, flat, their personalities are pretty good. I like the characters, but more background would be nice. Nero has a similar issue. He's more serious and angry than Dante for sure, and I get his love thing, but he shows visible frustration with his circumstances. That's great, but his background isn't complete either. He has the blood of Sparta, but the game never really shows or tells as to why. Why is this kid genetically somehow related to Sparta? A book of the game hinted that Virgil was his father, and I can see that, but there isn't anything in the game specifically telling us that. Yamato seems to be liking Nero, though, and Nero's Devil Trigger does look like Nello and Jello in a way, but that's all really what we get. While these characters are fine, their backstories are a bit lacking. You know whose backstory isn't lacking? Dante's. We know why he's here, and Gloria too. Gloria is a member of the Order of the Sword who wears no pants, and is Bayonetta a year and 10 months before the first Bayonetta game released. Turns out Gloria is just a disguised Trish. Though Trish accidentally gave these guys the power to control the Savior in the form of the Sparta sword. Anyway, her and Dante are here because Lady is paying them to be here. Lady acts like her anime counterpart in a way that she is cheap and likes others doing hard work that she can't. Anyway, Dante is even more cheesy than any other game. Seriously, not even joking on that. Someone left the nacho cheese machine running all over Dante's character sheet because, holy crap, he literally tries to outdo Agnes, who in himself is also cheesy in his own way. This scene is crazy, but outside of Dante is still over the top in every way. There are a few strong demons that Nero and Dante encounter coming out of the smaller hell gates. These guys actually talk and have personality too. Burial, who I probably butchered his name, so he's just going to be called Be Real now, is obviously a demon who thinks he's in control. From what I've read, because the game doesn't really state this, he was Mundus's second in command. Biel and Dagon just want to eat and seduce things with their antennae. Echidna is trying to get everyone to fuse their children. They're all unique in their own way, which is really good. By the way, does anyone else notice how over-sexualized some of the characters are this time around? Particularly the females? Seems a bit distracting. This, of course, excludes Kairi, Nero's girlfriend. Honestly, this character is just trash, in my personal opinion. Seriously, she may as well be a cardboard box with red hair. She barely speaks, and while I know she loves Nero before the events of this game, and as a plot element she works really well to drive Nero and his development as a character more, but her? She literally makes Princess Elise from Sonic look better just for having a personality, even if she sucks as a character too. Oh, Brain, would you stop that? I know Smash Ultimate is out, but we need to focus first. Leave it to my mind to hack the video. Let's just move on to gameplay, shall we? So the reason I wanted to move on to gameplay so fast is because it's fantastic. You start as Nero, who plays different from Dante from Devil May Cry 3. He gains abilities as you progress, but his main focus is a sword that can be charged for extra power. His single gun, that's slower than Dante's main guns, but definitely stronger as it shoots 2 bullets, and his Devil Bringer. Devil Bringer is Nero's special arm that can grapple things like items or things to leap to get to from higher places. That made no sense. Basically, it's like a grappling hook in a way. So, yeah, there you go. It's also very useful in combat by doing special grapples to move his foes closer to Nero, or sometimes Nero closer to the foe. After gaming Yamato, Nero can also do Devil Trigger as well, which is a lot like a move from Naruto, honestly. It creates an armor-like form around Nero, which means Nero can attack with Yamato and a bigger Yamato all at the same time. And he shoots swords like Virgil along with his gun. It's pretty awesome. While Nero is really fun to play in his own unique combos, you'll eventually find yourself in control of Dante. Dante plays a lot like he did from Devil May Cry 3, but also can switch his fighting style from Trickster to Swordmaster or Gunslinger on the fly. This made trying them all out and using them much easier than it did in Devil May Cry 3, which makes Dante even funner to play than in the previous game. Yeah, they improved the gameplay aspect quite a bit, which is pretty awesome. Also, Dante seems a lot stronger, even without Devil Trigger. I could wreck demons as Dante a lot more than I could as Nero, and I don't think I ever even used his Devil Trigger all that much. Dante also gains more weapons than Nero, gaining a hand-to-hand weapon like he always does, a weapon that shoots explosive needles, which is fun, and a shape-shifting gun. I normally stuck with Rebellion, but these are all pretty fun to mess with. Not that Nero didn't really get anything. He gained abilities he could absorb and alter more environmental things, like removing obstacles or smashing these top-like blades around. All in all, the gameplay has improved a good level from the previous game, making, in gameplay terms, this the best game in the series so far. From a control aspect. So, at first, this game looks gorgeous. On the special edition anyway. I've heard conflicting reports on the original game. The levels are pretty great and the boss fights are also really fun. There are plenty of fights like Kratos, Dagon, Be Real, Dracula, Giga Bowser.
Wait, what did I just say?
Be Real has houses you can jump on, though it doesn't take him long for destroying them. Beal can hide himself and fight with his female antennae and long-range ice attacks, and Echidna does like to fly around and fly close range. Kratos is a close-up fighter and possibly the best fight in the game, and Agnes is a summoner using his demonic experiments and creations to fight and attack. Sanctus isn't too impressive using long-range magic and force field to protect him, and Savior, who you fight as Dante, is a long but really fun fight since Dante is really small compared to Savior. The enemies are pretty good as well. I don't like the electric demons for being absolutely annoying and frustrating, but they aren't too bad once you know how to deal with them. There are plenty of different other types of demons, however, to keep you on your toes, and while, you know, some of these are really powerful, nothing feels too awfully cheap. There is a but, however, when it comes to level design, and I'm not talking about Gloria's quick upskirt shot that somehow the ESRB keeps missing. No, sadly, Nero has to go all the way out to HQ. Then at HQ you switch to Dante and have to go all the way back to the city where the game started. See the issue? Levels are played differently than when Nero went through them for sure, like the jungle turns into more of a maze and the mansion has ice everywhere making you go through different areas, but they are very repetitive for sure. This goes for fights. Most of the boss fights in the games are fought 3 times. Agnes, in his bug form and behind a window, could count as a 4th one. Look, I get that Capcom has a tendency to use boss rushes in final levels, but did I need to fight these bosses one last time as Nero? The only boss fight unique to themselves are Kratos' Angeliform, which is an awesome fight, and the Savior, which is another awesome fight. I don't mind the other fights, but fighting Bereal, Baal, and Dagon, who I count as one, Echidna and Angus in his Angeliform 3 times got old, as if the level structure wasn't repetitive enough. You even fight Dante twice, and Sanctus, the final boss, you end up fighting twice as well, with slightly more health and slightly few new attacks. I also feel like the true final boss was Savior, and the boss rush and Sanctus are only to pad and wrap up the story. It's a shame. Everything else is repeated in this game, but the first few times you do go through the levels, they're amazingly designed. The boss fights are fun, or funny in Dagon's case, but too much of a good thing can result in a bad game, and I think this really fits the bill here. So in the vanilla DMC4, there's only costumes and harder difficulties, which only change the power outputs and health of enemies and boss fights. Lame. There's a new reason to get higher ranks in missions with new soul orbs, which allows you to buy combos and new moves, and red orbs are back for helpful item purchasing. Blue orbs are of course back, and some are fun to find, but the secret missions to get some of these are a bit more frustrating than normal. I worked on one for an hour, and yeah, there's some secret move that makes this a breeze, but nothing in the game tells you this either. Secret missions have always been a mixed bag in previous games, with 1 or 2 being annoying and somewhat based around both skill and luck, or one move that cheeses the entire mission. But this time around, this just feels like there's a lot more RNG to it. Anyway, that is it for the vanilla game from what I can tell. However, the special edition, there's a bit more content added to spice up a few things. You don't need to unlock them like in Devil May Cry 3, but Virgil's playable in the special edition here. He plays like an upgraded version of himself from the previous games, which is awesome. This is basically what you'd expect with improved gameplay. He's got access to Beowulf and Force Edge from the previous game, and while they're all better, Force Edge is still my favorite with Stinger on it. I mean, he plays like a faster version of Dante. It's awesome. I don't know how the hell he has Beowulf and Force Edge, because chronologically this takes place before Devil May Cry. Never mind. This mode has you playing the same levels, though, and only a few new vague story points that kind of confirm Virgil could be Nero's dad. There's also another mode making Lady playable for the first time in the series to my knowledge. She plays Nero missions while Trish plays Dante's missions. Yeah, Trish is back too. Every playable character in the entire series excluding Lucia are back this time around, which is awesome. Lady is basically Dante's gunslinger fighting style on crack. She uses Kalina Ann's rockets, a shotgun for close range, and it's pretty good for taking out shields too, which is definitely pretty nice. And she also rocks a few pistols, which, is useful for faster attacks. She can use close range attacks with Kalina Ann's knife, but this is pretty slow. Strong, but slow. It is easier to hit at a distance with her, but harder to combo, so S ranks are harder to get with her for sure. However, after a while, you unlock Trish, replacing Dante. Trish can fight with close range electric powers and Sparta, the sword, as well as her twin pistols. She doesn't need to change weapons like most of the playable characters, as one button uses Sparta, another uses hand-to-hand techniques, which have really cool electric powers on them, and one uses guns. Trish is a close-range beast, able to use her sword and literally leave it spinning in the air while beating up foes with her electric powers. It is awesome and very satisfying. Honestly, this is the main thing besides some graphic updates and tweaks that sets the special edition apart from the original version, and easily makes the game a lot better because of it. So I do think that besides a few flaws in the story and character department, those run perfectly fine. I feel that gameplay, at least in the special edition, is amazing. It is a serious upgrade from Devil May Cry 3, which I already thought played amazing in its own right. The main issue, however, are the repeating level designs and boss fights. For example, I don't mind the fight with Echidna. and I don't necessarily mind fighting a tougher version of her, but the fight wasn't different enough to really stand out on its own. Then, only to fight her one more time as Nero is just a little overkill. The levels, while set up differently, are the exact same locations, and yeah, you have to travel through them slightly differently. It really isn't enough to set these missions apart from their counterparts, unfortunately, either. The secrets to find are also slightly lacking. The only real reason to beat higher difficulties is costume and bragging rights. The only reason to explore is to find red orbs to buy items, blue orbs to upgrade health, and the only reason to get better scores is to get the new soul orbs. That being said, because soul orbs get you cool new moves for each character, this does make getting, better ranks more worth it. And with the special edition, you do have access to Virgil, who is just as fun to play as ever, Lady, who is great if you like powerful guns, and Trish, who is the close-range specialist. This does put the special edition ending on a higher note, and while I haven't played the original version much, I'd still hazard a guess and say that this is probably the better version. But I am only guessing here. Plus, this version can be downloaded on the most modern consoles, excluding, of course, the Nintendo Switch, so that makes things easier for people who aren't hoarding consoles like myself.
Stop judging me.
But is it worth it by at all? For $25 you can get this on Steam, and I'd say it's worth that price. While it isn't nearly as great overall as Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition, it is still a fun time. Sure, the levels get redone, but Nero and Dante playing differently does help a little, and them playing so well helps a hell of a lot. If you got $25, I'd say try it, but like the other games, this one doesn't exactly hold your hand. It isn't too bad. I'd say it does pick up in difficulty around Mission 8. And if you happen to have an older console, I suppose, you can probably get the vanilla version for cheaper than $25, but it doesn't have all the nice bells and whistles like Virgil, Lady, and Trish being playable, so there's that. But I do actually recommend the game.
So, that's about all I could recommend for Devil May Cry 4. I mean, if you like the game, there you go. If you don't, hey, at least you listen to my opinion. So, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, do all that stuff, but, it's here, guys. You guys know me. I'm a huge Smash Brothers geek. So, unfortunately, I'm just gonna reach over and grab this controller here. It's Legend of Zelda, isn't it? Cute. Vote Legend of Zelda Marathon when that comes up. You'll know what I'm talking about later. And, better grab Smash Brothers. So, hopefully I'll have a review out of this relatively soon. And then I will finish up the DMC series, at least for now. And then I'll go on to some DMC related stuff. What that is, it's a surprise for now. But, yeah. Smash Brothers next. I gotta deal with this, guys. It's, I've been wanting this for the longest time. I'm totally hyped, so see you next time when Sauron takes on the world of light. I don't know what that was. Like a tiger growl.
I've been touted
Trying
as
to
being
be all
a
fearsome.
Nintendo diehard
nerd,
fan.
so it kind of doesn't work.
I can't really blame people for thinking that. But I'm far more than just a Nintendo gamer. However, there is one single series that I will drop everything for, including a Devil May Cry marathon, although a lot of people want Dante in Smash Brothers. It's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility. Maybe I will throw my hat in the ring and talk about that next week, but until then, we're going to Smash Brothers. And if you've been watching my channel, you probably are well aware that I've been waiting for this for a long time now. The Ultimate Smash Brothers game. Everyone's here. But,
obviously I don't have a whole lot of history with this game, so instead I'm just going to kind of showcase this really, really, oh, it's rusted, beautiful looking sword. Now, this isn't combat ready, and it didn't take much to kind of wear down a little bit, but gosh, doesn't this just look beautiful? All things considered, I've been playing Smash Brothers for a while now, and a lot of people are wondering if it's the best Smash Brothers game of all time. Well, possibly. I mean, there's a few annoying instances here and there, but let's just go on with the review, shall we?
Anyway, this game came around with the idea that, hey, everyone should be back in the game, and there you go. Don't get me wrong, this is great and all that all the characters are back, but when a new game comes out, I'm typically more excited for some of the newer characters. Sure, I'm always worried Sonic and Mega Man won't come back, and I wasn't expecting to see Cloud again for sure, but I can always continue maining as Bowser, so bring on the new. But this game doesn't have many new characters. Well, I was under the impression that a lot of older characters would be totally different, but that wasn't exactly the case either. Luckily, there are enough new characters and returns to tide me over. But was the wait worth it? Well, with the return of single-player adventure, over 70 characters counting Pokemon Trainer and Echo Fighter, and a ton of returning stages, let's dig right in. Let's take on the World of Light! Warning! Spoilers! Warning! I'm not hiding anything today! Warning!
Colors weave into a spire of flame. Distant sparks call to a past still unnamed. Bear this torch against the cold of the night. Search your soul and reawaken the undying light.
Okay, let's talk about the game modes, shall we? Plot? What do you mean a plot? Alright, fine, let's address this. Everyone dies, Kirby's still alive, he saves everyone, and you can get an ending depending on if you side with the God of Light, the God of Darkness, or destroy them both. That's it. There isn't much of a story in truth, so I'm going to focus on game modes. Fair? No? Well, too bad. Since it was brought up,
I blame you, my viewers, for bringing that one up. Just kidding. I don't have any viewers. How depressing.
World of Light is literally a game board where you go and take on spirits. Spirits are Nintendo characters and other characters that possess one of the many playable fighters and uses them to, well, fight. Remember event matches in previous games that I have yet to talk about because they showed up in Melee? It's a lot like that. For a few hundred fights. After playing through a few levels, you can fight some bosses, and you gain every spirit that you attack and, beat. Which is a better version of stickers from Brawl. I didn't talk about that either yet, but, I'll get there. I promise. I promise. They upgrade your character, which is kind of nice. But they're the only collectible this time around. There's no trophies. I guess they're not the only collectible, but they replace trophies and stickers, so that's a thing, I guess. This isn't the only way to collect spirits, though, as you can hit the spirit board and challenge random spirits. Blast through a shield after you beat the match and gain the spirit. It's kind of really addicting. You can also upgrade spirits and evolve spirits and trade spirits for currency to buy more spirits. They're never ending. In Smash mode, you just fight. You can set it up with tons of options and save certain styles of gameplay in Smash mode so you can pick what you want on the fly. Only want Pokeballs and stock matches? You can do that and pick it right from the main menu. It's pretty great. You can also do more game modes like Classic Mode and Mii Building, as well as Multi-Man Melee and All-Star Mode that are now renamed for some reason. Classic Mode is awesome, though it is different for each character. Mario fights all the classic Nintendo heroes and ends up with him taking on the Koopa Kids in a fight with Bowser, who turns into Giga Bowser at the end. and Bowser has to fight Rathalos, as well as Mario and Metal Mario. Good stuff. There's a music room in the vault. You can play this like an MP3 player in handheld mode, and that's pretty cool. You can also see videos you've unlocked and shop for more music and costumes for your Mii, as well as look at challenges you need to complete. Lastly, there's online, but I can't afford Nintendo's online service at the moment. But I hear it sucks, that's all I got. So there are tons of things to do here, obviously. Now, the biggest attraction in Smash is always going to be multiplayer, but there's plenty of single-player options for people who don't have friends. Like me! Okay, maybe I have a friend or two, but they're often really busy, so this is nice. So, Nintendo focused more on balance here than anything. I'm not going to go into too many details here. Hell, I haven't even found all the differences as of yet from the other games, but I'll talk about some of the newer characters. Ridley feels as brutal as his history with Samus. King K. Rool plays super predictably, so I wasn't even excited for him, frankly. He should have been in Smash a while ago. But I digress. K. Rool plays actually really well, so I'm, kind of happy he's finally in. The Belmonts play much like Castlevania, using many aggressive tactics to keep things away from them. Isabelle, who I thought was going to be like Luigi and play a hell of a lot like Villager, turned out to be actually a lot more unique than I thought. But, she's fun. And Incineroar is a fun Pokemon to play with. There you go. Daisy feels faster than Peach. Dark Samus seems slightly slower than regular Samus, who now feels a bit lighter. Chrom feels like a merger between Marth, Lucina, Roy, and a bit of Ike, which is awesome. And Ken is...
Honestly, I don't play as Ryu very often. Not that it's bad that he's in the game, and I'm excited that Ken's here too, but I didn't get much experience on Ken. Besides, I'm no professional Smash player anyway. Most of this is just kind of the way it feels to me, just kind of thing. What? The 5 of you watching this video are looking at me like I'm some type of horrible person who picks auto-scrolling levels in Smash Brothers just to piss off my friends. But that's not possible. I don't leave the house. I don't have friends. Just kidding, I have plenty of friends. But still, I don't play as Ryu or Ken. Moving on!
But even some of the returning characters are different. Like, Link is now from Breath of the Wild, and he has remote control bombs now. He also seems to be a bit bulkier. It could be my imagination. Young Link is back from Melee, and he feels more like Link has over the generations of Smash Brothers. It's kind of nice. Oh, and Toon Link is also back and still faster than hell. Wolf from Brawl is also back, and he feels quite a bit different as well. He seems easier for people to use, which is great unless you did, Mandism and Brawl. I hear he's slightly nerfed, but it's nice to see him back since he wasn't in Smash 4. And yeah, he may be nerfed, but he's easier to use, so there you go. At least for me, anyway. Ganondorf has a sword now, and he is Ocarina of Time Ganondorf. It's been a while since we played as him. He plays roughly the same, but he's a bit faster and his moves have longer reach thanks to his sword, so that's good, I suppose. Still want a unique Legend of Zelda moveset, though, that isn't just a version of Link or Captain Falcon. Just saying. Luigi now uses his vacuum when he's grabbing, and he has a few more unique moves, which is nice. Bowser, and I only know this because I'm a Bowser main, is slightly faster and has a down smash nerf to be a new, crappier move. It takes a lot longer than his original down smash. It kind of sucks. But, his final smash is awesome, so I'm not going to complain too awfully much. Like I said, I can't go over everyone, but honestly, this is looking to be one of the best Smash Brothers games with everyone feeling like their respective characters, but far more balanced. Definitely a plus here. Speaking of balance, the gameplay is the same Smash Brothers you've been playing with the regular tweaks and checks to gameplay. The Switch can handle more than the 3DS, so characters with twin movesets like Ice Climbers and switching characters like Pokemon Trainer are all back. The only thing you don't do that is fighting related are shooting a gun at a spirit, which works perfectly fine and is so short it is hard to hate it. Running around a map in World of Light is also something a bit different, and it's a pretty simple pick a direction style setup. You can add spirits to your characters to buff up their stats if need be. Each spirit has their own quirks, but some of them have the same abilities as others, and you can free spirits for added bonuses and currency. You can also make Miis, but there's a downgrade here from Smash 4 simply because you almost have to use the basic designs since the Mii function isn't on the Switch, but you can get more costume choices instead, so I guess that's a fair buff.
Little bit of a disclaimer here. I looked into it, and yeah, there's a small little side thing that actually allows you to create your own Mii. So you don't actually have to use the examples listed. They literally just imported Mii Maker into Smash Bros. Ultimate for this feature alone. So there's that, I guess. So, yep. I'm an idiot.
And yeah, the rest is just basic combat with more refined, with everyone being balanced like I mentioned earlier. Pretty simple stuff. Also, Final Smash is returned, but this time they can be charged up. Or, the same old Smash Ball, depending on how you want it. Most of the Final Smashes are made to be quicker this time around, and some of them have been nerfed, while some have been improved. So, yeah, most of the stages are returning stages. In some cases, I could see how this could be looked as a bad thing, but in other cases, this could be considered really good. Most newcomers haven't played the older stages, and longtime fans probably haven't seen these stages since they played their respective games. I find this to be a good thing, but having some new isn't bad either. The only new stages are a tower of some type from Splatoon, New Donk City, which is a climb up of the Capitol building and from Super Mario Odyssey, Dracula's Castle from Castlevania, which, monsters show up in the background to say hi, and a battle on a tower from Breath of the Wild. None of these stages are bad, but none of them are particularly exciting either. The returning stages are nice though. Not everything is back, but the ones that are look really great with the HD expansion. And the ones from Smash 4 on the Wii U are all still pretty fun. The ones I'm really liking though are the 3DS exclusive stages returning, as I didn't get to spend much time on the 3DS version of Smash Bros. As for levels in the World of Light, you have the typical overworld, which has many references to gaming, and the overworld leads to many different dungeon-like areas which feature even more references. Not all of these are mandatory, but the ones that are, like Bowser's Castle and Castlevania, are fun with many secrets and references to their games. Also, there's a few unique boss fights. Giga Bowser and Gallium returns from Melee and Brawl respectively, but everything else is new. Rathalos from Monster Hunter is a boss fight this time around, as well as Marx from the Kirby series. Dracula in his monster form from Castlevania, and even Ganon from Ocarina of Time are all boss fights this time around, and it's kind of fantastic. The fights with Galeem and Darkhon are pretty well made as well. You have to fight them separate, and if you want the best ending, you'll eventually have to face them off together as well. It's a great final challenge, honestly. The only issue I have with World of Light and the Spirit Board is the setups to each fight. They play like event challenges from the last couple of games, but they're kinda watered down too. Outside the epic boss fights, the normal fights can get a tad bit repetitious. Shame, really. But with that being the only downside, wandering the Lost Woods to find the Triforce, or the final level in which you get to fight the forces of light and darkness, World of Light is a little repetitive, but really addicting as well. Is that a little weird? It's probably a little weird. Let's move on, shall we? So, you boot up the game for the first time, you go into multiplayer, and you find out that, there's only 8 characters here. What happened to the other guys? What happened? Yeah, you only start with the 8 original fighters from the N64 Smash Brothers. You can play matches to unlock the other ones fairly quickly, or you can unlock them in World of Light. If you're playing World of Light, you will need to find all of these characters to use them in the mode anyway, as you only start out with Kirby in this mode. Now, unlocking characters in World of Light is sometimes very fun. In Bowser's Castle, you can face Giga Bowser and unlock Bowser just like that. But you can also find a secret location and find Princess Peach in the Bowser Castle dungeon as well. You can find a small dungeon of sorts that replicates Street Fighter II, facing spirits from Street Fighter franchise, until taking on M. Bison and then unlocking Ryu. You can find a dungeon replicating the first Donkey Kong level, Jungle Japes, and unlock Diddy Kong from that. Chrom is hidden in the Lost Woods alongside young Link, and Ganondorf is fought right before the Ganon boss fight. Oh, and you can also play as Master Hand. Yeah, that's a thing. Look at me go through the stage. I'm pretty cheap with this. There are so many nods and secrets that some of these secrets you get just as great spirits. And honestly, it's pretty cool. There's plenty of unlockable songs and Mii costumes as well, which is always a nice touch. There's a ton to do in this game. All good stuff here. It's simple, but it's effective. Honestly, this game didn't really do a whole lot of wrong overall. It's a new game, but there's enough nostalgia and enough new to kind of keep everyone a little happy for the most part. Secrets are fun and characters are great. There's plenty of modes to do, whether you're single player or multiplayer, and the game plays the refined formula you'd expect from the game that's trying to replace Melee. The only real issue is World of Light and Spirit battles can get a bit repetitious. That's all I could really find for now anyway. That and the online, which I haven't played yet, and I still kind of hear it sucks. Oops. Seriously though, what do you expect from a game that's trying to replace Melee? I mean, I could have maybe had more new stages, but at that point in time I'm just kind of nitpicking. Only time will tell if it will replace Melee though, and I'll get into that rabbit hole when I actually review Melee at a later date. But honestly, this game is fantastic. Good way for Nintendo to really end off a slow year. If you're a Smash Brothers fan, then you should probably already have this game by now. If you have a Switch, you should really have this game. If you like pina coladas, you probably need this game in your life. It isn't perfect, no. But honestly, this is probably the best Smash Brothers since Melee, and may even be the best one altogether. This may be the one to beat. It's hard to say. Tons of balanced single-player content, a huge roster, every stage that can be Battlefield or Final Destination formation if you really don't want too much excitement. And hell, you can turn off stage hazards, so you can just get the basic platform setups anyway. No game is perfect, but this game does exactly what it sets out to do. But yeah, this is it for this video and my battle against the World of Light. If you like the video, feel free to thumbs up, hit the bell, subscribe, all that jazz.
This game contains.
I have a Devil May Cry marathon to get back to, so we'll see you guys next time.
Don't know how much of this will show up in my review, but just in case this is your mature content, warning. Alright guys, we're finally getting into it. The original DMC reboot. I've heard this game is absolute garbage. I've heard it sucked. It looks terrible. Dante doesn't look right. I guess he acts like, you know, a horrible character. I haven't really heard much about the gameplay or anything like that, but I'm assuming this sucks, so let's get right into it. Let's just dive right in, take care of it. We'll deal with it. That's not quite what I was expecting. Did people just play this game, or did they just judge it before they even got a hold of it? It's the latter, isn't it? Yep. People played this game before ever actually playing it. They judged it before playing the game. Why? Okay, all jokes aside, I have been eagerly waiting for this game.
I kind of missed out on a lot of the hype and the backlash because I wasn't the biggest Devil May Cry fan back in the day. But, you know, now that it's come out and all of that jazz, and now that I've played through the first 3 games twice and the 4th game at least once, I think I have a clear understanding of what happened here. I know it's kind of silly to just, you know, bury the game, shovel it in the ditch with just looks alone, right? So what happened? Well, in the first few promo pieces that we got for the game, Dante was smoking. And smoking is bad. But, see, what people don't realize is that the developers listened to the negative backlash of him taking a puff of a cigarette and changed it. He doesn't smoke at all in this game. Nope, not once. So, let's put that behind us and start in with this review, shall we?
So, this game is a first for the series, as it is a grittier, realistic reboot of the franchise. Still over the top, but somewhat grounded too. It's a weird mix, if I'm honest. Capcom isn't exactly the only developer this time around, as Ninja Theory has their hands in this game as well. Not to be confused with Team Ninja, Ninja Theory isn't really known for much, so that may contribute to the negativity the game garnished as well. So is DMC the reboot worth a look? Like all the other games in the Devil May Cry series, this game is playable on modern consoles, so I'll be tackling the PS4 Definitive Edition. And Mundus is the main villain this time around. Again. So without further stalling and chatting, let's take on Mundus! Round 2. So, the plot of this game is pretty basic. Mundus has practically taken over the world. A small rebellion led by Virgil is trying to stop the total demonic takeover. Meanwhile, Dante is outed as the son of Sparta and is hunted down by Mundus because Dante is part angel, part demon, also known as a Nephilim. We join Dante after a rousing drinking and festive night with 2 club girls. Dante is just waking up with a hangover, and Kat, a witch working for Virgil, finds him. Dante is dragged into limbo, and we have our plot. Dante ends up learning about his past and his father and joins the rebellion.
Anyone get the feeling that LucasArts is suing somebody for this?
Anyway, the plot turns into Dante dealing with something for a few missions, or as I like to call it, a subplot, and then a boss fight moving on. The first one is Soda Pop. Yeah, demons are using soda and advertising it as a fresh energy drink, and in reality it is poison and makes you fat, all coming out of a succubus's butt. You know, she actually looks like a demonic slug.
Anyone get the feeling that Matt Groening is suing somebody for this?
After that, you end up in demon prison and kill the demonic news anchor / warden. Then you find out Lilith, Mundus' girl that he's having off-camera fully clothed sex with, is pregnant. Hey, I wouldn't want to see her naked either, honestly. Anyway, after saving Virgil from police and demons alike, Kat is arrested, so Dante kidnaps Lilith and her slightly unborn, but still is a boss fight, baby. And they have a little trade. Crap happens, Mundus' girl and baby is killed, Kat is saved, and all hell breaks loose. Thanks to Kat, however, in a move that was foreshadowed earlier in the game, Kat was able to learn the layout of Mundus' tower by way of out-of-body experience. After a huge battle to climb the tower, Dante and Virgil fight Mundus and kills him. In a move that shocks no one, it turns out Virgil views humanity as more of pets and less important. He wants to rule them, but with respect. Quotation marks. Plenty. Dante stabs him and ends the game. Other than Mundus having a kid, nothing in this game is really all that shocking. All the twists are obvious, and nothing stands out as bad, but nothing stands out as really good either. It's serviceable, and that's about all there is to it. Now, when it comes to the character writing, this game gets a bit better. First, let's talk about the main villain first, as they're probably the blemish here. Mundus is pretty run-of-the-mill. He wants power because humans can't take care of themselves. He is taking over because he is better, and in reality, Virgil isn't much different in that regard, but I'll get back to him later. Honestly, the only villain that really stands out in dialogue is Barbas, the demon news reporter. He still has a vulgar mouth on him, but he does it in a way that makes him feel more unique compared to the others. Dante, Virgil, and Cat, however, are all pretty good. Dante grows as a character, and this is not only shown in dialogue, but the fact that his hair is turning whiter by the end of the game. Virgil may also be predictable villain, but at least he doesn't look like Wilson Fisk turned into Flint Marko.
Anyone get the feeling that Marvel is suing someone for this?
Virgil's interactions with Dante do help his character out, and him being a villain doesn't necessarily come out of left field either. Cat, on the other hand, is central to Dante's growth and his reasoning for defending humans like he does at the end of the story. She's tortured before the game and even during the game while off camera. She's even betrayed by Virgil and still defends him to, basically not have him killed in the end. Probably my favorite female character in the series. She doesn't let anything keep her down, honestly, and as a witch, she helps a ton of the game. All in all, while the villains don't stand out too much other than Barbas, the three main heroes do indeed leave their mark, making Virgil's betrayal tougher to swallow, even if the narrative was predictable with it coming up. So, the gameplay takes a few points from Devil May Cry 4, and leaves some other points behind. This creates a unique hybrid of the series. Dante possesses 4 types of weapons: guns, angelic weapons, demonic weapons, and rebellion. Rebellion is your everyday weapon, and once again, probably my favorite. Hellstinger's back, and that's great. It is fast, strong, but not as fast as angel weapons or as strong as demonic weapons. Do you see the way this is going to be working out yet? For demonic weapons, you get an axe, which is slow but really strong, and some fists that are weaker but faster. Though the axe is hard to combo with, since it sends most things flying away, I end up preferring the fists, which you get later on in the game. The angelic weapons are a scythe and a set of throwing stars. The scythe is fast and does some great range, however the throwing stars, also gained later in the game, have really good range, and so, yeah, I use them for a large amount of the game as well. They also are really good in gathering a bunch of foes into one place. To activate weapons of a certain type, you hold the right trigger for demonic attacks and the left trigger for angelic attacks, allowing you to combo with 3 different weapons at a time. And you can even change weapons on the fly as well with directional pads. If you want to change from the axe to the fists, for example. When in demonic mode or angelic mode, your guns are replaced with grappling hooks. It brings everything closer to you, and the angel grappling hook brings you closer to whatever you grab. There are also 3 different types of guns you can get. One is a type of flare gun that tags foes and blows up on your command. There's one that's basically a shotgun, and of course, Ebony and Ivory return, the fast dual-wielding pistols. You can also change those through the directional pad as well, which is very nice. The gameplay is quick and pretty easy to get used to, even if you're chaining combos, but it can also be a bit more traditional, I suppose. It's easy to fight and get used to the gameplay, and it is good, but it can also be a little bit difficult to master if you're not ready for it. Honestly, this is actually really fun, and it is nice that you can customize and change the style on a whim, but you can also have basic platforming as well, which works fine. Normally in the series, platforming is a bad word, but exploration in this game is pretty fun actually. Not just from a gameplay aspect, but a level design one as well. So each level is very unique in design. This is the first, as most of the levels may reuse a theme, but typically don't repeat compared to other Devil May Cry games. As normally most other Devil May Cry games have some type of level repeating so they can reuse assets. They change them enough. Although this was done so much in 4 it became an issue, that's beside the point. Here, every level looks fantastic and can be distinguished from other levels in the game, which makes each mission containing one full level. The streets, the final tower, hell, even the demonic Mountain Dew factory look great and unique.
Anyone get the feeling that Pepsi is suing someone for this?
So yeah, the levels look great and are really fun to explore, and some of the missions are incredibly unique, but still really fun. You You have to communicate with the regular world in one of them and mess with stuff in the limbo to save a car in the human world in a big, huge, climactic car chase. That one's a really fun one. The bosses are mostly pretty good too. They're built to be more standard compared to the rest of the series, hitting weak points and doing some platforming instead of just taking on the boss and hoping for the best. The large succubus-like slug is a decent example. Mundus' spawn after a really unique dance club level is also a great example as well. And Barbos was just a crazy boss fight. Oh my gosh, that one was fun, works really well. The disappointment is, once again, Mundus. The Mundus boss fight is the kind of thing that we've seen before. It's just, you know, a bunch of stuff put together to form some type of body, and then you beat up his fists, hence the Sandman joke earlier. Seriously, this fight isn't all that great. The enemies can get a little bit bland as well. Some of their designs are just updated versions of earlier enemies, and I know that's in a lot of video games, but it kind of wears thin. However, there are some unique enemies, and they do provide a really decent challenge. And the enemy abilities, even if the designs remain really similar, do change with each enemy. So that's really nice. When enemies do have unique designs, however, be prepared for some hell. Rage beasts and witches, especially witches, are really challenging and really difficult to deal with. While some other unique enemies like harpies aren't too awfully bad. While Mundus was a letdown for sure, Virgil's final fight does kind of make up for it. Not nearly as good as the fight with him in number 3, but it's still fun when he spits out a shadow clone and attacks you with the shadow attacking right behind you. It's a really kind of cool boss fight, and it's definitely more traditional to DMC than other fights in this game. With all this praise, it kind of blocks out the crappy fight with Mundus, and honestly, probably has my favorite levels in DMC of all time so far. So, that's always nice, right? Moving into the secrets and side quest category, Bloody Palace is back for some red orb collecting, and blue orbs are kind of back as well, but they're replaced with crosses this time. And each level has its own set of collectibles. Okay, collectibles work like this. There are keys, doors, and souls hidden in most of the levels. If you collect them all, you get a huge multiplier to your score for those looking to get high ranks. You don't have to relocate them to get this multiplier if you replay the level, which is really nice. Souls are just something you can find lying around because levels are fun to move around and explore, so finding crap is fun. Souls are screaming, making them noticeable if you're paying attention. The issue is, other than a few red orbs, I can't seem to find any real use for collecting them outside of achievement hunting and ranks at the end of levels. Keys, however, are a different matter. You should locate keys if given the chance, as you need them to unlock doors. Now, if you find a key in one mission and take it with you to another mission, you can unlock a door in another mission, which is also a really nice touch. They are very useful. The doors lead to secret missions to get, you know, obviously pieces of the health cross or devil trigger crosses when you unlock devil trigger later down in the game. Boosting health is always a nice reward, and while I didn't find the boss fights all that challenging to previous games, there are some levels that brought the hellfires, one of which was quite literal. Anyway, while secrets don't get you too much, they do boost rank, which helps you get white orbs. Yeah, here's the main reason to be getting all the secrets as you can, as white orbs unlock Dante's skills, which is really useful, and since the gameplay is pretty fun, this is also rewarding in that aspect as well. Plus, more health is nothing to scoff at either. Besides, with level design this good, most of these are really fun to find, and some more difficult ones were relocated or fixed in the definitive edition, so that happens to be what I'm playing, and that is also a nice touch for me. Alright, bonus. Let's wrap this up, shall we? While the story and some of the character and charm is lacking in the writing of the game, there are some characters worth something for those story lovers out there. And if you just need gameplay in your life, this game should satisfy. While not the best gameplay or the most complicated combos, this game still has a variety of fighting styles that you can effortlessly switch between and is slightly more approachable to newcomers of the series while not totally alienating older fans. The level design is possibly the best in the series on looks as well as gameplay design, and the secrets you can find help build Dante up as a fighter, which is great. It helps expand the already good gameplay and updates your health all at once. To me, it is amazing how negatively this game is looked upon because it's actually a pretty decent game. Sure, I still love Devil May Cry 1 and 3 more, but honestly I'm proud to have finally played this game. It isn't perfect, but I recommend checking it out as it's probably pretty cheap right now, even the definitive version on the newer consoles.
Anyone get the feeling that Capcom is suing me over this? I doubt it, because I actually like one of their most hated games. And honestly, why don't more people like this game? Seriously, it's not that bad of a game. Hating it just because of the way Dante looks and never even picking it up because of that is just kind of dumb, isn't it? Just a little bit? No? Alright.
I will say the game crashed on me once on the first boss fight, so 0 out of 10. There you go. Sucky game. Just terror. I'm just kidding. It only did that once, which is way more than some other games in the series, I'll give it that. But I didn't find the problem later on replaying the same level. It only had another issue at the end of a level that just didn't load correctly in the DLC. Yeah, so next week, if nothing goes wrong, I'll actually be discussing that DLC, Virgil's Downfall, as it does add a bit of character growth, story points, new levels, and even some new gameplay, so it shouldn't be too long of a video though, and I can finally put the DMC series to rest until Devil May Cry comes out in a few months. Until then, ladies and gents, take care. If you liked the video, feel free to hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and follow up DLC video next week. And, hit the bell for live notifications.
A review channel that goes over DLC sometimes. How original.
Bye-bye. Okay, so yeah, not the most original channel ever, but I'm trying. Back to this, though, we are talking about DLC from Devil May Cry. I don't do separate videos for all DLC, so this must be a meaty one, right? Well, sort of. There are plot elements, character developments, new levels, gameplay, and secrets, so yeah, it seems like a lot, but it is only DLC. I simply want to talk about the vanilla game without being distracted on where or when to talk about DLC elements. So I just kind of threw them in a separate video since, this DLC is really only 6 missions long. There is plenty to talk about here, even if it is the shorter video. So today we'll be going over Virgil's Downfall DLC of Devil May Cry, finally ending this marathon. Is the DLC worth $9? Or should you wait off until the definitive edition is dirt cheap? Obviously you should get the definitive edition if you haven't played the game yet, since that's the version that's on the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4, and I did recommend checking out the vanilla game, Dante's looks aside. So let's hope Virgil going through his transition from anti-villain to straight villain is a worthwhile gameplay experience as well. Let's take on Virgil! Round 2! Actually, I fought him about, 7 times now? So this is about round... never mind. Let's just start this up, shall we? So the story starts off and Virgil dies. Okay, yeah, he does die, but this is about Virgil's trip to hell. I think. Yeah, he died from Dante stabbing him in the chest, and now that his heart is damaged, he needs to repair it by killing weird versions of his friends and family, and ends up in a fight with his Hollow. Anyone get the feeling that Square Enix is suing someone for this? Literally, Virgil claims to not have a heart and fights something that looks pretty much like a powered-up nobody version of himself. That means Rebellion is a Keyblade. It's canon, folks. There you go. Here's the Organization 13 right there. Oh boy. Anyway, after Virgil repairs his heart, he absorbs his inner darkness and becomes the new leader of Organization 13. He learns more of a demonic side of himself and ends up becoming the king of the demons after coming back to life, mysteriously. Huh. Or was the hellscape just Virgil's internal struggle while he was healing? The world may never know. This was supposed to spawn a sequel, but with the way things are looking, we may never actually get that. Whether that's a good or bad thing is up to you, but yeah, this kind of explains how Virgil becomes the king of the demons. Something a character named Phineas from the vanilla game alluded to. I didn't mention Phineas, honestly, is because he was mostly there to be a guide for Dante to gain Devil Trigger. But yeah, there were plenty of other things hinting to Virgil's betrayal, but that was definitely one of them. Anyway, is this small bit of plot any good? Yes and no. Unfortunately, it's difficult to even understand what the hell happened here. Did Virgil die and come back to life? Can everyone come back to life? We don't know. Virgil basically chopped up his metaphorical heart and healed his literal heart, all while becoming very super evil. It's kind of weird. Speaking of metaphorical heart, Virgil in this is literally developing as more of an evil character. Naturally, he only has 6 missions to go from, but yeah, he's basically going from the guy who got his ass kicked at the end of Dante's story to Virgil from Devil May Cry 3. And if you think I'm joking, no, that is literally his final form. Looks like he was trying to go Super Saiyan since his hair is now spiked. Anyway, this DLC does well fleshing out Virgil as he was and what he is becoming. The how is a little bit of a mess, but his growth does make sense. Virgil feels betrayed, but he kind of understands that he also betrayed the ones he cared about. He clearly had some type of feelings for Cat that clashed with his views on humans, since Cat calls Dante a real man in a very awkward exchange that Virgil has with his hallucination. Anyway, Virgil is dying and kind of going crazy. He more or less abandons and kills all lingering feelings for Cat, Dante, and even gleefully shows his mother everything he has done. He even kills himself, which is weird even if it is just like Kingdom Hearts. Still, in a way, it all kind of makes sense to himself, to his character growth. It just happens really, really fast. That's probably the weakest point. Everything happens super quick. Just like this video! I'll keep the gameplay section quick here, because while Virgil does feel different from Dante, he plays roughly in the same way at the same time feeling different. It's kind of confusing, I know. But needless to say, he plays like Virgil would if Virgil from Devil May Cry 3 and 4 were placed into this particular game series, this game set, I should say. Which is actually kind of interesting to think about, because they actually took some of the designs of this Virgil and put it to Virgil from Devil May Cry 4, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. First, Virgil is pretty simple, but eventually he will be using his angel and demonic form to combo everything in his wake. He summons swords instead of using guns, and depending on which mode you're in, they can work like Dante's grappling hooks, but still deal damage. Both modes, and with Virgil's sword, also works like Dante's forms, with Angel being fast and, having really fast attacks, while the demonic side being stronger but slower. However, unlike Dante, Virgil doesn't switch weapons. He's just a katana fighter, but it kind of changes katana styles. Virgil is unique and very different because he also doesn't have Devil Trigger. He has something akin to Devil Trigger, where he does basically super moves like summoning a shadow or summoning swords to defend him, but not quite the same thing. He's still really fun to play, and that's great. He's fantastic. I love playing as him. However, for the 6 levels... Look, this DLC likes reusing assets like you wouldn't believe. It's like, hey, we know we had a really good thing going with all of these, new video game levels for Devil May Cry. We're going to reuse them for the DLC too. That's okay, right? Right? So the 6 levels reused a few assets in most of the levels, which I think there's maybe about 1 level that has completely unique assets, and the background I mean, it looks same for all 6. You're in hell. It's going to happen. There's a few new enemies, too. You have a giant raven humanoid-like enemy that you need to shoot with summoned swords first before being able to hurt them. You end up having to deal with witches in this manner, too, though, so... yeah, it's kind of weird. Witches have barriers, and they're broken by angel attacks, or in this case, summoned swords. There's also a mini-boss-like creature around. That's about all I saw when it comes to new enemies. You only find the thing twice, so there's that. Look, you only get to play with Virgil in 6 missions. Only 6 levels. Yes, you have a new character, but that only takes you so far. Unless playing as this version of Virgil is just your biggest dream imaginable, that's all you're getting. You liking this DLC hinges on these 6 levels, which is why this is so problematic for me personally. Honestly, several of these levels are incredibly forgettable, particularly the second mission. These missions aren't exactly long, and since they're reusing assets from the vanilla game, it doesn't work as well as I would like. Reuse assets isn't too bad, but outside of some interesting set placements, most of these missions aren't all that interesting. In one, you're chasing Dante, which is cool, and there's, some interesting set pieces here and there. And there's one where you're finding Virgil's mom, which has the unique assets that I was talking about earlier. And that's about it. Hell, the first level literally repeats with the last level. The first and last level are the exact same, other than demon layouts. That's it. That's literally it. That's ridiculous. Obviously, the last level has stronger demons. That's about your only difference. This, in my opinion, makes this DLC really lacking. Especially with how good the level design was in the vanilla game. I mean, come on. I get that it's reused assets, and I get that you're just trying to make a quick buck, but you could have done better than this, at the very least. Now, given it could be argued that at basics, all the other levels are just gauntlets of enemies too, but at least they're interesting reasons to the look of the levels. You're there for purpose. This DLC only has 2 that really have any type of purpose with it, and I enjoyed them. That's great. That's all I got. The vanilla game also has better platforming, and while the DLC does have platforming, it's unimpressive in comparison. There's a boss fight besides the mini-boss-like monster as well, but it's basically a slightly altered version of the Virgil boss fight where you fight Virgil as, well, Virgil. It isn't bad, but without the Shadow Hollow Virgil, or Virgil's Nobody, is pretty easy to face off with, even if he does have a new super move or 2. Hell, I ended up getting the highest rank on that mission on my first, and so far, only run. So the gameplay is great, but the level design is kind of run-of-the-mill and horridly lacking. But what about secrets? Well, there are no secret missions, another bummer, and no keys, but souls are back, and they're pretty easy to locate, but they're still kind of fun. And this time you just find pieces of the health cross to boost your health bar. Unlocking more moves with Virgil is cool like it is with Dante. That's about it. I like some of the hidden locations. They have some appeal, but it's just kind of hinging on how well the levels actually work. I mean, there's some fun locations. Some of these are actually hard to notice and hard to come by, and that's great, especially on the better 2 levels. But, yeah, there's only so much fun to be had with levels that you need to play repetitively. And if you don't like them, which I didn't care much for them, this gets old quick. I mean, Bloody Palace is back. That's great. But that's not really adding much to the content, unfortunately. I can literally play the same, the actual 6 missions and get the same experience. Over and over and over combat. That's it. Without much of a difference, let's wrap this up, shall we? So, Virgil's abilities are really fun to play with. Summoning his doppelganger or swords is an awesome replacement to Devil Trigger, a move that I honestly really didn't use much, as great as the vanilla game is. Virgil's character growth is also very interesting, even though it's just like a plot from Kingdom Hearts. And that's it. That's what you're paying $9 for. I don't care for the levels in this. Mission 1 and Mission 6 are the exact same location. One is a repeat boss fight, but slightly easier from the vanilla game, and only 2 levels I actually remember. The plot is slightly messy, and the secrets are roughly similar to what you see in the main game. However, $9 isn't that much for DLC. So is it worth it? In my honest opinion, not really. If you are a super fan of Virgil or just love the gameplay so much that the idea of a new character is something that appeals to you, I can't recommend this. Virgil is fun to play, but you only get to use him in 6 of the most boring missions and Bloody Palace mode. Kind of a letdown, really. I'd rather pay $9 to make him playable in the main storyline instead, like most other Devil May Cry games allow. Imagine Virgil killing Barbas or fighting Mundus' spawn, but instead we get this DLC pack, which in bringing 2 new enemies and a few extra levels, also lessens the amount you can do with Virgil. And the added narrative doesn't bring enough either, outside or, even revolving around Virgil's growth into a new Demon King. If you don't have the game, get the best edition on the PS4 or Xbox One. That way, you can just get the DLC for no added cost, as well as the DLC costumes too, for free. If you have the game but haven't picked up the DLC yet, don't worry, you're not missing much. But that's just my opinion. If you like the video, please feel free to like, subscribe, hit the bell for, more updates on my content, and tune in for the next video, which the next main game review should be No More Heroes related, as a new game in the series just came out, and I'd love to discuss that series with you lot. Until then,
Warning.
I'll be doing anime and movie
Tons
things.
of violence,
and maybe,
adult themes are in this game,
chat
and will
once in a
possibly
while.
be talked about in this review.
Take care, my
I'd steer clear if you're not a fan. This is your warning. Also, if you're kind of young, maybe skip this one as well. Alright, on with the show! So, No More Heroes is a bit of a more well-known name now. But when I was into the Nintendo Wii, only a weird article from Nintendo Power had possibly clued me into what I was getting myself into here. But honestly, back then, it didn't interest me. It wasn't until later on, when the gaming side of YouTube, top 10s and countdowns and the like, eventually tipped me off to what kind of game No More Heroes actually was. By this time, the second game was out, so I had plenty of material to go over for a while. But of course, I got the first game first, and played a few times on easy before finally tackling normal. Back then, I was still unconfident about my gaming abilities, and this was a new type of game for me. Yeah, No More Heroes is one of my first dives into the hack and slash genre, alongside Dante's Inferno. Funny thinking back on it, but how did this project come to be? Well, Suda Goichi, or Suda51, what a pun, started this as a follow-up game to his Killer 7 game on the GameCube. I recently acquired it, but I have yet to play it due to time constraints. Anyway, I guess things happened. The development went from the Xbox 360 to the Nintendo Wii, and from what I hear in the past, No More Heroes started out as a fighting game and had a hell of a development period, but eventually it did come out. So, is the game any good after all that? So many people talk highly of this game, but can I recommend this after this video? Hunting down the best assassins and becoming #1 for a paycheck? Sounds like my type of gig. The final boss seems to be a guy named Mr. Sir Henry, so let's fight! Let's take on Henry Cooldown! So Travis is literally doing all of this just to get laid. He starts out killing a guy in a cutscene because he got drunk and a hot chick told him to. Now he's trapped in a contract to kill the top 10 assassins in a contest. He kills number 10, Death Metal, and asks Sylvia, the girl from the bar, to sleep with him after he obtains the #1 title. After several assassinations and many more slaughtered in Travis's path, Sylvia and him share a kiss. Things are kind of odd though, as a new competitor shows up stealing a kill from Travis. Later on, after their kiss, Sylvia goes missing, only for her cleanup crew to show up, making things less glamorous for Travis. He eventually calls the organization hosting all of these death fights among assassins, and finds Sylvia's mother instead. Sylvia isn't a host. She's a con artist. Regardless, after some words of wisdom from Sylvia's mommy, Travis decides to finish what he started. He finds the number one killer, and after some weird revelations, Travis remembers the night in the bar when he met Sylvia. Turns out Travis wasn't in this to get laid. Mostly. He was also looking for revenge from Jean, his half-sister, and the killer of Travis's family. She also killed the number one killer, so she's definitely a threat. How did she kill him? Don't ask. Anyway, after Travis kills his newly found sibling, he goes and rests. In the bathroom, he is bothered by a guy looking to be number one as well. If you end the game here, that's it. But if you continue on, this guy is killed by the new competitor I mentioned earlier, Henry Cooldown. Now, I put him in the title because he is a handsome foil who just so happens to be Travis's twin brother, as well as Sylvia's husband. He's a real assassin and probably Sylvia's link to all the other assassins that Travis has killed. The two brothers fight to the death, with the end of the game reflecting two evenly matched opponents. Actually, this kind of reminds me of... you know what? Never mind. Now, just take that, throw in a ton of Star Wars, anime, and symbolism, and you have yourselves the story of No More Heroes. Trust me, there's more than just a nerd getting a kiss by killing hundreds of people. The symbolism is off the charts here, but most people aren't going to really look too deeply into all this. Without that, is the story still worth looking into? Well, yes. People who like plots in video games rejoice. I think this one's a winner. It isn't the best plot out there, and it isn't the deepest plot ever, but it's filled with humor and insanity, which is a perfect reflection on what type of game you're getting yourself into here. Before I charge into the gameplay section of my videos, let's dissect the characters here. Not as literally as Travis does, I assure you, but let's look into them objectively. Travis Touchdown, the big man himself, is actually based on Johnny Knoxville from Jackass. He is also an otaku, or an anime nerd, and a wrestling nerd, to put it bluntly. I may know a few wrestling nerds myself. Anyway, Travis is the type of character to jump into things without thinking. This is why there is an intro to each fighter that shows what the fighter will do in the boss fight. It shows what to do in a gameplay form while also showcasing that Travis is an absolute dumbass because he keeps getting hit by all these moves. Sylvia is Russian. She isn't a terrible character, I swear, but if you were to tell me that, hey, there's this Russian blonde female character, I would probably think of something just like her. I don't know, I don't like her as much as Travis does. She seems like a stereotype. Now, Holly Summers, that's a waifu I can get down with.
Why does this keep happening to all my gaming waifus? Monica, what's the meaning of this?
Regardless, there is a bit of Sylvia I kind of respect. She does seem to actually care about Travis by the end of the game. The other characters are personalities from one-off boss fights or weird shopkeepers. It isn't a bad thing. They all have their charm and personality, making them the very memorable characters, actually. Honestly, Dr. P singing before shooting you in a baseball field, the previously mentioned Holly Summers blowing off her own head as she sympathizes with Travis, and Shinobu, the teenage samurai who watches too many movies. All these characters are off the wall, but they make an impression. They aren't just killers, they all have their own views and lives. Jean is another boatload of information as she is the killer of Travis's parents. But you don't hate her by the end of the game. She has her reasons for doing so, and none of them are PG-13 friendly. Also, Travis named his cat after her. Just a side note, for more charm, I suppose. Henry is also an interesting character, but honestly I'm not sure why he is even here other than to be the cool final boss fight. He's often compared to Virgil from Devil May Cry. And it is hinted in the second game that he is the real number one assassin. Since Henry is a cool stereotype, what makes him interesting is his dynamic with his cheating wife Sylvia and Travis himself. Regardless, there isn't too many characters that aren't memorable, but talking about all of them here may be too long. Needless to say, the game is oozing off the walls with charm and personality. And that's not even counting all the nice little details, like when you're walking up to a fight and Sylvia calls you, and you have to pick up the Wii remote and put it to your face like a cell phone. I just love crap like this, you know? But characterization and charm isn't the only thing that builds a game. It helps, but it's not the only thing, huh? So, while the characters are amazing, probably the main reason people want a No More Heroes fighting game, hint hint, does the gameplay match up? Well, yes and no. See, the gameplay works with combos. You fight with high or low attacks depending on the Wiimote's position. Yeah, motion controls, but not as intrusive as you may think. You mostly mash the A button, and where Travis attacks is based on where you're pointing. This works to mess with a foe who is guarding. Changing positions helps with this, I think. Really, most opponents will fall pretty quickly to other moves too, like grapples and wrestling moves. You can block or dodge attacks with ease. You can also summon your bike by pressing 1 on the overworld and have Bishop, the guy who runs the video store, what a great guy, bring it to you. This makes traveling much faster, and you may want to learn the Nitro boost with it, as, you know, eventually you'll actually use this bike on certain levels. Back to killing people though, when you face an opponent and kill them, a motion control QuickTime event shows up for a finishing blow. If you have better swords, you can wipe out several enemies at once with these. When you use a killing strike like this, it plays a lottery machine at the bottom of the screen, giving you a chance for a super move. This often happens as you already cleared the room of the enemies naturally. So that's it. You learn things pretty quickly, but it really isn't all that complex if I'm honest. But simple isn't always bad. How good is this? Well, it is slightly stiff with the motion controls, but it can flow pretty decently. It isn't a bad setup for a game, but it does largely depend on the level design. So the level design is what makes or breaks the game, and honestly, it is the ultimate factor if you're even going to like the game to begin with. The reason I say this is because the game is built around boss fights. Everything else is almost an afterthought. That isn't to say the levels are bad. The high school, the long hallway chasing a mysterious figure, hell, Speedbuster, they're all perfectly fine as long as you don't mind cutting down small armies that get in your way. The first level is pretty slow, but the rest are fine. Killing enemies gets you money, and money gets you better swords after certain boss fights. These katanas allow you to kill larger hordes of enemies, and it spices up the combat a bit, assuming you like seeing blood and money. Getting money, it all sounds pretty easy, right? Well, unfortunately, there's a drawback. First off, yes, doing main missions gets you cash, but normally this actually isn't enough money. The worst part is you have to have money not only to buy new shirts and expensive as hell upgrades to your arsenal, but you need money to enter story missions. You want to fight the next ranked assassin? You need to pony up and pay for that ticket to Destroy Man. You want to go see a Chris Angel knockoff and kill him while he performs? Who do you think pays for the association that hosts all of this crap? It's a scam, remember? No, you get to pay for that. You need to make it as a killer to earn big bucks, but the Assassins Association won't let you kill for coin unless someone vouches for you. That means you actually have to take side quests to get the rewards. I'll talk about the side questing later, but this setup is the worst thing about this game. These missions need a ton of cash to continue on. And if you want better swords and upgrades, which are even more expensive, this means you have to grind side quests. This is, like I said, the worst part of the game. The boss fights, however, are fantastic. Figured I'd end on a positive note here. So while the levels are interesting, the boss fights are easily where the game shines. The only issue, and yeah, there is an issue, is some of the boss fights have an instant kill move. This can kind of suck first time around. They're beginner traps, more or less. But if you know what they look like, they are terribly hard to dodge. Either, except for maybe bad girls. Yeah. You just have to hit her if you see her crying and she drops her bat. If you avoid her while she's still holding her bat, you live. See? Simple. Honestly, I don't get hit by these often with my experience at this game, but they aren't hard to see coming either. Still, boss fights are easily the best thing to talk about here. The levels may be a step down, but they are entertaining enough, and with everything that happens, like mines and bus rides of death, it's getting from main mission to main mission, and the process it takes is just such a low point. Maybe the side missions are really good? Yeah. Survey says nope. Honestly, the way side jobs work is that you get a regular mundane job first. Sauron takes on coconut gathering. Sauron takes on the lawn. Sauron takes on scorpions. Wait, that one sounds like I'm trying to fight a band. They are silly, stupid, and honestly, they aren't terrible minigames, but they aren't super fun either. They only get you a small sum of money too, but doing one gets you access to the assassin side jobs. Alright. The assassin side jobs are basic kill people, like a CEO of a crappy pizza company, and the rest are actually really generic people to kill. Odd the CEO one is specific. His kids come back in some side missions too. Oh well, that's one unimportant family dead. Anyway, these aren't terrible, but some will gain you a decent chunk of change. You will have to grind these eventually to get everything, and grind even more just to finish the game. You can buy videos at the video store, which, luckily, Travis's cool bro friend Bishop is the clerk because the video store keeps calling for their other wrestling videos back. But these videos upgrade your suplexes, which is nice. Man, Bishop is such a great guy. You can also buy physical upgrades that help health and attack power. If you have upgraded sword, this will make your attack power even better. You can upgrade your light fixture lightsaber twice. One makes your sword a club, which is slower but strong as hell. The other makes this an actual katana, which is really good range, and pretty much every killing blow kills as many enemies in front of you as you could possibly see. If you're playing the PlayStation 3 version of the game, and yes, it exists, there are a few added bonuses like a very sweet mode which changes some female outfits, and a few added side missions and boss fights from the second game. The graphics look nice too.
The thing is that this Konami, the Wii version was published by Ubisoft. Anyway, the thing is that this game doesn't run as smoothly as the Wii version. Yeah, there's added content, and yeah, it looks cool, but there's screen tearing, slowdowns. Honestly, I just opted for the Wii version over this. It's not bad if you need a controller, but yeah. Besides, most of the extra stuff you get in this is basically not YouTube-friendly costumes for the female characters and stuff that's in the second game, so I'll just talk about some of that stuff then.
All in all, you can pick your favorite version, but I prefer the Wii version myself. There is plenty to do in the original game, even a few things to do in empty overworld. This place is huge for no particular reason, but you can find t-shirts and dumpsters, or buy them like a regular boring person, and you can find balls! Balls allow you some specific moves if you gather enough of them. Yay! Honestly though, the side crap you have to do to beat the game isn't really fun to grind, and you will probably have to grind if you want the best stuff. Like a beam katana, you don't have to wiggle your Wiimote like an idiot in the middle of a boss fight just to charge. Because yes, you can also buy upgrades that allow you better battery packs, and some that literally just have infinite battery packs. Also, if you beat normal mode, you get a chance to face Henry Cooldown, the best boss fight in the game. There are easily hit and miss issues here, honestly. Everything helps you grow stronger, but getting that point isn't the most fun part of the game. So, yeah, at least there's some decent minigames to, boost your stats in the gym. Yeah, that's about all I got here. Let's wrap this up, shall we? Jesus, the review is getting as long as Peony. Whoops, wrong game. Anyway, No More Heroes is an oddball game. The writing is fantastic, the gameplay is simplistic and fun, But the way you get from mission to mission is easily the worst part of the game. You have to play the weird side jobs and grind some of them, and the ones worth grinding are honestly killing ones, which is the same thing you normally do in the game anyway. Still, outside of that, the levels are decently fun, and the boss fights are mostly fantastic overall. That's where the game shines, as well as the writing. Is it worth it? In my opinion, yes. Mostly because the game is pretty cheap, honestly, and the writing and boss fights are so good it kind of makes up for it. Given not all these boss fights are winners, but for the most part, yeah, they're all pretty decent. It doesn't help that it takes a few loading screens to retry these side missions. Oh, God. The game is slow and tedious because of this, but when it does well, it does great. I recommend checking the game out for sure. As for the HD version for the PlayStation 3, if you really need a controller, then by all means. It adds some cool things, but doesn't run as smoothly as it should, so it adds and subtracts.
Either way, I think people should really try No More Heroes eventually. You may not absolutely love it, there is a decent chance for that, but overall, it is a pretty good game. But next time you see me in a game review, I should be talking about No More Heroes 2. Often considered to be the better game of the two No More Heroes games, which is a good sign, considering I already thought this game was pretty decent, barring one or two larger flaws. So if you enjoyed this video, please feel free to hit the subscribe button as well as the bell icon down below for live updates on my content. And until next time, take care, my minions.
Remember here. Look, I know I was supposed to get this done in February, but fine. Alright, let's do this really quick. Don't judge me. I like the Wii U. Big one. Alright. Since I got Devil May Cry to get back to, let's do this quick and dirty. Just the way Travis likes it. But first, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a warning. Violent content and sexual content, warning. This game has it all. Believe me, it earns that M rating. But, yeah, so if you guys are offended with any of that, please click away from the video. I'm promise by this time next year I'll probably doing very more age-appropriate content, but for now it's a bit devious. So with that out of the way, guys, let's get into it. My history with No More Heroes 2 really starts out almost directly after the first game, and yeah, I played the crap out of the second game just as much as I did the first game, but yeah, there's a little bit of a problem. See, I ended up liking the first game more. I know, it's almost blasphemous, especially with all the problems that the first game has. I'm not sure what it is, but it probably has something to do with that ending. Anyway, yeah, unfortunately, I actually am a fan of the first game more than I am a fan of the second game, which is probably why it took me so long to get back into it and actually beat the second game. So I apologize for that, but for now, let's get on with it. Honestly, this is the weird part about the development cycle of No More Heroes. It never was meant to have a sequel. The ending was supposed to be just ambiguous as all hell, and yeah, it wasn't actually meant to have a second game, and it probably would have had a third game way sooner if the game actually sold well. No More Heroes 2 didn't sell very well compared to the first game, so there's that. But yeah, is the sequel living up to the first game's glory? Well, not in sales, but honestly, most people who have played both games will cite that this one is their favorite. So there's got to be something here, right? I mean, it's not necessarily my favorite, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm the major opinion on that. I am definitely in the minority there. So, without further ado,
let's jump right into it. Let's take on Jasper Bat Jr. Wait, the name of the villain is what?
No more heroes, it's hero the hero.
So the game starts out on the same rooftop that the last game started out in, where Travis was fighting in a cutscene. I think he was fighting Helter Skelter? And now he's fighting Skelter Helter. But hey, it's a boss fight this time, so totally better, right? Anyway, Travis kills the guy, ends up as the 51st ranked assassin, and Sylvia's like, hey, you should totally get back up the ranks again, because we're legit now, and I'm not sure how the hell this became legit, but hey, there you go. And Travis is like, please. And Sylvia's like, hey, but, you know, you got me, and I'll you know, be there the whole time. And he's like, I had a taste. And she's like, a taste? Yeah, we kissed, dude. You didn't get the whole package. She kisses his beam katana. It lights up awkwardly, and off we go. But not before the suddenly headless but still somehow talking Skelter Helter gives a few ominous words, and the next cutscene we see, they killed Bishop! Oh man, he's like one of my favorite characters from the first game. Okay, yeah, I hinted about this in the first review. Unfortunately, yeah, Bishop dies in this game, and I don't think anybody was actually really all that connected to him. I tried to hype it up, but yeah. Anyway, Travis has delivered his head, and now Travis has more of a reason than just getting laid to kill the #1 spot. And that would be that the #1 guy killed Bishop, or at least hired some goons to do so. The guy basically runs the city too, so yeah, Travis is actually doing some good by killing this little shit, believe me. But first, he's got to go through all the ranks. Well, on his way there, he pretty much learns that the whole reason he's in this mess is because he wanted revenge. And unfortunately, when you're looking for vengeance, you kind of piss people off in the process. You can't kill without having people die. And unfortunately, Travis lost somebody that was close to him. And unfortunately, there's a possibility that he could lose other people too that's close to him. He doesn't, but there's a possibility there. And I think that's kind of the main whole focus of the story. It's more of a character-driven story this time around. Not that we don't get some updates from the fact that Sylvia stopped Henry and Travis from killing each other from the first game. The fact that Henry was captured at one point in time. And Shinobu basically becoming a full-fledged assassin. She's no longer 16, she's now 18 and rocking some lingerie? Huh. Look, the story isn't the main focus this time around. It's a bit darker, to be honest. Like, the last time it was just kind of this fun little thing and you found out about the revenge scheme towards the end of it. This time, the revenge part is kind of on the front of Travis's mind, and getting laid is an afterthought. Although it does actually happen this time around, which I find to be kind of interesting. But, yeah, the weird on and off again love story between Sylvia and Travis does kind of meet ahead. That wasn't supposed to be a dirty joke, but now that I say it out loud, it kind of sounds like a dirty joke. Anyway, nonetheless, it does come to a point. And yeah, the revenge scheme kind of comes to a point too. Travis honestly is sick of killing because killers are just treated like they're not humans. And unfortunately, these games affect the lives of many people. Not just the killers, but the people close to the killers. And that causes problems with them. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those stories. Not too awfully deep, it's pretty simple, but it's anything but lighthearted. However, a story like this depends heavily on the characterization of the main character, so does that succeed in any capacity? Well, Shockingly, yes, Travis's characterization is really, really good. Surprising. But yeah, he grows as a character and he begins to realize that these people that he's killing aren't just regular everyday enemies in a video game. They mean something, and they end up meaning something to him. The problem is that the story is also reliant on the characters Travis meets along the way. And unfortunately, not all of them are winners. Some characters have weird quirks, and their basic only reason for existing is to fight Travis Touchdown. That's it. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely some really good characters like Margaret Moonlight and Alice Twilight. Or Captain Vladimir, for example. Those are really good characters. But for every one of these characters, there's a Matt Helm who, yeah, he's got some tragic background, or there's also, what's his name, Charlie? I can't remember. He rides the Death Parade, and honestly the most interesting thing about his character is that he fights with his cheerleaders by creating a giant mech. How is he not number one yet? Seriously. And even the main villain is just terrible. There's nothing satisfying about the main villain whatsoever. And yeah, I get it. I believe there was an interview that said that the main villain was created specifically because the whole point of the game was revenge isn't supposed to be satisfying. It's not supposed to be this gratifying thing, like, well, you killed my best friend, but now I killed you and I'm so happy about it. No, it's supposed to be miserable and, torment people. The problem is this is a video game and it's not supposed to redirect reality. It's supposed to be a whole different version of reality, like it's an escapism kind of thing. So what happened is that the character, Jasper Bat Jr., is basically the whole reason for this whole game is because of some side missions from the first game. Remember how I mentioned that there was the side mission where you remember the Pizza Corporation family that you killed in the first game? You killed the CEO and his 2 kids. Turns out he had a 3rd kid, and since Travis left before the 3rd kid could come to town, he ended up inheriting the business and taking over the entire city, and wanted revenge on Travis because his whole family was murdered. The problem is he's still a kid. His design is stupid. His whole moniker is stupid. He's got a pizza tattooed to his face, which is ridiculous. And he fights in a car, a superhero suit, and then a giant float balloon. Not only is the fight terrible, the character's terrible. He doesn't stand out at all. He doesn't have any motivational background or anything like that. He's just some whiny kid who lost his parent and his 2 brothers to corporate greed, and then he decides to be the greediest one of them all. And then dies for it. That's it. That's the only characterization you're getting from this guy. And that's bad. That's so bad. The other characters are fine. You get some decent characterization from Shinobu. Henry's in this. You get some funny dialogue from him here and there. And that's it. Really, not many of the boss fights are all that memorable, and if they are, it's because they have such a weird quirk to them. It's not because of their background or their personality or anything like that. Their personality isn't good, it's just weird. And I'm not saying that's all the bosses. There's some really good boss fights here. Margaret Moonlight is a fascinating character, Captain Vladimir, and Alice Twilight. I mentioned those 3 because those are the 3 that I remember specifically for having really good characterization. It's exhausting, unfortunately. There's a lot of good, but there's a lot of bad here, and I think that's part of the reason why I personally prefer the first one. Yeah, those characters are a bit more grounded than these ones in this game, but I liked most of them to some degree at least. So, yeah, but not everyone is out for a good story or good writing or anything like that. So, let's take a look at what makes a video game an actual, interactive piece of media, hence the term interactive. and look at the gameplay, shall we? The nice thing about the gameplay section this time around is that there's really not much new here. They took the gameplay from the first game and made it run smooth as butter. Yeah, this game actually plays better than the first one, and I thought the first one played fine, so that's at least really cool. And there's a few new features too. The dark side modes return, but there's a few different ones, including my favorite, which turns Travis into a tiger and has everyone crap themselves and run away screaming in terror. Whew, love that one. There's also this kind of super burst mode that I completely forgot was in the game until after I dealt with the final boss and all of his bull crap. Oh, that would have been so useful. But yeah, there's a little tiger towards the bottom of the screen, and when he's all raring to go and ready to attack, you can actually just, utilize it for a burst of invincibility. And better attack power and all that stuff. You can also find a pornographic magazine to also boost the tiger. It's Travis's chakra, so to speak. Yeah. Anyway, there's also a few things with some of the new swords. You get the original sword that Travis had. I can't remember what the heck it's called, but yeah, his original beam katana is definitely back, as well as Tsubaki Mark III. I suppose it'd be Bloodberry. I think it's called Bloodberry. I can't remember the names. I'm horrible at this. But yeah, Tsubaki Mark III definitely makes a comeback, and it's not as good as it was, but it's definitely faster than, say, Peony, which is a new blade that you can buy, and it basically gets longer as the tiger gets more excited. Oh boy, this is awkward. It's physically the strongest one in the game, but it's also the slowest sword in the game too, so it's not really good against anything that shoots. And there's plenty of that, but I'll get into that in a bit. Last but certainly not least, you have, I believe it's called Rose Nasty? Yeah. It's actually a dual-bladed beam katana where you basically get two blades. Like an old samurai, you basically get to hack anything to pieces. It's one of the fastest blades in the game, and it's pretty dang potent too. It's considered to be the best weapon overall in the game. Although different situations definitely calls for different blades, but for the most part you could probably use the dual-bladed beam katana for most situations. There's a few that Peony are better suited for. There's a little bit more here because I almost forgot to mention this actually, but there's two missions where Shinobu Jacobs is actually playable, and you might think, hey, it's totally cool that we have a new playable character. Yeah, this comes with a load of problems. Honestly, the level design with her is not really built for her specifically anyway. Her boss fights are mediocre at best, and she does not play well. She taunts after every combo, and it leaves her so wide open, it's ridiculous. And I'm on normal difficulty. You can imagine what the harder difficulties are like when enemies are more aggressive. You're probably going to get hit every freaking time you taunt. You can stall it by jumping or, stalling so she doesn't necessarily finish the combo with the next move, but it's still an absolute pain in the ass. And Henry is playable for one boss fight. Henry is awesome. He flies around the stage like a dang anime character, and the boss fight is, it's okay. But, yeah. These two playable characters are interesting. Like I said, Shinobu, they're both mandatory, but Shinobu is easily the worst one. Henry's fun, but you only get to see him in one boss fight, so that kind of sucks. Thankfully, a lot of this is based on the level design and how the bosses work and how the levels work, so let's go check that out, shall we? So, the levels this time around. You remember me talking about the original No More Heroes where they had all sorts of crazy level gimmicks, like one you fought in a bus, one you fought in a subway. Sometimes you fought in like a studio with all sorts of crazy enemies. One time you fought a beach where there's mines that you got to worry about. There's none of that here. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I don't think the levels are all that great. There's a couple of times that you fight in like a hotel or a mall or something like that. And I'm not saying that the levels are bad, but they're definitely more traditional. For the most part, all you're doing is hacking through baddies. That's it. And there's definitely more variety with the baddies. Like, you know, there's some hand-to-hand combats. There's big, huge guys with beam katanas that are definitely harder to take down. There's guys with pistols. There's guys with Uzis. And whoever decided that that was a good idea can, you know, get shot in the leg. I hate them. I hate long-range combatants in this game because they will drag the entirety of any level that you might be enjoying to a screeching halt. And unless you're well aware that they're there in the background, they're probably going to be a pain. Oh, and yeah, you can take them on first, but you basically have to stop what you're doing if they come around a corner or spawn in while you're already tackling somebody. And then they shoot you. They're fun. Not really. They're terrible. But yeah, there's definitely a variety of mooks this time around, and that's probably mostly a good thing. Not counting the gunners, of course. But the levels, for the most part, they just don't do anything with it. There's just different formations of mook in different settings, and that's basically it. It's kind of boring, if I'm to be honest. Considering you already don't build much with your gameplay, it's basically the same, you know, combo set that you're working with, just with different weapons. And the same exact mooks. And again, there's more variety, but you see most of these varieties within like the 3rd or 4th level. There's guys with chainsaws, there's guys with axes, and they are damage sponges, but they're everywhere. And the game only decides that, hey, you don't need different mooks, you don't need different situations to fight these guys in. You just need more of them thrown at you. Yeah! Alright! No, that's not how this works, guys. Come on. The biggest issue with the last game is that since you had to grind out money just to get to these levels, the grinding got repetitive. Here, the levels are just repetitive, and that's what baffles me the most. Like, you had such cool levels the last time, and yeah, they weren't like the funnest thing. The main reason was to go after the bosses anyway, but at least the levels were somewhat entertaining, they were somewhat varied, they were somewhat unique. It doesn't really happen here, and I know what you're thinking. Well, Sauron, what about the boss fights? Are they really good? Are they awesome? And yes and no. Unfortunately, again, just like with the characterization, for every good one, there's probably a bad one sitting in the way. Some definite good ones would be, again, the Death Parade mech fight, because what the hell? I had a friend actually compare this mech that Travis is using to the one that Dexter's family uses in Dexter's laboratory. Like, holy crud. That's how silly this is. It's stupid, but it's awesome all at the same time. And then you have fights with, you know, Alice Twilight. Holy crud, she's basically General Grievous, and a worthy opponent to be a final boss fight. The actual final boss fight is trash, however. I'll get to him in a second, but let's go back to some of the other ones. Captain Vladimir, that's definitely a unique boss fight, because he's shooting lasers and psychic rocks at you. So that fight's really fun. Margaret Moonlight is really fun to fight. She has dual sights. She's a master just like you are at her weapon trade. Dual sights with rifles on them. Just such a cool design. But then you have characters like Matt Helms. It's just basically a big guy with a torch. And he also happens to be undead. That's his quirk. the fight's not great. His personality is not great. The first boss, who I can't remember the name to whatsoever, he's a rapper. He's black, but he also has a really thick Irish accent. He also uses crappy booby traps, and, you know, when you're actually fighting him, it's fun, but the booby traps make things quite a bit more annoying than they ever needed to be. You have this girl, who I don't remember her personality other than she was locked up, and, yeah, it didn't take me long to dice her with peony. Not gonna lie, she's really weak to peony. I'm not sure if she's tougher with different weapons, but I sliced through her pretty quickly. So, yeah, you also have the final boss fight. I can go through some more good ones. This Battle Royale with Dr. Let's Shake, you actually get to fight him, and you actually get to fight Skelter Helter, unlike his brother. And those were decent boss fights, to say the least. There's also a secret boss fight, but I'll talk about that later. But, yeah, let's get on to the bad boss fight here. This final boss fight is one of the worst ever. Okay? Look, I hate this boss fight. This is worse than Joker on Titan formula for me, okay? This is terrible. And it doesn't help that the first form is really super easy. It's ridiculously easy. It really is. It's almost a laugh how easy this is. It's stupid. The second form is ridiculously tough. Holy crap! What the hell? Yeah, I get it. He's on like steroids and all sorts of other medications, but geez Louise. He can also one-shot you if he hits you at the wrong angle. Yeah, if he hits you at a certain angle, you just fly through the window and die. Doesn't matter how good your health is looking, you die. He also has a hurricane punch that's near impossible to dodge, and he has a tendency to teleport and smack you around, which is also nearly impossible to dodge. Real fun. And don't get me started on the balloon fight. Honestly, I had to look up a strategy for this thing. It's terrible. He's got like this weird breath attack that you can't dodge. You can't really do anything with it, and it also lowers your beam katana. So now you're dodging his attacks again while trying to charge up your beam katana, and if he just spams the breath attack, you die. However, I looked up strategies, and while nobody could tell me a decent way to actually avoid or dodge or do anything with it, I found out most people just run up to him and spam the attack button as much as they possibly can and as quickly as they can. And surprisingly, that works. Yeah, just spamming the attack button as fast as you can right up next to him is the best method. You don't even have to dodge. Like, dodging is a waste of time because half the time he doesn't even hit you. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. But at least it finally killed him. And the death animation isn't even satisfying. This is terrible. Let's get on with the secrets, shall we? Because I think you guys know my opinions on the level design. So there's actually not many secrets. At one point in time, if you go back to the hotel after you kill the death parade machine, you get a phone call that says somebody wants to challenge you. They're lower in the ranks and they want to raise up. They're also a graduate at an assassin academy? How legit did this all get? Jeez Louise. But, yeah, you get to go and tango with them, and I hate to say it, but it's kind of a fun boss fight. She basically does a Darth Maul with her katana and fights you like that, and you wrestle her to the ground. Booyah! But outside of that, there's really not many secrets per se. You can get clothes and customize your outfit like you could in the last game, and you can go and kill the, 5-6 guys who actually killed Bishop? You can find out who they are and basically go take them down. They're all gangsters anyway. So you kill them and you get the ability to wear no jacket. Or no shirt at all, I think. It says no shirt. I didn't really try it out. But, yeah, you have that. And all the side quests, the side jobs to make money, they're all side quests. You don't have to do any of these. Which is a shame because they're stupidly fun. What the hell? The last time they were mediocre at best side jobs. This time they're actually really fun, and you don't actually have to do any of these. But it's nice that there's a fun way to do training and clothes shopping. Yeah, training costs money too, and these minigames also suck. 2 of which are near impossible at some point in time, and that's strength training, naturally. That probably helped me out in the final boss fight, but I can't even do these anyway. The stamina training is just a treadmill. The strength training, you have to punch these weights and dodge kisses from this Freddie Mercury knockoff. And, yeah, honestly, it's not as fun as it probably should be, considering the side jobs to make the money, like bug catching and meteor whatever and puzzle solving. These are actually really fun. So, what the heck happened here? Also, in levels, there's some exploration value, which is kind of nice. Makes the levels slightly better than what I was, talking about earlier. Because you can go and find treasure. Now, treasure boxes have either money in them, supplies like health or, energy for your beam katana, or they have random knickknacks for your house. Yes, you can deck out your hotel. Now, the problem is it's not customizable, so when you find something, it just goes up. Some of them are little replicas of weapons that the bosses used, and some of them are just random decorations. You can actually get a straight-up model of the Death Parade and the Gastonberry, the mech that Travis rides around in during that boss fight, both of which can be hanging up in your house. Now, isn't that fun? You can also go to your house and play small minigames with Gene or Bullet Hell based on the anime that Travis likes to watch. The one with the weird Lolita girls. Anyway, so that's it. There's not much to do here, but what is here is pretty fun stuff, actually. I kind of like it. So, yeah, let's wrap this up, shall we? So, overall, what does this game have to offer that the other game doesn't have? Well, the gameplay improvements are definitely nice, and it's really good that you don't have to do side quests just to progress the main quest. This is awesome. The side quests are even better, but they're also optional. Great! So those things are improved. However, everything else, to me, takes a bit of a down seat. Don't get me wrong. When the boss fights are good, they are some of the best in the series, but when they're bad, they are easily some of the worst. And that's kind of a way to wrap this game up. Everything that it does good, it does great. It's some of the best in the 2-game series. But when it's bad, it's also some of the worst, and that's very problematic. That kind of makes the game a bit run-of-the-mill. I think there's more good here than there is bad. And honestly, when it comes to liking the first game better than the second one, I'm part of a minority in that from what I can tell. But, all in all, I can't really recommend this game as much as I can the first. There's just some meh to it. Most of the bad boss fights are kind of dead set in the middle with a few good ones here and there. But the majority of the game, to me, is a bit of a lower quality when it comes to level design, specifically, and characterization. Thankfully, the end characterization, not counting the end boss, is really good. Travis's characterization is phenomenal and will most likely keep you going. And the gameplay is terrific. Honestly, really good stuff here. But the story is fundamentally weaker in this regard. Don't get me wrong, it's perfectly fine because it's a motivation for Travis to continue onward and build as a character. But because Travis is building as a character with some of the weaker boss fight characters, it kind of gets a little muddled. And yeah, Shinobu is there, and her character's fine, but her gameplay sucks so much that I don't think it matters much. And Henry's briefly playable, but it's so brief that it's almost forgettable. In fact, I almost forgot it a couple of times. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, there's better secrets and side quests because the side quests are actually side quests, and you can just focus on using them to build up your, few limited weapons that you can actually buy. For some reason, you can only buy like one weapon and a few upgrades. 2 weapons, actually, because your Barking Mark 3 is for sale again. Weird. Anyway, most of it goes to clothes and upgrading Travis. And those minigames, unfortunately, suck. But for the most part, it's pretty decent. Look, all in all, I do love this game. I think it's a really good game. But when it comes to me looking into the game and trying to recommend it to other people, I can't really do that unless you're from a specific crowd. If you like big robot battles, then I can recommend one boss fight. If you like death, I can recommend the game, sure. And if you like gameplay and, some really good boss fights, I can recommend half of the game to you. That's where the big draw lies, and that's where I kinda end up liking the first game more. Yes, it's a hassle to have to do the side quests, which aren't as fun as the ones in this game, but overall, I think the first game is a better experience. So, maybe that's why it didn't sell well. I don't know. But, unfortunately, the next time you see me, guys, I'm going to be finishing Devil May Cry 5. After I'm done with Devil May Cry 5, then I'm going to run right into the newest that just came out this year, No More Heroes game. So the next couple of games that you see from me are going to be brand new, just came out 2019 video games with Devil May Cry 5 and No More Heroes Travis Strikes Back. Both of which, again, came out this year. So until then, guys, take care and have a good time. Oh, and if you guys like the video, please like, share, bell icon,
huge, major
comment. All of this stuff really helps me out
already.
Guys.
I'm being nice and warning people first.
Bye-bye.
If any of this stuff bugs you, then come back later. Sorry, I know this marathon has plenty of violence, but hey, that's the name of demon hunting. Let's get started. So after a ton of rumors and hints that the Devil May Cry series depended on sales numbers, it turns out Capcom wasn't totally unhappy with the sales figures for DMC, the reboot, and didn't stake the future of the series on Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. In the end, Isuna, while talking about the possibility of continuing the reboot story, ultimately ended up developing a sequel to the original Devil May Cry universe. This brings 2 questions. Is this game a good sequel? It takes place last in the timeline compared to all the other games, after all. Secondly, is this game friendly to newcomers of the series? That was one of the better parts of the reboot game. It was newcomer friendly. So how does this game fare? I plan on looking into the game and finding out. This baby just came out, so it's exciting for me to be reviewing a game that literally just came out the same year. So without further time sinking, let's take on Urizen, the new Demon King. So the plot is told in certain order to hide things from the player. I love this form of plot telling, but I'm going in chronological order to help straighten things out a little bit. V, a new player in the demon underworld, hires Dante to kill this demon, Urizen. Dante agrees to avoid a birthday party of Patty, who just turned 18, and yes, Patty is the same girl from the anime. Good thing I reviewed that briefly, huh? Anyway, V also hires Lady Trish and Nero to help. Nero joins in as a backup plan, but Nero's arm was cut off by, well, Urizen, according to V, so Nero already has a score to settle. However, Nero, along with Dante's crew, were defeated very easily by the new Demon King. A month later, Nero comes back to Redgrave City with V in tow. V also has his bird with him. For some reason, I really don't like this bird. Well, you're just mad you weren't in my top 15, you buzzard. Wait, where did that come from? Anyway, eventually Nero rescues Lady, who has turned into a demon, and V brings Dante out of a month-long coma. Dante rescues Lady and then saves Nero, who injured Urizen, the first person to land a hit on him. Dante flies in with his new power,
power he got from stabbing himself with a broken rebellion and fusing it with the sword Sparta, making his own sword named, well, Dante. Yeah, anyway, Dante fights off Urizen, but the monster takes off to gather the fruit of this giant tree that's been growing in the middle of the city. The tree uses human blood to grow power, and what happens is once it builds up enough power, it forms a fruit, which is how Mundus gained so much power and turned into the Demon King. The three, V, Dante, and Nero, go after the monster, but V is dying. This is because he is actually the human side of Urizen. Yes, Urizen is only half demon, but he was separated into two beings, his human and demonic side. Casted his humanity out. Doesn't that sound familiar? If so, you've probably played the DLC to the reboot game, or saw my review on it. Yes, the casting of humanity out of half demon body is something that happens at Sparta's old house, and yes, it's totally freaking Virgil. They straight up took ideas that could have been in the sequel to DMC the Reboot and turned it into this game and brought it into the main universe, and nobody noticed. You sneaky dogs at Capcom, aha. Anyway, with V dying, Nero carries him to the final fight while Urizen gets the fruit and becomes more powerful than ever, and Dante just cuts him down anyway. V goes in to deliver the finishing blow, and ha! JK! He fuses with the demonic half, understanding the creature's need for power, and Virgil returns. Dante follows after Virgil, and after a bit of a climb, they fight. Nero, who learned his own bombshell of Virgil being his father, follows Dante and stops the brothers from killing themselves. Nero defeats Virgil, and all three decide that the tree that's rooted between the demon world and the human world needs to die. Virgil and Dante force Nero to stay behind as they go to the underworld and kill the tree. The story ends with Lady Trish and Morrison, another anime character, take over the original Devil May Cry while Nero talks about his arm magically growing back and looking human too. So is the plot any good? I'd like to think so. There are many twists and turns, and while they aren't the most unpredictable plot points, they should keep most people invested enough to finish the game. Assuming the characters aren't terrible and the game plays well. And hey, look, the characters aren't actually terrible. Honestly, most of the characters have moments that define them here and allow them to grow. Dante is fighting his brother one more time and trying to also be a father figure to Nero. He doesn't want Nero sharing in this bloodshed, nor does he want Nero to get hurt. Dante also grows in power, relating to the first time his devil trigger was unlocked and stabbing rebellion in himself to see if he can unlock more power. There's a lot to Dante's character, and him having to kill his brother one final time more, putting this entire family drama to rest, is all weighing on him in his mind, while he still is the lovable, over-the-top goofball we all know him to be. Nero has lost his arm and a large portion of his power. He let this small family down once, and after learning Dante's more than just a family figure, and that Virgil is literally daddy, Nero goes from being deadweight to a powerful figurehead in this universe. He doesn't want to be just a kid to Dante and later to Virgil. He wants to be known. This is his goal. He won't fail protecting people he cares for like he did in Devil May Cry 4 with Kratos, which was like an older brother figure for him. As for V, he starts out with this nice appearing guy who doesn't let things get to him, and while his bird Griffin is a loudmouth to V's straight man act. The bird is annoying, and V himself is as stoic as any other poetry reader who looks like Kylo Ren stole Chris Angel's wardrobe. However, V has his powers stolen from him at one point in time, and he desperately fights to get them back, and live to see this through, connecting him emotionally with his monstrous Urizen side. When they combine, Virgil seems to have a new respect for Dante, and especially Nero, despite claiming they mean nothing to him. We also learn why Virgil lusts for power. When he was a kid and Redgrave was attacked before, Virgil was lost and Dante was protected. This is interesting character building into Virgil and the lore of the games. But like a Flex Seal commercial, we aren't done yet. You even get some small insight into Lady and Trish, especially when people bring up Nero killing his father in front of Lady towards the end of the game. Obviously, this strikes a bit of a chord with Lady. Other characters like Morrison, who, while from the anime, had his ethnicity and personality changed, and Nico, who is Nero's armsmith, all have their interesting personalities, and most of the bosses like to make fun of how weak you are in their own interesting ways. Basically, this is all great. To juggle around this many characters and make most of them very interesting is no easy feat, but they pulled it off. But what about playing as Nero, V, and Dante? It would be easy to slap Devil May Cry 4's gameplay with a few tweaks onto this game and have this the best gameplay in the series, and yeah, that's pretty much what they did. Nero has most of his old tricks from Devil May Cry 4, only lacking his Yamato Devil Trigger since his arm and Yamato were stolen. He does, however, gain robotic arms called Devil Breakers. They function similarly to his arm previously, kill a boss and gain him new abilities, but instead of being more for exploration, this time they actually are used in combat. From stronger attacks, impact shots that allow you to fly around, to stopping time, and yes, he gains that one much like Dante did in Devil May Cry 3. Nero is very versatile in this game. He can, of course, long-range grapple and charge his sword too, which is a nice carryover from the last game. Nero is a beast, and you can equip which arms you have, and you can find more arms around the stage in case yours are used too much and explode. Or if you find an arm that's way cooler and way more useful in a stage, you can detonate your own arm. Yeah, basically, if you use the arm too much, it blows up. You can do all of this. Dante is basically untouched from Devil May Cry 4. He has access to his Sword Master, Trick Master, Gunslinger, and Royal Guard fighting styles at the flick of a button, and you can get different weapons from beating bosses. Since his new Dante Blade has all the powers of Rebellion and Sparta, it replaces them completely. Dante can also get an upgraded Cerberus, Kalina Ann again, and a freaking motorcycle sword, which I used a lot against bigger foes. This thing can hit fast or hard, or both, and is one of my favorite weapons of all time in video games now that I've messed with it. He can also charge up Devil Trigger, boosting his attacks and healing himself. This is useful since there are absolutely no healing items in the game.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you can't get healing items or heal yourself or restore Devil Trigger. You can find green and white orbs around the stage, but you can't store them for later use. Finding green orbs around the stage and Devil Triggers are your only really hope for healing this time around. I'll discuss why this isn't too big of a deal later, but for now let's talk about V. V is a conjurer able to use his tattoos to summon creatures. When using some of his ink and it's removed, it summons powers from the first Devil May Cry game. He uses Griffin for long-range attacks, and yes, the bird can do smaller versions of what Griffin could do in the first game. That's why I kind of reacted sourly when I first saw him, because I really didn't like that boss fight, if you recall correctly. Shadow is basic attacks, but he can do everything the mini-boss could do in the first game as well. He's a brawler, but he often gets hit easily. Both Griffin and Shadow have health bars, but they don't die permanently. Only V does, so worry about protecting V. If they do die, you can revive them quicker by being near their orbs or activating your Devil Trigger, which summons... Huh. I guess Dr. Wily also has Devil Trigger. Capcom, you sneaky, sneaky dogs. Okay, it's not really the Yellow Devil from Mega Man, but it looks really close to that. Closer than the Nightmare boss from Devil May Cry 1, which is what this thing is supposed to be emulating. He revives the other apparitions, and his attacks are super strong and powerful. If you can't kill it with the other two, this Nightmare can do it for you if you have Devil Trigger gauge filled. Though instead of a tattoo, he comes out of V's hair. Yeah, V actually has white hair, and it's only black due to Nightmare, which you find out if you don't save Nightmare first in Mission 14. Either way, while you fight at a distance, you have the most powerful attacks from some of the, well, maybe not the best bosses, but some of the powers from some of the bosses from the first Devil May Cry game. And honestly, that's awesome, and it plays really smooth here. Honestly, I stated the gameplay of Devil May Cry 4 was the best in the series. A slightly improved version of this gameplay for each character and a brand new character to play with is just icing on an otherwise delicious cake.
I shouldn't write a script while I'm hungry. Where's my food? But yeah, so far it seems like I've had nothing but praise for the game. Surely it has a weak point, right? Well, yeah, I don't think the levels are incredibly fantastic or anything like that. Normally most DMC games have a more of an open world feel to them. You have to go back to certain points to solve puzzles or, use an item. It gives you the feel of an open world or a Metrovania, but realistically it's actually really linear. Well, this time each level is actually its own thing. None of the levels connect back to old areas at all. This isn't the bad thing. Actually, this leaves levels to be really creatively designed, and they're all connected in a way. You see, there's this feature where you can see how other players are doing in other missions. Yeah, there's an online connectivity to this game. You can limit this or give thumbs up to other players who you thought looked cool killing baddies from other missions, or in a few rare cases, the same mission but with different character. These little touches are pretty cool, and the level structure's fine. The worst part about this, however, is the aesthetics look kind of bland. Yeah, I know I'm complaining about background, but you enter the demonic tree a ton of times, and it always looks roughly the same. The levels are also mostly just waves of bad guys. There are a few levels where exploration allows you to beat the mission, but for the most part, normally you're just killing everything in your way. And the set pieces are kind of forgettable, and they're not really worth playing with a whole lot. This isn't the case all the time, though. There's also an idea that these levels are shockingly easy compared to other Devil May Cry games until towards the end of the game. This is probably why gold orbs are easy to actually get. That's why you also don't get healing items. This game is actually pretty beginner friendly when it comes to level design, because even in normal modes, this game is a lot easier. Not counting my many rounds of Urizen. Yeah, that guy's cheap as hell. But, for the most part, it's definitely a lot easier. It also doesn't have randomly gross aesthetics, and it doesn't reuse the same level maps as Devil May Cry 4, so that's really good news. All in all, it works. Yeah, there's a lot of random enemies, but the stages are mostly fun. The boss fights range from fun to really fun, nothing topping the list I made earlier in the month, but still pretty good. Virgil is always a fun fight, even if he steals the shadow move from the rebooted Virgil. Artemis, which is lady fused with a gun from Devil May Cry 3, is fun. Nello Angelo is back, and it was always a good time fighting him. Even though he's a mini-boss, so you fight him all the freaking time. The full Nello Angelo electric boss fight is here, with electric powers, and sometimes you fight him on a horse from Devil May Cry 3, the Garyon. And you fight him alone as well, and end up saving Trish from him. These fights are super fun. I didn't care for all of them, but like I said, we got some decent winners here. Heck, these summons are boss fights, and they're nostalgic as hell. Most of the fights are nostalgic as hell. Honestly, the boss fights are better than the levels, and the levels aren't terrible. It works overall. There is something that makes the levels better, however. Look, blue orbs are not something new. For some reason, however, they are certainly fun to find here and work well with the removed puzzle solving from previous games. Secret missions are back as well and are decently set up. Things are fun to find and unlock, and of course, you can buy blue orbs and purple orbs, but finding them are totally rewarding, not just because you get, better health and Devil Trigger, but because it's fun to actually go and find them and give you a reason to explore all these levels. There are also tons of references and Easter eggs to find for Devil May Cry fans. Beating the game on normal difficulty, Devil Hunter, you not only unlock Devil Trigger for Nero, which is totally awesome, and another difficulty, you also get Sin Devil Trigger for Dante, a more powerful version of Devil Trigger that doesn't heal him, but it wrecks everything in your wake. Although you don't have to beat the game to get that, you get it halfway through. Look, it's still awesome, alright? Beating the game has its rewards. You keep getting more and more difficulties and costumes the harder the difficulty progresses. It's, the typical fanfare stuff. You also get concept art for beating the game, and killing foes gets you models and profiles that you can view at your leisure. as well as more lore details from Devil May Cry, catching you up on some of the basics of like who Lady and Trish are, as well as some of the other side characters. Seriously though, the exploration of each level to find more red orbs and bugs with tons of red orbs on them, blue orbs, secret missions, this all makes the levels more entertaining. These hidden red orb bugs like to flee, and killing them quickly is definitely needed to get the most red orbs. But I found this place with 3 of them at once. I made it a quick goal to kill all 3 before they disappeared, and I was rewarded with a blue orb fragment for killing all 3 of them. I love things like this. It makes treasure hunting worth a damn. Wrapping this up, it's time to answer the 2 questions I proposed at the beginning of the review. Is the game a good game for beginners? In my opinion, yes. This game is awesome, and you're probably able to find something that you like. The characters, the lore, the story, gameplay, the secrets. It makes exploration fun. This game is great in most of my categories, only lacking in some of the level design, and even then it isn't bad. It's just a little bit forgettable here and there. That being said, does it do well as a sequel? It still does great, but I think this is one of the bigger flaws overall. The game is most enjoyable if you've been playing Devil May Cry from the first game onward. The only game really not brought up here is the second game. Everything else, including nods to the reboot, are all here. And even nods to the light novels, mangas, and anime are here. This is a love letter to the series. Yes, this game is very enjoyable even if you're new to the series, but you miss all the fan service and nostalgia this game has to offer. If you are looking to get into the game, however, this game does catch you up quite a bit, which is kind of nice for beginners. Capcom seems like they've been killing it lately with all these releases, and as a Devil May Cry fan, I can say that this game is fantastic. It only answers to Devil May Cry 3 when comparing all of them, and even then, this game might actually beat that. Look, I highly recommend picking this game up if you have a modern console that isn't a Nintendo Switch. And even if you haven't gotten into the DMC series yet, I think this game might actually be able to convince you. And if you like it, it might actually convince you to try the other games in the series, which are all available on every non-Switch modern console. Hey, here's to hoping. But that's my review. If you enjoy this, please feel free to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell icon for live updates, the normal stuff. In the next gaming review, I should be back to finish the No More Heroes series with another 2019
this video
game.
isn't
Travis
probably going to
Strikes
talk
Back.
about violence as much as
Until
the
then,
last couple of No More
take
Heroes
care,
games,
my minions.
and it's not as deprived, but there's still a little bit of it here and there. So there's that. And this game is a relatively new game, therefore there's also going to be a big spoiler warning right there. So if you want to know what I think about the game, I enjoyed it, and I recommend it. But if you want to know why, you'll have to watch the review. But we're going to get into some spoiler territory, so let's begin, shall we? Hey you, yeah, I heard you're a gamer who likes games!
Yeah, I like video games.
Well, I got this game where you're a gamer who likes games, you dig?
I dig? In the game? Or... I'm not digging anything.
Yeah, you, the gamer who likes games, is gonna play a video game about a gamer who likes games, yeah!
Oh, so I'm playing a video game about a gamer who likes games. Are we sure I need a video game for this?
Yeah, also heard you like anime. I'm gonna put some dope-ass anime stuff in that game, yeah! It's like balls that bring somebody back to life, and there's like Gundam stuff, yeah!
Well, okay, I'm down with that. I like anime. Why do you sound like Bugs Bunny?
Yeah, ever hear of Suda 51? Yeah, tons of Suda 51 games in this, yeah! You heard of No More Heroes? You play as No More Heroes, yeah!
Well, you didn't answer my question, but, okay, you play as the No More Heroes case? Playing video games? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, no, that's stupid. No, you play as Travis Touchdown, the hero of No More Heroes, you see? You dig? Yeah?
I guess that's fine. I like No More Heroes.
Hey, is Lollipop Chainsaw in this?
Yeah, no Lollipop Chainsaw. Pretty sure they're not Suda 51. But no, this is a level based on Shadows of the Damned. Yeah, and many other characters. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That sounds really cool, actually. What console's Travis playing? Like the Super Nintendo or something?
Yeah, no. He's playing the Death Drive Mark II. Yeah.
That's not good.
So, despite No More Heroes being in kind of a weird, obscure development hell kind of situation, Travis came back. I'm not sure why he's actually in this game per se, but if you look at the development cycle and kind of actually play the game, you find out that this game is actually a spin-off of the No More Heroes series, but it's also a love letter to most of Suda51's creations, Lollipop Chainsaw notwithstanding. But yeah, there's actually a ton of Suda51 references, which is great because I have not really played a whole lot of Suda51 games outside of No More Heroes. But can you enjoy the game without knowing all of these references? I suppose that's what we'll be taking a look at this time while I review Travis Strikes Back, No More Heroes. So yeah, Travis's Death Drive Mark II. Now, for those of you who don't know, Death Drive is a concept from Let It Die, another Suda51 title. So, yeah, that's what we're taking on then. So let's get down to it, and let's take on the Death Drive Mark II. So I'm going to be talking about the plot and characterization a bit together. The initial plot and what gets everyone going into this Death Drive Mark II thing is that Badman, or I can't remember his real name, who are we kidding? But Badman is actually a character that interacts with some Killer 7 characters, oddly enough. He decides that he needs to kill Travis. Why? Because Travis killed his daughter, Charlotte. Now, if that name doesn't exactly ring a whole lot of bells, what about the name Bad Girl? Yeah, Badman is Bad Girl's dad. Ugh, a lot of rhyming words there, seemed like a little bit of a tongue. Anyway, Badman goes and finds Travis and tries to attack him, but before all of this happened, the characters in Killer 7 gave him something called a Death Ball. While fighting Travis, the Death Ball in Badman's possession ends up connecting to the Death Drive Mark II in Travis's possession. And what happens? Both characters get sucked into a video game. However, it's stated that if both characters play all these Death Ball games and actually win them, they will be granted one wish. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z all over again. So you gotta collect the Death Balls, which is simple, but I'll get to that in a second. And yeah, you basically get a wish and wish Bad Girl back from the dead. Spoiler warning, it doesn't work, because one of the Death Balls that you end up with is a fake, and Bad Girl comes back as a dog. Oh yes, we're going there. But that's not the main story. No, unfortunately that's just a catalyst to get Travis to investigate the Death Drive Mark II. There's plenty more here, particularly Dr. Juvenile. This character is the one that created the Death Drive Mark II, and the more you play, the more you get facts from, like, fax machine, not, anyway. Yeah, you receive fax messages from her current lover, Kay. Now, Kay is an interesting character because he's telling you that if you beat all these games, this weird CIA project using the Death Drive Mark I and the Death Drive Mark II will activate once again, causing a large amount of problems here. So while you play through the game, you're urged to basically stop playing the game, but you're also urged to stop whatever the CIA has going on if you continue. And yeah, that's basically the final level, and that's where the real meat and story come in at. So, what does this have to do with the characters? Well, Badman doesn't really develop much as a character this time around, but, yeah, Travis definitely develops as a character because he meets some of his favorite video game characters, and he has to fight them and kill them. And he also decides through learning more and more about Dr. Juvenile that he doesn't really want to fight or kill her either, and that's kind of some real character growth for Travis, because, I mean, at this point in time, he's just fighting whatever is in his way, and he doesn't really like the idea of fighting Dr. Juvenile, even though he really doesn't have a choice either. He learns about her, and in essence, so do you. You probably should feel bad for Dr. Juvenile. She hasn't had the best of life. You also learn that she can probably, tell the future. But yeah, outside of Dr. Juvenile and Travis, there's also many other boss fight characters that you get to learn through. But you don't really get to interact or learn much about Badman unless you're either playing as him, which still doesn't give you a whole lot, or unless you have the DLC, but I'll get into that later on. But yeah, the boss characters are pretty interesting. They all have really unique backstories for just being simple video game characters. So that's pretty cool, and like I said, a lot of the characters are nods and references to other Suda51 games as well, which is really interesting. I'll tell you what, I really want to play Shadow of the Dam now. I mean, I kind of got to know the characters from it. And that's what kind of makes this interesting. The character development and the story are actually pretty good. They're crazy, don't get me wrong, but they're really good. And that is easily a strong point for this video game. But since it is a video game, what about the gameplay? Awkward transition aside, the gameplay is actually really fun. It's simple. It's a top-down beat-em-up, more or less, where you control either Travis or Badman, and you just kind of run around beating stuff up. You have quick light attacks, or the more useful heavy attacks, and you also have the ability to jump and dodge roll. Where things get complicated is you have a super move in the form of the R button, and you also have super moves that you can pick out that you unlock through, finding secrets and beating the game, and you can use those through the L button. I use these a lot, honestly. I kind of forget that the R one is there, but it's still pretty useful. The L ones, however, you can customize these for any character, really, and yeah, they do a lot, from healing you to just blowing up everything nearby, or creating little barriers to trick opponents into for, quick and easy damage. There's a lot of varying abilities here. You also can run out of weapon energy, like many No More Hero games. So to deal with that, you press in the left stick and use the right stick to kind of waggle. Yeah, I know, you'd think waggle technology would be dead, but not so much. You can also move around your controller for a little bit of extra damage on some of the special attacks. So overall, the gameplay is really simple but really nice. It mostly divulges to level design on games like this, in my opinion, but overall I think the gameplay isn't bad. It's, like I said, just really simple. Each special attack does something completely different, and it's up to you to figure out. I'm not going to go over all of them, but like I said, I like the healing one. I like some electric attack that I got where you can stun opponents, and this bomb that basically creates barriers that kills weaker enemies is really useful, especially towards the end of the game. So yeah, mix and match. How are those levels, though, speaking of the end of the game? Well, the levels, like most No More Heroes games, are slightly hit and miss. Most of them are really good. I especially like the race car one, where, yeah, you're kind of on a virtual bike and you have to do this weird gear shifting thing to kind of get ahead on the race, but it's kind of like a puzzle almost that you're kind of solving in a quick succession. Honestly, this is really fun. And most of the boss fights are really cool too. If you like Shadows of the Dam, there is actually a legitimate level that's based around the game, and it's fun. Even though I've never played the game myself, it's there. It's awesome. But, what about other games in this video game? That is still awkward to say. Look, this is a really short game, and I don't mind the CIA level, the last level in the game, but frankly, it's kinda dull to look at. There's a lot of Hotline Miami references here, but it's still really, really dull to look at. And I'm not sure as to why. I think it's based off of Hotline Miami, but at the same time, Hotline Miami had more scenery to look at. Last I checked, anyway. And then there's Coffee and Donuts. It tries and goes for this whole platforming thing. It's supposed to, represent a whole bunch of indie games, but the platforming is a bit wonky, especially when crap's attacking you and stuns you mid-air. This causes some problems later on that level. And the level where you switch houses, I can't remember what it's called right off the bat, but yeah, this level kind of sucks too. There's these invincible one-shot kill ghost things that are chasing you around, and sometimes they're just annoying to dodge. Like, you have to deal with them. And then you just go into a house and kill everything in the house and go on to the next level. It's rinse and repeat. Also, there's a mid-boss for every game, but they're just generic sheep-looking things. I mean, don't get me wrong, the last boss is a sheep-looking thing. It's Dr. Juvenile, and that boss fight is amazing because her sheep thing is her avatar, and she becomes it later on. And as Travis, you have to stop and actually end up killing her. But, yeah, I would like it if the mid-boss and some of the other minor enemies actually reflected the games that they're in. They can do the same things, but just give them different skins. I know I'm nitpicking at this point. Look, when it comes to levels, most of them are really fun. There's just two, the house moving one and Coffee and Donuts, the platformer, that I just really didn't like. And when talking about boss fights, actually, most of the bosses are really fun too. I, again, didn't like the boss fight in Coffee and Donuts, and I have a few problems with this guy from the Golden Dragon racetracks, but for the most part, they're complete wins. The guy from the Golden Dragon racetracks, I just didn't really care much for his fight because you have to dodge to the left or right a lot, and this basically moves the camera. The problem is if you don't see him, he has cheap-ass attacks that'll hit you anywhere in the arena, and if you don't know he's charging them up, it's hard to dodge. Oh, maybe I just wasn't using the dodge well enough and trying to just jump over them doesn't always work. I understand, but still, it annoyed me. I'm going to complain about it. But the rest of the bosses were really fun, so there's that. There's definitely way better level design here than there would be in other games that I've played, so yeah, I'm going to list it as a positive, you know that? There's, again, the few negatives here and there, but overall, I think the levels are really well set up and really well designed to the gameplay. It's really good, and, like most good levels, there's plenty of crap to go and find. Yeah. So, strewn throughout levels and for beating enemies, you not only get experience points to boost your stats, but you can also find coins for killing enemies and, just finding them laying around. That was an awkward transition. Anyway, with these coins, you can typically buy t-shirts. And what kind of t-shirts does No More Heroes have? Well, normally No More Heroes has a lot of weird t-shirts, but this time they're actually shirts based off of indie games. Yeah, there's Hollow Knight, there's Metaton from Undertale, there's Dead Cells, for crap's sake. This is awesome and really cool. If you have the DLC, you also get some Legend of Zelda. There's also a few Aztec coins that you have to find to get very special shirts. But for the most part, it allows you to customize your character in the way they look. At least for Travis in Badman. And I'll get to the third unlocked character that I have in just a bit. But, yeah, that's really nice. And, there's also these skill chips, which is the special moves I was talking about earlier when you hold down the L button. A lot of these are really fun. Some of them aren't quite as useful as others, but overall, they're pretty awesome. There's also a specific few catered to Badman, if you really like playing as him, and most of the characters can just use right away, which is, again, really nice. Although it makes Badman and Travis play very similarly. There's not a whole lot of difference between the two, and yeah, that goes for Shinobu as well. Look, if you have the DLC, or if you actually just bought the game, with a physical copy and have the download code, you can get Shinobu after you beat the game. That's a pretty nice reward. You also get some text adventure as Badman. Oh yeah, the text adventures. Ugh. Look, in between each level, Travis has to go find a death ball. How do you find a death ball? You go play a DOS-like text adventure. And when I say adventure, I use that very loosely. It's mostly just a wall of text that you read through, and a cute and admittedly charming little text animations. Honestly, you don't really change anything in this. It's just you're reading it. And it looks like DOS. So, yeah. But this is where you find out a lot about Dr. Juvenile, and you also find out Jean the Cat can talk. Speaking of Jean the Cat, she also has a tendency to get lost in some of the levels. If you go find her a couple of times, you can end up with a new skill chip. Yay! Yeah, that's about all she does. You also get, kind of cool things to read if you find all the ramen shops. Ramen boosts your energy up a bit. And, yeah, of course you can find outhouses to save your game and heal yourself. You also get little mini game reviews after you play one of the games or when you unlock the death ball. And, yeah, that's mostly it. But there is one last secret. Now, I know I already gave a spoiler warning long before this, but this is going to be one last one. You get this after you beat the game and talk to Shinobu, because when you do that, you get credits. Which is admittedly more reasonable when you unlock, talk to Bad Girl in her revived state as a dog, because all she does is growl at you. But talking to Shinobu, you get credits and you hear a setup for No More Heroes 3. It's hinted at quite a bit. But, yeah, if you're a No More Heroes fan, you also get to play a little bit of No More Heroes 3. It's just a little development room. It's literally a beta room, but the gameplay is actually more centered around No More Heroes than the spin-off Travis Strikes Back. So you're actually playing what it's probably going to feel like on the Nintendo Switch. And that's so cool! You even get an enemy to beat up, not that I ever figured out how to beat him up. At least not for this review. But, yeah, that's basically it. There's, like I said, plenty of nods to other indie games with the form of t-shirts, as well as Majora's Mask for some baffling reason if you get the DLC. There's plenty of nods to the Unreal Engine. In fact, you can get Unreal Engine t-shirts by finding Unreal tokens in the levels as well as, the Aztec coins. Anyway, yeah, there's also a ton of Suda51 references, and trying to find them all and understanding who the characters is a nice little Easter egg. I sadly had to look a lot of these characters up, but it was still kind of fun learning about them, in my opinion. Most of them are on the DOS-based minigames, but there's a few here and there, and yeah, there's a lot of anime references here too, which is pretty cool. In fact, most of the skill chips are named off of Gundams, which is awesome. There's also a weird Gundam-like fight, but I didn't like it because it's in Coffee and Donuts. Ha! But yeah, there we go. That's mostly all the secrets you can get. So let's start wrapping this up, shall we? So overall, is Travis Strikes Back worth a purchase? And in my honest opinion, I think it is if you have somebody to play with. Now, don't get me wrong, I think single player is perfectly fine. But when I played it, it didn't quite resonate with me. I could recognize that it's a really good game, but honestly, I had way more fun doing multiplayer and, playing with a friend than I ever did alone. Yeah, the enemies are like double the health, but still, it was a lot of fun. You can kind of stun your, friend a couple of times with attacks and everything like that. So it just kind of made it funnier, but made it really entertaining to work with somebody through this game. But alone, I wouldn't play this in a marathon-like way. If you're going to play it alone, play it like a handheld game where, you play a little bit here and there, you progress a little bit, and then, head out. It has the length of a handheld game, and buying it new, don't get me wrong, is $40. And I don't know if $40 is exactly the price I would give it, but, I think it is kind of worth taking a look at. The problem is that you could get the DLC for free if you bought a physical copy. I happen to own a physical copy, so the DLC will be for free. It gives you a free season pass. And there's more DLC to come. Shinobu's a nice bonus, but you can also play as Bad Girl later on, and it will add in a brand new level, which is awesome. But, yeah, for those of you who aren't going to get the DLC or have to download it, I would wait for it to be on sale just a tad bit. The game is super short, and like I said, if you don't have a friend to play it with, it's not really worth a purchase right away. I would say about $30 is fair, maybe $35 at the most. But if you do have somebody to play with, or, you just have some spare bus ride time to play this portably and, just make little bits of progress every time, then by all means, yeah, I'd throw $40 at it. Why not? It's a fun game, and especially if you got that other person with you. And like I said, I think it's okay single player. The only real issue that I have with the game is there's a few levels and a few bosses, particularly 2 each, that I just didn't really feel. I didn't really much care for them. But outside of that, the writing's good, the gameplay's, simple but fun. Most of the levels are really good. The secrets are, a nice little pleasant thing to find. There's a lot here for people looking for something short and sweet. Again, there's not a lot here for, putting it up on your TV and marathoning it. But I think it works well as a portable or a really short co-op experience. So, yeah, I recommend it. I really do. That, and the more people buy it, the more likely we are to get No More Heroes 3. And after playing that really, really short demo at the end of this game, I want No More Heroes 3. And why not? Bring Shadow of the Dam 2, because they set that up as well. And I think the fans of that, short but sweet video game deserve a sequel. So, yeah, I think the writing's great too. I can't recommend the game enough, honestly. Other than the 2 levels, most of the problems I have with the game are just kind of nitpicky, like CIA. Yeah, it's fun. There's, really cool waves of enemies, and there's interesting stuff to do, and all the Hotline Miami cameos are awesome, but it looks boring. It's basically just white. White floors and white walls. Yeah. And then the enemies are a bit repetitive. They kind of even make fun of this, honestly, about how generic the Sheepmen mini-bosses look. But overall, those are just really nitpicky complaints, in my opinion. I don't think the platforming segment really works, and I hate the puzzle crap on, the one level. But, yeah. I mean, I can't really say much more. The biggest issue is that the game is really short, and yeah, the story's deep, but the gameplay sure as hell isn't. But I think for this type of game, it really works well. So, that's all the time I have for today, guys, and if you like the video, please leave a like, subscribe, comment, and go pick up the game. Because again, I think that if you have, people to play co-op with, local only, or portability, yeah, this game is definitely worth the time and look. It's really fun. And it's No More Heroes, so naturally the writing is funny. And there's times that I just straight up laughed at the writing, even in the DOS minigames. So, Although that might be a negative too if you don't really like DOS. But who am I to judge? But yeah, I really don't know how to end this. I didn't write an ending, I just left dots. Yeah, so how are you guys doing? Yeah, pretty good. Alright. Adios! Bye-bye.
I decided to wait a little bit because I gotta go see if Sorry. Guess what's one's more
I don't sleep
important,
anymore.
but
I'm sorry, guys.
I know I said I was going to be playing Bayonetta for the next review, but some computer issues and some other things happen. It's kind of hard to find time to focus. Instead, I decided to give one of my favorite indie games a shout out.
What? I wanted him to kill light beings instead of demons for once. How dare he? Anyway, the game I picked is going to be Cuphead. This game is a hand-drawn masterpiece of a cartoon turned video game that, while taking a long time to develop, eventually hit Steam store shelves and the Xbox Marketplace. Recently, though, with Microsoft and Nintendo being friendly towards each other lately, it seems Cuphead was allowed on the Nintendo Switch as well, which is the version I'm going to be looking at. Honestly, I've played this game before and I fell in love with it. I love cartoons, and when I was told I could beat them up, I was pretty excited. And I'm still excited to tell you guys all about this one. Well, at least he isn't fighting demons, I suppose. That punk! So, without further ado, let's take on the devil himself. That's it! That's the last straw! I'm going up there! So the plot starts out explaining Cuphead and Mugman are cartoon characters living with a tea kettle. The boys end up wandering off and finding a casino. They walk in because apparently kids are allowed in this casino. This is the 1930s, what do I know? Anyway, they get into a winning streak and end up betting their souls against the devil himself, the owner of the casino, and, in case the entrance didn't give it away. The devil wins the bet, probably cheated, and now he is the proud owner of 2 souls. But the cute cartoons beg for their lives. The devil decides that he can use them for some work. Turns out he's supposed to own a lot of souls, but most of the people in debt managed to escape from the casino and ran off to hide in the game's location, Inkwell Islands. I guess Mugman and Cuphead weren't as smart as those guys. Anyway, the devil decides to use these guys as hired muscle, and with a magic potion, Cuphead and his pal are ready to take all of these guys on. The story is pretty simple, if I'm to be honest. About as simple as your head!
Did you guys hear something?
Anyway, yeah, the plot is simple, but for this type of game, not only references to older, simpler cartoons, but simple games as well. This makes perfect sense. I'm not gonna fault it for that. As for the characters, ever watch something like Betty Boop? Steamboat Willie? These older cartoons are what these characters are based off of. They transform into crazy shapes and forms during the fights. The way you fight and the characters are animated are what you're getting here. There's plenty of character and charm in each fight, however. As for Cuphead and Mugman, it's about the same. It is their design that brings out their personality and charm to the front. These characters talk, and obviously Cuphead is slightly greedier and a bit more mischievous than Mugman, but that's about it. That being said, this game has a good tendency to show you how King Dice and the Devil act. They are evil gangsters and crime bosses. It isn't just their stages and attacks that show you who they are, although like many of the other boss fights, that does help, but they do show up in a few cutscenes. It turns out King Dice bet against you to actually gain back all the souls, and I can't blame him. I have played the game before, after all. But the devil has faith in you, and that just sounds awkward to say. If that isn't enough for anyone here, however, dying gets you a little bit of extra dialogue from each boss, and their pun for making fun of you changes depending on what form they take. These are entertaining, to say the least, unless you're reading them for the 100th time, which could easily happen if you aren't super good at the game right away. Look, I love the charm to all of this, so let's hit that gameplay section already, huh? So, ever play Contra? I'll make you play Contra!
Who keeps talking?
Anyway, Cuphead is a run-and-gun game. You shoot, platform, and that's basically it. Simple gameplay. Honestly, a lot of things about Cuphead is very simple. And I know some people can see that as a bad thing, but we're getting to why this game is $20, so please, just hold tight. You can run, jump, dash, which is very useful for dodging attacks, shoot, and shoot a super move. Super moves range from a bigger version of your current attack to something nasty you can unlock, which I'll talk more about later. If you're in the air or a plane, you can counter if you press the A button. You can only counter pink attacks, and it isn't super useful for surviving in my opinion, but doing this negates the attack and builds up your super meter faster than normal. It isn't as precise as I'd like it to be, however, but certain bosses like the Ghost Train does require this maneuver at times, which can suck, but normally isn't too bad. You can buy different types of attacks and badges in shops. Badges just change a few stats, but the different shots you can have really do a number on the boss fights. I personally love the homing shot, a weaker version of your regular shot but removes the need to aim, and this spread shot, a short range but vicious attack that gives a close range enemy multiple hits at once. There are others like a boomerang type attack and a supercharge that I'm sure a lot of other people love. Different bosses don't require different attacks, but some of the stuff makes certain bosses a hell of a lot easier to manage. And these situations, outside of this mermaid moving her hips, are boss fights. There are a few platforming levels in this game which can be difficult, but they're kinda optional from what I can tell. Kinda used to, flush out the shop. You need coins, they're hidden in these platforming levels. While I don't mind any of these levels, they can be a bit difficult to manage if you end up on a run with a ton of enemies ganging up on you. It isn't exactly consistent as to when and where all of these enemies spawn. They kind of do it at different rates depending on which level you're at. The real meat of this game are boss fights. You walk into an area in the overworld and bam! Boss fighting time. These range from hard to very hard, and that's when you're playing on normal difficulty. They aren't unmanageable, and I typically only rage a few times when I feel the design of the fights puts you into situations you can't avoid being hit. Your HP is incredibly limited, so this can get frustrating quick. Like the flying levels, I despise the genie on the second island. This guy throws so much crap at you, it's near impossible to dodge, and honestly, he isn't the only boss to do this while you're in a plane. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, the plane doesn't play much different to regular Cuphead. It flies, and it does do a little bit of a dash, but it also shrinks down so you can kind of maneuver a tad bit easier, for those tight little corners. It's fast, too, so beware. That's really the only difference. It doesn't change up attacks all that much. You get a machine gun and bombs. The game explains this pretty well, so don't worry too much about it. Anyway, the platforming boss fights are also a pain. Matchstick in particular. This dragon is super difficult to deal with if you don't have the right weapon set up. And if you spent your coins on something else, prepare for some hell to pay. These two bosses I mentioned, we aren't done yet. They have tougher versions on the third and final islands too, so beware. There are only 3 islands, honestly, and the game isn't super long, but it may take you a while regardless. These bosses are designed to kick your ass. In their defense, you are literally fighting for their souls, but dang, these guys know how to deal some damage. Even the easier bosses on the first island are rough, and it only gets harder from there. Eventually, the game ends when you get all the souls and decide you're probably tough enough to outmuscle the devil himself. After a mini-boss rush and a battle with King Dice, you face off against the big bad and kick him and his crony out of town. Now, that is if you can beat them. I don't mind the devil fight, as it's incredibly difficult but a fun challenge, but King Dice... Oh, King Dice. His mini-boss rush is the longest fight in the game, ending with a bullcrap fight against the king himself, who clearly stacked the deck against you. And that isn't a pun, he literally has a deck stacked against you, and it's kind of random when the cards you can bounce off of come into play. Luckily, I found you can cheese this fight. You also have to fight 3 to 9 mini-bosses before
before taking him on, depending on how good you are manipulating the dice roll here. And if you die on him, or a mini-boss, you start the entire thing over again. Cuphead is fun because most of the levels are short. Hard, but short. This is not a short boss fight. Blah. Anyway, now that we beat the game, are there any secrets to find? Well, as said, the platforming levels are somewhat optional. The coins you get in here will help you when needed, and, you know, they're hidden, so you do have to find them. But, you know, it's exploring a platformer. It's not exactly taxing to find all these coins. You just have to survive. You won't be able to buy everything in the shop, though, so spend wisely. There are a few coins and shortcuts hidden in the overworld map, which are fun to find. Outside of this, there isn't much. Getting high ranks will reward you some filters for the game, a few cute throwback filters to make the game look even more like a 1930s cartoon, but I didn't bother. You have to be perfect at the boss fights and not kill anybody in the platforming stages, and on expert mode no less. Well, at least for some of these anyway. This is a hard enough game, you know. Beating the game unlocks a higher difficulty, hence why I mentioned expert mode earlier, which adds a few new attacks and changes things up. You'll need to be really good at all the weapons for this one. Really, there's nothing too special secret-wise. You can do these special sections and unlock secret moves, but they aren't hidden. You just have to parry ghosts until you win. Other than a harder difficulty, there isn't really much in the way of secrets at all. If you're looking for an endgame that offers something other than higher ranks and harder boss fights, you probably shouldn't look here. Outside of this, though, Cuphead delivers on every front. Yes, there are some bosses that will give you hell. Yes, they are fun to fight normally. Yes, the parry move with pink objects sometimes sucks. Yes, the secrets are a bit smaller. You know what, though? Overall, beating this game, which took hours for the final two bosses, was actually really rewarding. It was a challenge, yes. It kicked my ass many times. More times than I care to admit. Did it cheat? Oh, hell yes. But you know, overall I enjoyed this adventure. There is plenty to do for those seeking greater challenges, and, you know, it kind of rewards you, however minor, and finding coins boosts your attack and health, which is also rewarding. Outside of 2D stages, most of these stages are really fun. The 2D stage that I had a hard time with is the mountain climbing one. It has a one-eyed giant at the end. It's longer than all hell, which is the only issue I really have with any of these levels, when they're longer than normal. Being hard just isn't enough for some of these, I suppose. The writing is simple, but it's fun, and, you know, it's got charm everywhere. You're playing a repo man to get the devil back all of his Kias. It's for a side gig, you know? He's a salesman. Get it?
Oh, I get it. That just isn't funny. Really, the devil isn't selling cars, you idiot. You know what type of soul he's after.
Hey, if I can find out who you are with bad jokes.
It is I, you fool.
My dog? You can talk?
When did you get a dog?
I think you came around after I left Limbo, after my FNAF World review. Oh right, you're ahead of Cerberus. Why have you been following me around all this time?
To watch you. Not everyone escapes Limbo. Most suffer until being dumped into the depths of hell.
Are you sending me back to Limbo?
Oh, of course.
Oh, come on. What do I have to play now? Superman 64? FNAF fan games? Dark Souls?
No. I want you to finish what you started. A review on Bayonetta 1 and 2. You've been slaying demons ever since leaving here, excluding your stint with some Platinum Games. And no more heroes. Now you use Platinum Games and slay angels.
You do realize they aren't actually angels, right? And while playing a good game is interesting while I'm here, it's refreshing, but Why should I help you?
You get gold rings for each light being you kill.
Already on it.
Excellent. I suppose since he's busy, I'll end this video. If you enjoyed Sauron facing off against a cartoon devil and reviewing Cuphead, please leave a like. If you're familiar with Sauron's content but not subscribed yet, click subscribe. Or click the suggested videos that are coming up relatively soon, as well as the bell for live updates on the channel. And leave a comment once in a while, mortals.
Bayonetta is
It
killing
won't
angels
kill
in this
you.
game, possibly being offensive on a religious point, so you've been warned. Not that Bayonetta is killing angels in traditional sense, there's some world building, so they're their own thing. Plus, they are uglier than sin itself, so it isn't too awkward killing them, but I figure I'd put up a warning regardless. So, let's begin, shall we? This is the first time I'm playing this game, despite being very similar to Devil May Cry, and me actually liking Devil May Cry. I've heard of Bayonetta for sure, and I've heard a lot of Bayonetta 2, but I'm mostly familiar with the title character from Smash Brothers. Also, since I'm holding a Bayonetta amiibo, you can see that I'm out of limbo. How did that happen? Let me show you!
Hey, dog, guess what? I beat Bayonetta!
You did? Great!
I have seen the light. Killing light beings is fun. Turns out, they are actually angels.
Excellent! When's the review? And he just left. Did he just Bugs Bunny me?
So, now I'm back. Got some Cuphead trinkets too, which is nice. So what created Bayonetta? Well, the developer and the creator of Devil May Cry left Capcom. He only really worked on the first Devil May Cry, and Okami, and Beautiful Joe. Actually, Hideki worked on a lot of games and helped founded Platinum Studios, which produced, well, this game. So basically, this is kind of like Devil May Cry, but with a sexy female protagonist instead of a sexy male one. And from what I heard, this is faster, so it's kind of like Mega Man X. At least that's what I thought going into all this. Was the game what I thought it was? Is it any good? Let's find out as I take on monster versions of angels. Let's take on Jubileus! So the game starts off and we are at Eggman's funeral. Yeah, that name sounds familiar, doesn't it? Wait a minute, Dr. Eggman? Bayonetta's colors are black and red, edgy personality, guns, cursing, collecting rings. All we need are some time-bending powers, and there they are. I'm not ready to tackle this mess yet. Who the hell do I look like? Anyway, Bayonetta is the one doing a funeral to summon angels and kill them. Enzo, her informant, tells her afterwards that the right eye of the beholder is in a European town, but only after a plane crashes through the entire city with another witch, John, on it attacking her. Anyway, Bayo decides to head off because she happens to have the left eye of the beholder, and since she was in a box underwater for a long while, she has been searching for lost memories for roughly 20 years. Yeah, she has amnesia. In the town with the eye, we meet two new characters, Luca and Cesare. Luca was there 20 years ago when Bayonetta was revived. His father died and he thinks Bayo killed him. As for Cesare, she seems to think Bayonetta is her mother. As Bayonetta deals with angels and the city itself while looking for the gemstone, it seems Cesare is more important than is let on. But this won't get as complex as something like Kingdom Hearts, right? Oh crap, here we go. Where do I start? First off, let's start with John. It turns out she is brainwashed. You fight her several times, and none of what she says is making a whole lot of sense. An Umbra witch fighting alongside angels is already kind of weird in this universe, so there's your first red flag. Eventually, John is freed from this. She even saves Bayo later on, but for now, let's talk about Cesare. The reason Cesare thinks Bayo is her mother is because Bayonetta looks a lot like her own mother. Why is this also Cesare's mother? Simple. Cesare is Bayonetta, but in child form and time displaced. I mean, duh, right? Of course, yeah, okay. For some reason, this Lumen sage called Father Balder needs Bayo as a young girl to unlock the true power or innocence? I'm not really sure. Regardless, the gem that Bayo has is not the Eye of the Overseer. No, Bayonetta is the true eye. Baldur, who also happens to be Bayonetta's actual father, I may add, kidnaps her and takes her off to space. What? Yeah, the most absurd thing I've seen. This tower Baldur calls home with the giant statue just blasts off as a rocket, and John rides it on her bike and drives up the rocket while it drives into space to save Bayonetta. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I laughed when this damn thing took off, and the part with John did not help matters any. It's so outrageous, it was funny to me personally. Anyway, Bayonetta is saved, and this version of the angel's god, Jubileus, is revived. She's large, but Bayonetta cuts her down and summons a demon to punch her through the sun. Credits roll as Bayonetta rides the statue of the tower down to Earth, which will likely kill her and most of the planet. Until John shows back up, steps on the credits, and they both destroy the statue, living to fight another day. Honestly, I wish Baldur's reasonings for having Bayo's child form literally ripped from time were explained better, or made sense outside of making headcanon for it. The rocket was kinda cool though. Outside of that, this is pretty basic story, so I can put my Keyblade away for now. Bayo needs answers, finds a bad guy, restores balance, and gets said answers. And, you know, maybe makes a new or old friend along the way. Hell, she even develops a bit along the way as well. Not liking children at first, but since she doesn't hate herself, she gains an appreciation for herself as a kid. And Luca learns Bayo didn't kill his father. Even characters that don't grow and learn are still charming and entertaining personality-wise, either through humor or... No, it's mostly humor. The villain is kind of generic though, but most of the boss fights talk to you and are somewhat entertaining, especially since bosses typically send small attacks your way until getting to their chapter and killing them. The boss designs are terrifying, and for things supposed to be angels, I guess that's not terrible. And Bayo's character is outlandishly designed and over-the-top personality. It just works for this game. In a way, while I didn't care much for him, Father Baldur is still over-the-top in his own way too, so I can't even count him as a shortcoming. It is a small thing, but I also like how people react to you destroying benches and items. They can't see you, but you can still shoot and destroy things around them, and they react to it too. This angel also reacts to your torture attack as well, which is hilarious, until she's sexualized and harmed for massive gory damage. Ouch! Speaking of damage, yes, the gameplay. It is kind of similar to Devil May Cry, but it's different enough to stand in on its own. Yes, there's hack and slash elements. You start out with fists and gain weapons that change gameplay. Yes, you can shoot guns. Changes? Bayonetta can equip different weapons on both legs and arms. Some weapons can be on both. For example, these elemental claws can be on both arms and legs, just not at the same time. Guns can be on both, defaulting to her fists and gunplay. Swords and whips can be used on her arms. My favorites are the katana and the whip, honestly. She can also find crafting ingredients. Halos may be just like red orbs and the idea that they are currency, but ingredients are used to gain most of your health items and supplies. Yeah, sure, you can find shop portals ran by Rodin, the demonic guy who runs a shop that sells you weapons, booze, and pretty much anything else you need. He also crafts your weapons. These shops have limited health weapons, however, so it is mostly used for new moves and other things rather than healing items. There's also Witch Time. You can dodge any attack to avoid damage, but if you dodge at the last minute, you can slow down time and damage any foe even more than you normally would, and, you know, you can get out of the way of some attacks, I suppose. I found the timing to be a bit tricky on the Witch Time. Getting this... some enemies just really make this challenging. However, once you get a grip on it, you feel so cool pulling it off multiple times. And you can and should get used to the timing for this. You also have a magic meter, and once you fill that up, you can do torture attacks on smaller enemies. These are brutal attacks that drain tons of health from your foes, or just kills them outright. Most boss-like foes have to be weakened, however, and you end up getting a cutscene with some quick-time events to kill them rather than getting a torture attack. At some point, you can also turn into a panther for a speed boost, as well as a minor few other animal transformations. As for the claims this game is faster than DMC, well, yeah, I can kinda see that. It didn't seem all that much faster than Devil May Cry, and it certainly didn't seem that much harder. I mostly died from the most dangerous enemy of all, cutscenes! Yes, the cutscenes are what killed me the most. They spring up, making you think you can take a quick drink or bite to enjoy some action, and bam! Quick time event that you'll need godlike reflexes to do on your first try. Didn't do it quickly enough? You die. Thinking about it, there are a lot of beginner traps in this game. Do I attack or run here? Too late, instant death. Oh, am I supposed to hit all the planets here? There's a scene where Bayo's falling and you run into crap and get some halos. Nope, hit a planet, you die. Better dodge when this cutscene ends or have some health left, or the enemy attack here will kill you like it did me. What? Bullcrap. I died tons, and very rarely was it an enemy or boss, because I'm not exactly stupid. I've played these types of games before. I have plenty of healing items all the time. No, most of the time I died, it was instant death bullcrap, fast as hell quick time events that mostly killed me in this game. Just using healing item, which isn't exactly common. Here comes that cutscene around the corner to waste all that for you. I hate this. You don't have time to even look at the buttons half the time. You're just supposed to know what's coming, or you die. Outside of this, though, honestly, the levels are pretty great. Yeah, a few assets get reused from time to time, but there are story reasons for this, and they are often different enough to not matter and still be fun. Enemies are challenging, especially if you aren't good at the funky timing for which time, and honestly, the boss fights are really good. This dragon, this angel with guns, this tentacle monster, something I never thought I'd bring up in a review. Even the fights with John are fun and challenging. I also love the fight with Father Bother, and when it was an instant death because I haven't played the game before, I did enjoy my time fighting Jubileus. Also, when I learned to turn the motion controls off, I enjoyed the vehicle sections as well. They're insane and absurd, but you shoot angel cars on a motorcycle and kill things on a missile. A missile! You even fight John on a missile! And driving up a rocket going into space seems like the most asinine thing ever, but it's pretty fun, so I think I can forgive it. Most of this is fun. While I hate the beginner traps, there's still plenty of fun here to be had. However, on your first run, though, don't expect a lot of great ranks at the end of levels. You are ranked with how you do on each mission. Dying drops the score like this game drops crap on Rodon's head. Yeah, expect to see a lot of stone rankings on your first run. They are obviously the worst rankings. But is it important to get better rankings? Yes, it is. John is an unlockable character in this game by getting high ranks. I didn't have time for this. Rodon is also an unlockable boss fight. I also didn't have time for that, because you need a crap ton of halos to restore his angelic form. Turns out he's a fallen angel of sorts. He sounds fierce, but like I said, I didn't necessarily have time to actually find him, much less take him on. Maybe in a future video. Beat him and you get a secret weapon. Bayonetta also has hidden items, some of which are weapons, which are pretty much are always awesome. New weapons are great in these types of games, honestly. Some are automatics and some are secretly hidden. While they're hidden weapons, yeah, I didn't go get these either. There's ice skates and other things. I run out of time. I'm also lazy. Judging from how well I like the weapons, however, I suppose eventually I'll have to definitely try them out. I'll also need to find health and magic upgrades if I'm going to take on Rodon in his boss fight. They're standard action game things for sure. Basically, you collect the hearts for health, you grab these pearls for magic, It's great. You can also use spare halos and buy costumes and things from Radahn's shop, like moves and accessories to help you on your journey. And each one has a different effect, which is awesome. Next, if you have this game on the Nintendo Switch or the Nintendo Wii U, you gain extra Nintendo costumes to make Bayonetta look like a sexy version of Princess Peach and Daisy, or Samus, or Link. I really like the Link one, that's why you probably have seen it a lot in my review so far. When you beat the game, you are treated to a dance with Bayonetta, dancing with all the female characters of the game, excluding Jubileus, and the dance is kind of provocative for sure. You also get concept art and 3D model viewer to look at all of those assets. This game will probably have me coming back later for more. That's pretty good in my opinion. Normally hard mode keeps most fans coming back, especially with smaller unlockables, but some of these are really cool, and with new weapons to find and, you know, a need for halos to unlock that secret boss fight, I can't wait to jump back into this when I have the time. Honestly, this game is fantastic. The main downside is the motion controls on the Wii U version for vehicle levels, which really suck, but which are also very optional. The game doesn't really highlight this, but you can turn them off, thank goodness. The killer cutscenes are poorly done with some of the other traps, and which time is, or was, awkward to get used to. Everything else is pretty dang good. It fits the bill. Yeah, the story is basically nonsensical fluff. I wouldn't invest much into it. But gameplay-wise, level design, they totally make up for this for the most part. And the secrets are really fun to find too. As stated, this game is a lot like Devil May Cry, but different enough to stand alone. It has combos just like any other action game, and some things that happen are completely outrageous and crazy, but overall, I had a fun time experiencing Bayonetta for the first time. I honestly recommend checking this one out. There are a few issues, but they're pretty minor considering repeat playthroughs actually solve most of the issues I may have had with this. This game is on the 360 and PlayStation 3, but it's also on the Wii U and Nintendo Switch, which I recommend as you can get either version with a physical copy of the second game as well. That's what I'm playing next, so hopefully it's just as good as the first. So yeah, try Bayonetta, and I'll catch you next time. Later, my minions. That laugh's getting hard to do. Bye-bye. Okay, so it's not fully goodbye because I want to talk about the new end card whatever. It's literally just gameplay footage with a recommendation for the Devil May Cry playlist and possibly a recommendation for the Platinum Studios game list, because I've played other Platinum Studio games like Mad World and Anarchy Reigns, and I highly recommend you check out those reviews. They're from last season though. The Devil May Cry reviews are from this season, which, again, Bayonetta is a lot like Devil May Cry, so it kind of works. It was all created by Hideki Kamiya. Even though Hideki Kamiya didn't really work on the second game and was only somewhat part of the third game, I guess you could say, and has nothing to do with the fourth, fifth, and fifth game. But yeah, Devil May Cry, Bayonetta.
Not so fast, dog.
Game,
I have this.
But,
what is this?
Yeah, I'm gonna try
It's a card keeping me from being sucked back into purgatory. Where do you get this? What is Sonic on it? I got it from Rodon, and I promised I'd be doing a Memory Card Lounge video on 3D Sonic. This won't end you, fool. I'll be back. I'll get you to review Bayonetta 2 yet. I'm reviewing Bayonetta 2 right now. Oh! Well, this is awkward. Well, yeah, dog, it's been like a month since I escaped purgatory. What have you been doing? You know what? Never mind. Roll that Bayonetta 2 footage. So, development on Bayonetta 2 pretty much started right after Bayonetta 1. The problem was there was a few issues with Sega. It never really got greenlit to be published. Sega wasn't going to do it, but then in comes Nintendo to publish Wonderful 101. Yeah, this underrated gem exclusive to the now dead Wii U, but when Nintendo was working with Platinum Studios, they saw some stuff for Bayo 2 and asked how it was going. Hearing Platinum's troubles, Nintendo offered to negotiate with Sega and get the game going. but it would be exclusive for Nintendo platforms. So Bayonetta 2 is only on the Wii U and the Nintendo Switch. I have the Wii U version and have had it for a while now, but this is the first time playing it during this review, so it's kind of a blind playthrough. So did I enjoy Bayonetta's second outing? I will say this type of game is an issue with second games. Look, I don't really much like God of War 2, and I really don't like Devil May Cry 2, so was Bayonetta 2 just as bad? This type of game has a history with this. However, it may be better than the original. Let's find out as we head into this game with salt and vigor. Let's take on the God of Chaos! So the plot to Bayonetta 2 starts with the girls, Bayo and John, getting ready for Christmas party. Suddenly, angels attack jets going by. Bayonetta and John fight off the attack, but when Gamora, a demon Bayo summons rather often to finish off boss fights, goes rogue and attacks the city, bad things happen. John has her soul removed during the fight and is dragged to hell. Or Inferno, if you want to get technical. Bayonetta now needs to find the real gates of hell to save her friend and fix the balance of the worlds, so Inferno, Paradiso, and the human worlds aren't torn apart by savage war that's brewing. While at a mountain housing the gates of both hell and heaven, Bayonetta runs into a Yu-Gi-Oh player named Loki. He has amnesia and angels are trying to take him, so naturally Bayonetta takes a liking to the child very quickly. After some hijinks, Bayonetta and Loki go to hell, save John, and then head up the mountain to face off against this God of Chaos, or rather the creator of the realm of humans. Also, Loki turns out to be the good half of this god, and he accidentally sends Bayonetta into the past. Bayonetta realizes that the evil side of this person is the one who killed her mother, and set up the war with the Lumen Sages and the Umbra Witches. Also, she learned this after some anime as hell mech writing. Just saying. So, grabbing Baldur from the past, you know, the last sage, and Bayonetta's actual father, she drags him into the future. Her and Baldur work together to face off against the God of Chaos, while Loki, who lost some of his powers, uses the last of his power up, trying to kill the god. The god tries to run off in time, you know, in another place in time, but Baldur stops him and absorbs his power. Baldur is sent back to the past, and while trying to control the god's power, he ends up turning evil and becoming Father Baldur from the first game. Oops! Meanwhile, in present day, Loki kind of dies and is reincarnated, while Bayonetta and John go back to finish their Christmas party, forgetting that they literally left Enzo at the mountain where the gates were. Whoopsie! This story is a hell of a lot easier to understand versus the previous game. This can be seen as a bad thing or a good thing for newer audience members trying to get into this series, so it kind of works both ways. The story works regardless, but at least you can digest it. All except for one character. So Baldur, the main antagonist of the previous game, shows up here a lot. Like, I'm not sure what version of him this is half the time. Bayonetta has a rival, Lumen Sage, that turns out to be Baldur wanting revenge for his wife's death. But it is unclear if this Baldur is the same one Bayo fought in the first game or a time-displaced one. Both Father Baldur, God that's hard to say, and the time-displaced Baldur are shown. The Lumen Sage you fight is trying to kill Loki due to his involvement in Rosa's death. That would be Bayonetta's mother, for those of you who don't know. So Loki's other half tricks him and promises him revenge, but nothing is ever made really clear. The Sage version of Baldur is flung into the past with Bayo, so did he return, or was that always a time-displaced version? I'm very unclear about this. I have no idea. Outside of this, though, the characters are perfectly fine. Bayonetta is confident as ever, Rodon helps Bayo while threatening her all the same, Enzo is still just a patsy for Bayonetta and abused by her despite him having his own family issues, and John swoops in to save the day after she's rescued in hell. Loki is a bit of an annoying character, however. He starts out as a brat, but he does end up growing as a character. Oh, and Luke is kind of here too! Yeah! Nothing goes above and beyond, however.
and a few of the characters do grow, but it's nothing too special. It's nothing we haven't seen before. While it was confusing, Baldur's arc in this was certainly respectful, I suppose, and Loki does grow, but yeah, he's just kind of there to make Bloodborne. Overall, not terrible, but not nearly as good as the first. So far, I think the first wins out in writing department, but most people like to play with their food, if you know what I'm saying. And this is where the game shines. Gameplay is basically untouched, which, from what I said last time, should mean it's still great, right? And yeah, it basically is. You can use most of the weapons on either the hands or the feet, much like before. Twin swords, they can go on both hands and feet. Why not? Anyone feeling a certain Cervantes vibe from Soul Calibur? No? Okay. Twin swords, which I clearly love to use, are upgraded later to slightly slower but more powerful chainsaw blades. There's also a bow, a scythe, and a whip. I love whips in this game, especially with more powerful foes. I'm loving whips. Either Castlevania's on my mind or Bayonetta's corrupting me. Yeah. There's a few weapons I probably missed, but honestly, from what I have so far, these are awesome, even better than before. As for the magic meter, it has been upgraded immensely. When Bayo entered into a boss fight, she'd let her hair down and have more powerful attacks on previous games. Well, previous game, I guess. Yeah. This time you can do that whenever the magic meter's full. Cool, right? You can still do punishment and execution style attacks as well to take on an enemy you find annoying very quickly. Basically, you choose what helps the most. Take on a group quicker, or take out that one baddie that you have a hard time dodging. Speaking of dodging, activating Witch Time seems much easier this time around. I'm not sure if it's because enemies are less aggressive, or it's just easier, or I've just really gotten used to it. It's hard to say. Also, to make things easier, platforming is easier due to Bayonetta being able to hover with her wings. It's a small thing, but it helps. All in all, the weapons are fun and more unique, and what was here was improved. There really isn't anything wrong with the original gameplay, but the small tweaks really brought out the best here. Now, going into level design, I know you guys probably recall that I complain about cutscenes just straight up killing me. A lot. This time around, they actually don't. See this results screen? No stone? It doesn't lie. QuickTime events are attack and bonus damage only, and they are way easier this time around. How does that make me feel? You know, I'm getting too old for this crap. How much time do I need to stall for more? A few more seconds? Alright. Honestly, this is the best design change ever, hands down. No contest whatsoever. Just the greatest thing ever. Seriously though, the locations and things, they look amazing. The enemies are mostly new, and there's demons. Yes, you kill demons this time around. They don't show up often, but they are more aggressive than angels. Not that angels aren't fighting you or anything like that. They're aggressive in their own right, but demons, they got that little bit of a drive to kill you. One boss has you fight a dragon Bayonetta summons, you know, Gamora. One fight and angels, you're surfing on a tornado. And then, you know, you go inside the tornado, and then when you finish, suddenly you're at the gateways to heaven, and yeah, there's also the Mass Lumen. The Mass Lumen fights are similar to Virgil from Devil May Cry, and yes, that's Baldur. But he summons giant monster angels, while Bayonetta summons giant demons, and they fight in the background while you face off against the Mass Lumen. Fun stuff! Eventually you reach the past and meet some familiar enemy designs while you ride around in a mech.
So yeah, it's awesome. The final fight is probably the worst one, sadly. It's the God of Chaos, and he has a crap ton of attacks that aren't exactly hard to dodge, but are more annoying to get the timing down with. All in all, though, while not perfect, the enemies and levels are very fun to play through. The returning enemies for the past levels are certainly fun to see again. The boss fights are just really good too, I can't stop gushing. What the level design gets right, it does amazingly, and what it gets wrong is still pretty damn good. I mean, yeah, annoying, but not necessarily bad game design. So, yeah, level design's a plus for me, huh? So, the option to buy the Platinum ticket was actually unlocked while I was playing the game this time around. I still haven't exactly bought it yet, but it's here. It's back again, and yes, this time you'd be facing Rodon's demonic form instead of his angelic form. You can also purchase costumes from Nintendo and ones that are designed by Platinum Studios. These are still fun, and I ended up getting the Bayonetta 2 exclusive Star Fox costume. Yeah, Bayonetta seems to work in this costume. Guns are turned into R-Wings, and one of the later levels you can actually play as an R-Wing itself while wearing this costume. Great! As for everything else, I noticed the health and magic upgrades are a bit easier to find, and since magic is far more useful, these are very important, even if some of the chests are basically time trial runs. The weapons are a bit easier to find too. It's a bit more streamlined. With Easter eggs, platinum trophies, unlockable characters, and findable weapons, Bayonetta 2, much like the first game, in secret content and replayability is actually really good. So, yeah. Now that I'm done gushing about all that, let's wrap this review up, shall we? I absolutely loved my time with this game. I had to bring it all in, honestly, but that's not an excuse as to why this video took so long. I just kind of had to digest it a bit. I don't feel the writing is as good or as insane as the first game. Yes, you have mechs. Yes, you fight an angelic dragon in a tornado. No, none of these are quite as insane as a random tower turning into a rocket ship and you driving a motorcycle on the side of the damn thing while it goes into space. Outside of the writing, however, I think everything else is improved. There is one boss that is kind of annoying, but he's still fairly manageable. It's not bad. The gameplay improved, which is great since the gameplay before was arguably fantastic. The levels and bosses were mostly improved as well, which is insane since the boss fights were arguably the best part of Bayonetta 1. They are more insane with crazier set pieces, fun mechanics all around. It's great. Bayonetta even has her own family version of Virgil, which is never a bad thing in my mind. All in all, I'd say Bayonetta 2 is actually my favorite game in the Bayonetta series so far. But overall, if you like creative writing and story aspects a lot in video games, perhaps the first game is more to your taste. Not that this is terrible in that category, it just doesn't quite live up to those standards. If you like gameplay, however, this is sure to satisfy, and should be on anybody's list, realistically, along with the first game. I highly recommend this title. But that's all the time I have for today. I'm going to try my hardest to get the next review, which will be either Bloodstained or Hat in Time next, done in a reasonable time. Hopefully you enjoyed my video and there are some more suggestions for the future video watching that you may do. Or take a quick break and hit the subscribe and bell buttons for future updates on my videos. That's a pretty unique name. But somehow I'm still hungry. See you next time. Anyway, welcome to the cutest indie game from 2017 that is a collectathon platformer. Ironically, it was created due to a lack of collectathon platformers where you collect a ton of junk. And released in a year that had two other big name and bigger budget games of the same type. The revival of the collectathon platformer. Yeah! So did Hat in Time stand out among the others? Was it really designed to have this type of competition? I mean, it came out right around the same time Mario Odyssey did. Well, it seems the Mafia is causing all of Hat Girl's issues here, so we'll start there to find out if this game stacks up. I mean,
maybe not if I'm comparing games here. You know what I mean. I'm reviewing the game. Let's take on the Mafia! Warning! Spoiler warning! Warning! So let's start with the plot. Hat Kid is just happily flying by this big, huge planet in her spaceship, and then suddenly a Mafia goon jumps into outer space to try and charge her attacks for flying by Mafia Town. Somehow this guy got into space to muscle an alien kid. I think he needs a raise. Anyway, he ends up punching a hole in her ship. She falls to the planet, and her power source for her ship, these weird space-time bending hourglasses, fall to the planet as well. This is why you don't do tax evasion. So to power her ship, she needs more hourglasses. If you're wondering if this setup feels familiar, it is. Mario Galaxy kind of already did this thing. So with that, just like a Mario game, each area, world, level, and whatever you call it, has its own story to tell. Mafia Town is taken over by Mafia goons, and Mustache Girl wants your help in getting rid of them. But your friendship is crushed when you won't give her an hourglass to just reverse time entirely. Dead Bird Studio has two director birds fighting things out on whose movie is better. Subcon Forest has you doing errands for this guy literally named the Snatcher who took your soul, the soul of a little girl. That doesn't quite sound right. Anyway, the last area is just an area to explore until disease runs rampant, and man, this game drops some of the cute, doesn't it? Anyway, when you gain a little over half the hourglasses and open the last area, Mustache Girl decides to sneak on aboard your ship and take all your hourglasses. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, lovely. Friends, am I right? Ha 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 hee hee ho ho. She becomes the main villain in the end, but I figured takes on the Mafia was less spoilery. Anyway, you stop her war on evil and take back what is yours. You can choose to leave her an hourglass or not, and then you leave. It is mostly about world building here with a simple story of powering your spaceship. This doesn't make it bad though. The story is entertaining for the most part due to how charming the characters are. Ah yes, segue is segue-ish. So the character writing really makes the game shine. The Mafia goons are simple and loves to punch things. The conductor is Irish and obsessive with his train and beating DJ Grooves at directing. DJ Grooves just likes to party and direct movies. The Snatcher actually has a bit of tragic backstory despite his quirky sense of evil. Vanessa is possibly just the worst character and is terrifying. And even the mountain groups have a bit of personality in their movements. All of this wrapped up in great world building stories and some rich lore, even if it doesn't contribute to the main plot. Even some of the wording like Peck replacing another four-letter word in the Dead Bird Studios, giving new meaning to giving the bird, I suppose. There's tons of little examples like this. Boss fights talking to you while you fight them, enemies being familiar with you, and even all the bad guys siding with you at the end of the game against Mustache Girl. Hell, Mustache Girl, who turns out to be trying to fix the world, only to realize that if all the bad guys die, she would be all alone. This game's writing, charm, and character is just so good. That being said, not all of you care about the cute and the humor. So how does the game play exactly? Well, starting off, this game is a 3D platformer of the collect-a-thon variety. You explore platforming challenges to collect trinkets to expand numbers and earn more levels to play in. This type of game normally either focuses on the platforming challenges themselves or the exploration part of the game. This game, however, actually is a decent mix of both. Hat Kid can jump, double jump, and air dash to nearby platforms and items. She can run up walls for small distances, as well as climb up ledges. This is all simple stuff, but it is used very creatively. For example, Hat Kid can wall jump in between two walls using these simple moves. There isn't much she can't reach normally, but she also ends up getting a hook shot. With this hook shot, she can swing on certain objects, opening up her ability to move way more. You can also unlock different hats, expanding her abilities even more. Boosted run, seeing invisible objects, blowing crap up, ice ground pound, all here due to her hats. You can also pin badges to her hats, giving her even more abilities. This is where the hookshot comes up, but you can also turn her sprint into a moped, reduce hat charging times for, her ability use, or use her umbrella to reduce all damage from falling. Her umbrella is a weapon she ends up with in her first mission you get, allowing her to fight back without having to jump into the air, although that kind of works too because you can attack while airborne as long as you're above the enemy. There's a ton of things you can do, but her basic jumps and hat abilities will get you wherever you need to go alongside the one hookshot badge you will need to unlock. This means the game starts simple and gradually introduces you to new moves. You don't have to learn all this at once, allowing you to master one move at a time. This game is incredibly fun, but it also very beginner friendly. Just don't make your friends fight somebody like the Snatcher first. So the gameplay is great, but something like this also depends heavily on the level design. This is because the sense of adventure and exploration are also heavy in a collectathon platformer type game. While it sounds like this game is a perfect blend of something like Banjo-Kazooie and Mario 64, I'd actually like to point out it's a lot like Mario Sunshine in its setup. You pick out missions before entering the world, and like the common Observatory Mario Galaxy, you restore power and open more areas with hourglasses, the power stars of this game. Each mission has you doing something different and story related in each level, changing the level just enough to expand on the story and give you something different to do. Again, a lot like Mario Sunshine. The main difference is the variety and the heavier sense of exploration. The main form of currency in this game is these green gemstones called pawns, as they're called. You collect them and they're pretty much used for badges since lives aren't a thing here. You get more badges if you find more of these. The other collectible, Yarn, helps you build new hats and gain new powers. Hourglasses allow you to progress and are fun to collect. Relics and Rift tokens allow you to find hidden secret hourglasses and some customizable Flair for Hat Kid. Hell, a Time Rift hourglass allows you to get some Flair for Hat Kid regardless. While there's plenty to collect, none of it is worthless. It all builds a total, sure, but most of this stuff is fun to play with and collect because it gives you crap for doing so. The levels themselves are also very creatively designed. Mafia Town is an island town with some weird features and some fun 2D boss fight in the middle of it, just saying. The Deadbird Studios allows you to play both in a city party area and a train level, as well as the studio itself, which is just a platforming stealth section, and a boss fight with one of the directors. Subcon is a more difficult platforming area where you work with the Snatcher, hide from Queen Vanessa in a horror section of all things, and two boss fights, one with an outhouse and one with Snatcher himself. Last, you have a free-roaming section on these cliffs for more hourglasses, ending with you stopping out these diseased flowers. The final level and boss fight are right out of Bowser's Castle and an anime. Seriously, Mustache Girl has some moves, but you simply use your usual abilities and you can totally defeat her. Nothing is out of your reach in this game, which is amazing. The levels are fantastic and creative, the boss fights are so fast. I actually doubted this game until seeing the boss fights. I thought the entire game was going to be more slow-paced. It seems kind of silly now, but that was kind of a worry of mine because I figured the slow pace would cause the game to not sell as well. And I actually love supporting indie developers. Yeah! So with that out of the way, what do you get for 100% completing the game? Nothing. Absolutely. Okay, so that's not entirely true. There isn't necessarily a bonus specifically for 100% completing the game. Collecting everything does get you quite a bit of stuff. Since the finale of each level is tied to getting all the hourglasses in that level, you gotta get all the hourglasses, at least the normal ones, to get to the finale. And the finale is usually some amazing boss fight or some tough platforming challenge. This makes it really worthwhile to go through and beat all the missions in each world. Since relics get you rifts and beating those get you Flair for Hat Kid, those are nice to beat as well. Plus they up your hourglass number, which I guess is kind of nice too. Sometimes rifts have extra collectibles in pages. Getting them all unlocks more lore into each world, so that's also kind of nice to have. Yarn gets you new hats, which is needed to progress in certain areas, and gives you neat abilities to play with, so that's also really cool. Better get those. Pawns give you money or health. Money allows you to net extra badges, and badges give you really cool new abilities, like Gino's Blast from Mario RPG. Hat Kid for Smash Brothers, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, you need to collect money for badges, right? And with that, well, that's pretty much 100% its save file. Sure, you can argue this is more the journey rather than the destination, but the journey is fantastic overall regardless. Look, this game is fantastic. If I had to say anything negative about it, it would be that the graphics are kind of low quality, which it's an indie title, that kind of makes sense. It's kind of nostalgic in a way too, I suppose. And like most 3D platformers, every now and again depth perception, especially when needing to land on wires, kinda sucks. Outside of these few issues and the occasional what the hell do I do here moment that I eventually solved, the game is pretty much a fantastic platformer. Actually, this ended up being one of my favorite 3D platformers of all time, right up there with the likes of Mario Galaxy and Banjo-Tooie. The real question is, does it stand up to Mario Odyssey? Yeah, this game came out the same month Mario Odyssey did. I think both are really fun and both have all the items mean something in the end, so that's nice. That being said, Mario looks better, and Hat in Time was created by roughly 8 people, who some of which never met face to face during development. I honestly think Hat in Time is different enough to stand from its own from Mario Odyssey, and especially stand away from its lead inspiration, Mario Sunshine. Although I do get a hint of it every now and again, especially those time rips. I highly recommend trying out this indie game if you like 3D platformers, especially if you're a fan of Banjo-Kazooie or Mario Odyssey. With that, I have crushed the Mafia! Here are some of my other videos. Liking, subscribing, as well as hitting that bell for live updates always helps me grow as a channel. For now, I have more demon slaying to get to.
Oh yes.
I'll see you guys next time.
No way I'm not spoiling things this time around. So if you haven't played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night and want to know my opinion, I recommend it pretty well. But yeah, if you don't want to be spoiled, I would recommend going somewhere else. So with that out of the way, Ritual of the Night is a crowdfunded game. Let's take you back a bit. Remember when I finished out Season 1 with Bloodstained Curse of the Moon? Yeah, I talked about how that game was a bonus game that we got due to all the money gathered for a crowdfunded game that was a different game. This is the game. The main attraction, the star of the show. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Obviously I have some connections to the series. I never was able to help fund a lot of these guys who were kickstarting their games, but I certainly purchased the 8-bit game when the game came out, and I bought this day one as well. The series, which is created by the same guy who created Castlevania after he left Konami, is a direct callback to that series. This game being much like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, while the last one was kind of a callback to Castlevania 3. However, I never played Symphony of the Night. The only Castlevania games I've really played to any length was the first game and one of the N64 games. In fact, this is my first 2D open world adventure game, commonly referred to as a Metrovania, that I plan on beating and reviewing for you guys. Sure, I've dabbled a bit with the likes of Super Metroid, one of the other pioneers of the genre, and a few others, but I've never really beaten any of those games. I'm going in blind today, and this is a first for me. I'm guessing that Jeeble, one of the playable characters from the Curse of the Moon, is the bad guy this time around, so let's do it! Let's take on Jabel! So, Bloodstained starts out with some vague world building. It keeps bringing up an incident 10 years ago and states that Miriam slept through it. Miriam being the playable female character. All you know is she's been asleep and demons in this castle showed up 10 years ago. That's about it. We know it has something to do with alchemists creating shard binders, people who use crystals to gain demonic magic. But that's also about it. It isn't too important, and you can gain other details, but there isn't really a payoff in my opinion to this. Fast forward to the start of the game and Miriam has just woken up. Good thing, because it would be awkward to play someone who is in a coma while fighting demons that aren't, inner demons. Anyway, Miriam promised Jabel that if he was ever forced to use his powers for evil, that she would stop him. So here we are. You travel through the castle with an exorcist and member of the church helping you with shopping and supplies, and your alchemist buddy Johannes makes, supplies for you when you find random crap throughout the game. It's basically crafting. He does the crafting. Anyway, after getting off the ship and into the castle, you eventually find Zangetsu, who doesn't like you, and Alfred, who just wants some dark magic book that Jabel has. Eventually, after enough boss fights, you can find where Jabel is hiding. He seems to think you absorbing crystal shards from demons helps you turn to his side, but no dice. You kill him and the game just kind of abruptly ends. Okay. You get a message about the demons in the castle still being around, but you really didn't promise to deal with any of that, so bye-bye. However, due to some red flags, you can probably guess this isn't the good ending. Red flag number 1. The points of Alfred wanting the book and Zangetsu not liking you aren't really finished and are just hanging in the air. I know Zangetsu is supposed to kill Alfred, but it seems weird he wouldn't be helping you with Jabel, considering Zangetsu came up with a flying ability of all things. Second flag, Dominique, the church girl who's helping you at the shop, keeps popping up where she probably shouldn't be found, making me very suspicious of her motives, which is especially bad since she's the one who hired you to deal with Jabel, despite you wanting to do it anyway. Last flag, Gremory. This monster hanging around Jabel, at the start of the game is the final boss of Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, and you haven't even killed her before killing Jabel? It doesn't help Jabel is super easy compared to all the other boss fights remotely nearby. So you explore the castle more, and after finding some obscure abilities, bosses, and armor, you fight Zangetsu again, who tells you Jabel is being controlled by Gremory. Shocker! He gives you his sword so you can harm the monster, and this time when the moon turns red in the background, you can actually save Jabel, who dies regardless. Oh, lovely. While doing all this, you can find Alfred again, and, he seems to want to seal Dominique away, which is another red flag, because he claims she wants the cursed book and is causing all of this. Very interesting. After chasing Gremory out for revenge, I guess, and promising Jabel you'd handle the castle, you find a dying Alfred who claims Dominique stole the book from him and is probably the cause this entire time, blah blah blah. Alfred's a good guy. Gee, I guess we forgot you had a boss fight with us. Okay, then. After Alfred dies, Zangetsu decides first you need to kill Gremory for him and go after Dominique. He sacrifices himself to stop Gremory from teleporting. You kill Gremory and find Dominique. She has turned herself into a shardbinder, and she fights you, eventually summoning Beal, the Demon King, and fusing with him to stop you. Beal is the most powerful demon, also known as the King of Demons, and is hinted at briefly with some optional dialogue here and there. After you kill Beal and Dominique, Johannes comes and finds you and tells you that Alfred was trying to use the Book of Evil to destroy the castle. Johannes also being an alchemist, he does it instead, and the castle's destroyed. Johannes tells Miriam that he also found a way to stop the shards from taking over her body. A plot point I completely overlooked is Miriam's shards are apparently slowed down currently. Oops, I guess it wasn't that important. Actually, I could classify this entire plot as not important. The only shocking thing to happen is literally everyone but Miriam, Johannes, and the villagers die in the story. Outside of that, the betrayal of Dominique, Alfred being a good guy, Zangetsu earning respect of Miriam, or Miriam earning respect of Zangetsu, whichever way that went, Jabel not being the true villain, almost all of this was made super obvious long before any of it ever happened. It is okay, but incredibly predictable. I just wish it was handled better. The presentation of the plot is disjointed, and the world building kind of seems the same way with optional books you can find. I personally didn't like it, and I'm a guy who really likes simple plots, so, yeah. Okay. So the plot writing wasn't all that great. the character writing is actually a bit better. I still say Alfred is a bit disjointed, only serving as a plot point really. Johannes wasn't really great either, only really being a person there to serve as a plot point or character who exists to help explain some of the world building to you and bring out other characters more. Oh, and he's, the crafting guy. So there's that! Zangetsu is pretty decent though. He fights Miriam once, not liking her, but they are forced to work together at one point, and afterwards he seems to respect her. He's the one who talks to Alfred, wondering why Dominique wants the old man dead badly enough to split forces. He tests Miriam and explains the main reason he is here is to kill a particular demon, Grimory, relating back to Curse of the Moon. He eventually trusts Miriam to kill the monster Grimory, since Grimory is avoiding Zangetsu like the plague. Even when dying, Zangetsu quickly wishes Miriam good luck, knowing she is capable of stopping this despite her original disputes with him. Again, nothing new, but it was handled well, unlike the major plot. Miriam is also an interesting character. She's refined, but she's willing to help people when asked. She's probably naive, and at times she can be downright silly. Still, she retains her elegance despite all of this, not really talking as much as I'd like. Wanting to know more isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I do think they could have done more with Miriam in general. It's like she's a silent protagonist who actually speaks. She doesn't emote too much, but just enough to get you wanting to know more about her. So, I suppose you could say it's handled well. Last, Dominique. She is so soft-spoken up until she's cornered as the villain. Her views are completely insane. Turns out, since God didn't step in and help humanity in a literal fashion, she decides there is no God and worships power instead. Hence why she's trying to summon Beal with Grimory. I thought her reasoning was going to be very soft-spoken, but nope. From the quiet character to the power trip in an instant. Outside of that, while the boss fights are lacking the nice charm they had in the last game, the world you explore has plenty for you to kind of dig into. You can even hear a song with one of your familiars. That's nice. You can also sit, and as I found out with Hat in Time, I just like to sit in random places. All in all, this portion of the game, character writing, and there's a ton of charm, it's pretty good here. Do you know what else is really good about this game? The gameplay. There is so much to work with here. Literally, I'll start from the top, I suppose. This game is a hack-and-slash platformer, so naturally you have swords and weapons to fight with. Whips, longswords, revolvers, katanas, greatswords, daggers, combat boots for kicking, rapiers, all of these weapons and more have different uses and stats. I naturally prefer katanas for speed and greatswords for the overall strength, but I don't mind a longsword in there for good measure. These are the basic attacks that already affect the gameplay heavily, as each weapon has different abilities, and some specific weapons have special moves. For example, not every katana can guard, but Zangetsu's katana can. Then we got magic. Tons of spells. You gain these spells from randomly collected shards from demons. There are red shards, which are basic spells. These range from elemental damage, attack radius, speed, all sorts of options here. You can also summon a demon for a quick attack or a shield. Blue spells are just sort of there. You hit R1 to use these instead of the top button for red spells. Blue spells range from picking up enemies, huge items, transforming into a demonic bunny girl, running fast, a few others. Purple spells are used by R2 and can be aimed. Arrows, summoning weapons, small twisters, fireballs, anything that needs to be directionally aimed in any direction goes here. Yellow spells are just something to equip and it happens automatically, but you can only use one. This can boost weapons, skills, stats, help locate secrets, other things of that nature. Green spells are basically familiars. You could equip them, and your familiar floats around you, helping to either attack or defend you. There are so many spells though, this is just a rough overview of them. The options are huge, trust me. You can also move around and heal with potions when not playing the more RPG elements of this game. The gameplay being varied depends on you and what you like to use.
options are nearly endless. Absolutely love it. It is perfect for exploring this giant castle. But let's talk about that castle for a bit. The castle is open world in design, but not quite in execution. What I mean is, there are plenty of roadblocks that you need certain abilities to cross. That way you don't wander into an area with super strong demons too early. After all, you do have to level up your character and gain better weapons. This is a basic setup, but the castle has plenty of different areas that make things interesting and clearly define different areas and what kind of challenges you'll face. There's a volcanic area, a desert, a train, a mechanical workshop, different types of labs. It all looks great, honestly. As for the monsters, some of the designs are really cool and only show up in one area, which makes those areas even more unique. Some of them, however, are just reskinned previous baddies. They have different attacks and some design changes, but not many, which makes the place look a little more boring, but functionality works perfectly fine. The issue that I'd have is the lack of save points or teleport points in some of the later levels. It is hard to find some of these rooms, and dying is the worst thing in this game. If you die, everything you did since the last time you saved is gone. No checkpoints. In harder areas with less save points, this can be frustrating, especially when you have two longer than normal loading screens to sit through after every death. In fact, I would say that is easily the worst part of the game, the loading screens. They aren't too bad, but starting the game and dying takes what seems like forever when you want to just get a move on, and heaven forbid you haven't saved in a while. But outside of that, the levels are great. Boss fights are nice as well, while the rewards are also very nice, gaining some spells for killing these bosses. For example, killing this guy gets you a laser dash. This guy, a double jump. Sure, these last two bosses were a bit better in the previous game, but these fights are still good. They're just slightly less dynamic. If you want dynamic boss fights, check out Zangetsu or Gremory, or Alfred. Hell, look at this final boss. This thing's terrifying, and I love it. All in all, pretty great stuff here for those who love a good boss fight. If this doesn't sell you, how about facing off against a Belmont? Oh yes, there is a secret boss fight with a creature named Revenant. Revenant? Yeah, Revenant. Sorry, my reading is terrible. It is a zombie who walks like Belmont? Axes? Whips? Holy water? I love this fight! Just a super fun reference. You can also fight a slot machine and a sculptor. Not as fun, but not terrible fights either. The last secret boss I found is the hardest one, OD himself. See, there's this vampire you have to find to progress the game, but he also happens to be the librarian. If you borrow a special book and try to finish the game, he will stop and destroy you. He looks, sounds, and fights just like Alucard from Symphony of the Night, from what I can tell. Another fun fight. I never beat him, but I guess he allows you to borrow every book in the game instead of just, 3. You also get his time stop ability. Every secret boss rewards you and helps you get the best armor, the best weapons in the game, which, while you need a hidden book to make, it's still incredibly rewarding. Actually, there is a lot of hidden upgrades, like health and magic boosts. This hidden green shard lets you get the White Knight familiar, easily my favorite, and some decent hidden weapons as well. I also found an 8-bit part of a level that is tough as nails, but rewards you with another boss fight and some fun 8-bit spells. All this fun, and I didn't even have time to check out the extra modes like Boss Rush or Speedrun mode. This game is chock full of secrets, and I love it! Okay, let's wrap this up. So, negatives of the game are mostly writing. If you aren't looking for a sprawling story, then welcome! Gameplay-wise, the only issues is I had a crash once while teleporting, losing me a lot of progress. There are slowdowns here and there, especially during a certain late boss fight. And losing all progress if you die between save points, as well as longer loading screens. That may seem like a lot, but they're actually smaller issues. You have good character interactions, charm of the world itself, and plenty of gameplay options and boss fights to kind of comb over the negatives. The enemies are sometimes not the best in design department. Hell, it looks like they mocapped some of their pets for this. But seriously, who am I to judge? Again, it is a bunch of smaller issues, but with familiars that are fun to use, a unique world to explore, some of the best secret bosses I've encountered in a long time, and so many spells and weapons to work with while grinding for potion ingredients. Overall, I love the game myself, and for my first dive into a Metroidvania style of game, I'm excited to see another one, hopefully soon. I recommend giving the game a shot if you don't get too annoyed by loading screens, and stories in video games aren't necessarily a make and break for you. I can't be sure there's a lot of new in this game for those who are used to this kind of game, but I did enjoy myself for a first timer, so I can at least recommend trying this if you're new to the genre. But that is all the time I have for this, and that is the end of Season 2. Sorry this season went on a little longer than predicted. Hopefully I'll start Season 3 soon. The first review will be Skyward Sword. Until then, press that bell and subscribe so you don't miss anything. Update Twitter... Okay, I update Twitter the most on any of my social medias, which the link is down below. And there's 2 videos that YouTube seems to think you should totally check out that happen to be made by me. Until next time, my minions, take care.